cash at the Federal Reserve. There is an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve. There is an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve.
Good morning, Bitcoins. Today is Monday, May 11th, 2020. We're here early. It's 9:35 a.m. The halvening was scheduled for May the 12th, but we're here on May the 11th because Bitcoin likes to go fast. Joining us are Dan and Josh. How's it going, Dan and Josh?
Awesome.
Oh man, it couldn't be better. I tell you what, it's only happens once every 4 years. You just really can't, I mean, how can you not be excited? I tell you what, there is one website called, Bitcoin block halving or something.com, and I tweeted about this. They have one chance in 4 years to get some traffic, and they're down.
I shout out to thehalvening.com. This is the site that we looked at during the last Bitcoin halvening, and they've improved it quite a lot. Apparently, you can use the arrow keys to move the guys around. Maybe you can push B to get more balloons. I don't know. It looks really cool. It's bright yellow, and the Bitcoin halvening is in 16 blocks. That's estimated to be just 2 hours, 36 minutes, and 25 seconds. Hit the like button. Pound it if you want. Gently touch it. All those things. This is the World Crypto Network, and this is our second Bitcoin block halvening party. Our first Bitcoin block halvening party was in 2016. So you are joining a proud tradition of 2016, 2020 Bitcoin halvenings parties. As we do, we want to start off with Josh. Josh, you were here for last time, the 2016 halvening party, and I know that in 2012, you were in Germany. What were you doing for the first Bitcoin halvening? What can you tell us kind of about Bitcoin halvening history? What's it been like?
It's book-ended with FUD. Like basically you get weeks and weeks of FUD leading up to it. And people saying, ooh, miners are going to drop out. Hash rate is going to crash. You're going to get this feedback loop of down, down, down. Sell, sell, sell. On the other hand, you've got people speculating on it going up, and it's an exciting trip. It is a roller coaster, folks, and never forget that. But never don't put so much in the bank. Only put so much in the bank that you're willing to lose. That's my motto. Speculate everything on Bitcoin and gold and real assets. No, that's not investment advice, folks. This is just halvening hype.
We're also joined by Dan Eve, the Crypto Raptor. This is your first halvening with the World Crypto Network. How's it going so far?
Well, it's going great because about last night, about midnight, I was still looking to be up at 3 a.m. or something. So I was going to even tweet begging miners to like turn their machines off so that it delays it until tomorrow, the next morning. But it looks like they've all read my mind. And so I'd also like to introduce my quarantine haircut. It's actually in memory of Joe, what's his name? Joe Dingham. Joe Exotic. But because I got fed up with my hair, I shaved a mullet.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Great. That's the halvening mullet.
Very American, the halvening mullet.
I didn't quite get to half of my hair. But yeah, I'll finish it later after the halvening party, maybe.
Very cool.
All right. And we've got everything going on today on the halvening. Let's see. Well, we have a major announcement. I'm going to talk about it over and over again, but let's go ahead and get it out of the way right now while no one is here. Major announcement. We're launching a store. That's right. The World Crypto Network .store, or you can just find it on Teespring. It's going to be in the links down below soon enough. Teespring is linked up with YouTube. So just really briefly, let's talk about the products we made. There's a mug with the new logo and the old logo. There's the classic WCN t-shirt. And then there's something new that you've never seen before. And we're probably going to talk about this later on. So here's the mug. It's got the new logo and the old logo. I thought that'd be pretty fun.
Can't see it. Are you switching?
You can't see it, but I can see it. There's a lot of buttons here. Let's see. how should I give you this? Here's this. Well, but see, then you all disappear. So no, that's not going to work.
Wow, that's a crazy test. That is a mad.
Oh,
mad,
I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on. So let's stop that one. Yeah, I can't quite screen share. You guys need to open it up and watch on delay, I think is the best. So be sure
That's
to
what I'm
mute
doing
the
now.
thing.
Someone's-
But there's
There's
WCN, the
been suspicious
t-shirt.
activity on my account, so I'm just sorting that. Crazy people on the
And-
Halvening party as well, trying to distract me.
I know.
And here it is, the brand new Treasures Don't Float, the t-shirt, inspired by a speech I gave in Romania, where I was joking about the famous idea that many people have lost their keys in boating accidents.
Yeah,
We came
I
up
did.
with this idea, my friend Nind and I, and thanks to my friend Philippe for making it happen into a real t-shirt design. So there it is, Treasures Don't Float, our new t-shirt. We also have a brand new special 2020 Bitcoin halving design from Bitcoin Not Bombs and Davi Barker. I reached out to Davi and I said, hey, can we do a new Bitcoin Not Bombs shirt? He said, well, I only do unique designs. And I said, okay, well, you make us a unique design. And Davi came through. So you can check those out at World Crypto Network store or worldcryptonetwork.store. There's a link in the chat. It's just Teespring. It doesn't take Bitcoin. I know, blah, blah, blah. But it's print on demand. So
Jeremy Saga saying,
yeah,
"Why
come
aren't
on,
they
Jeremy,
priced in
come on.
sats? Come on."
So let's see. They've got 14 blocks left. The blocks are just crushing right here. We're going to have to find a new website, something with the blocks and who they're being mined by, so we can get you some more information. So hopefully you guys can work on that, either somebody in the chat or somebody in the other chat. We're also going to be inviting the entire audience on the show, as well as anyone you'd like us to invite from Twitter right now. So if you want to let us know in the chat, who would you like to see? Who would you like to hear from in this 2020 Bitcoin halvening party, the halvening party of the people? We don't have any fancy corporate sponsors. We don't have any expensive VR gear. We just have this YouTube and this Zoom thing that I'm paying for. Fortunately, we have this amazing Restream thing that Josh made us buy. So now we're on Periscope, Facebook, Periscope again, and YouTube. So we're on Twitter on @MadBitcoins. We're on Twitter @WorldCryptoNet. We're on Facebook. So give us a thumbs up and a share. We have about 50 people watching in the YouTube chat. So give us a thumbs up. Join the YouTube chat. Let us know what's going on. Josh, Dan, what do you guys want to do? What should we do next? We're already down to 14 blocks. It's getting a little exciting.
It's getting crazy. These guys have busted out their abacuses. They're going nuts. A whole lot of Chinese people are starting to through their abacuses, trying to find those hashes, trying to find those zeros leading the hash. It's an exciting time for the abacus. I think the abacus is going to make a comeback.
So, Josh, what's really happening right now? Why are these blocks moving faster?
No, well, block times are an amazing science, actually. I always was very, very astounded with Satoshi's ingenious way of calculating the ability to find the probability of finding a hash with a certain number of zeros. That's how you get difficulty in the Bitcoin space. So the next hash has to get the number of transactions, the last hash of the block, plus a nonce. A nonce basically calculates from 0, 1, 2, 3, and hashes every time, 3, 4, 5, until it finds a hash with a bunch of zeros on the end, on the start. And if it gets more difficult, they add an extra 0. And the fascinating thing here is that the more hashing power you get, the quicker that would happen, right? So it readjusts around about every 2 weeks to add an extra 0, take a 0 away. And it's amazing to me that you can calculate the probability of finding a hash through how many people are, exahashing away. And I always find that extremely, extremely interesting.
It does seem like they've fired up every single miner they could find. The entire Bitcoin network's going crazy. It's supposed to be every 10 minutes on average. It seems much faster than that. Of course, we're trying to set up the show. We're trying to invite people. I was trying to fix the t-shirt shop just before we got done. So There you go. We're going to turn it around here. We're up to 60 live viewers. Thanks for giving us a thumbs up and a share. We've got a lot planned for you. We want to invite the audience. We want to invite some people from the internet. We've got the chat going. Let me get the chat up on the big screen here. Got a lot of screens. A lot of things are going here. We're trying to get a better mining calculator or mining something like that so we can show you who is mining these blocks, why they're going down so much, and why it's happening so fast. Everyone is in a hurry to get to the halvening. Every miner out there wants their last taste of these delicious 12 and a half Bitcoin blocks. I almost said 25, but that was 4 years ago. 12 and a half Bitcoin blocks are suddenly becoming 6.25 Bitcoin blocks. Let me tell you from experience, this is the most boring thing imaginable. Absolutely nothing's going to happen for the halvening. Hopefully these guys here with the rocket ship will have better animation than they did last time. I think last time they crashed and we watched a number roll over. So get ready for that. We're going to do our best to distract you from that reality. This is like a Conan O'Brien type show here where it's just so much is going on and a lot of it is just watching numbers turn over. So,
Hey, look, this is what nerds and geeks and hackers and engineers and freedom lovers, they love to watch numbers ticking over. It's one of the most exciting things you can imagine for these type of folk.
I think I've got an alternative theory. Well, obviously the hash rate at the moment is like 2 or 3 exahash off of the all-time high. I actually think that all this talk of hash has made Cheech and Chong come out of hiding, and like they're the ones pumping the rate at the moment.
Yeah.
Or maybe it is all the people that have got their little USB ant miners. I've literally got an ant miner which I was going to plug in just in case, like the craziest chance I hit the first block. You know, that would be incredible on the little USB ant miner.
Yeah, well, I've had this idea for a while and I really want to throw it out there for someone to take with it and run with it because I think it's brilliant. Everyone should simply, someone should create these USB miners or buy a hell of a lot of the old school ant miners like you have, and basically sell them as lottery tickets, solo mining, because you still have, I think, better chance of finding a block with those than you do winning the lottery. And you could sell them for probably like $20, and you enter the lottery every 10 minutes. So it's fantastic. You'll probably, never find a block, but you could. So that's exciting. Run with it, folks. Run with it.
No, I think that's the most amazing thing is that as long any piece of hardware can actually do it, even if it's like one hash per second, 1 hash per minute. But if you've got that one specific hash worked out, before any other miner, then boom, that's it. So it's not the size. It's not the size of your hash. Yeah. It's something else.
It's what you do with it.
What you do with it. Yeah. It's how you hash it.
Yeah. It's how you smoke it.
All right, I think we're getting closer to a list of the blocks. It's from btc.com right now. We're trying to find out what the most recent block is and what's going on. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, it seems to be different on different websites. It's one of these crazy things where you have a worldwide network of truth, but websites can't seem to tap into that truth. It's hilarious.
Oh, we are just trying to find out what the most recent block is and who mined it. Right now, I think that it was relayed by Poolin, the new pool. Let's see, 511, 936. So the last block was at 936. That's about 12 minutes ago. So now we're really rolling. We're starting to get in it. So.
Yeah. Hey, this is a great stream. Thanks, Ash. Love your work.
All right.
Nice. Give us a thumbs up. There's 26 of them. 76 yeah, there we go. I just thumbed up myself. That sounds wrong.
Let's see.
So Tom, any doomsday prophecies? Have you seen any articles of FUD that are saying that there's going to be a problem with the halving? Because I've seen some relatively good reporting on it actually from the mainstream, but not
Like
too
that,
much
that
kind
it
of,
won't
apart from
work,
the mining spiral.
or that the miners won't make money.
Yeah,
Because I mean,
yeah,
there's
the mining
always this
spiral's
kind
been
of
proved wrong twice before.
yeah, definitely. But yeah, there's always this idea that if the price doesn't go up enough, that no one will mine Bitcoin because the reward is going down by half. As you can see right here, we do have the current blocks on the screen right now. You can see the reward is 12.5 Bitcoin plus this other number, which I assume to be the fees. That all the fees in the block add up to, it looks like 0.49, 0.7, 0.8, 0.7. There's a decent amount of Bitcoin in these fees, at least as a normal person, not probably as a Bitcoin miner with a massive, gigantic set of Bitcoin machines running all the time. But we are keeping a track on this. Go ahead, Dan.
But what's interesting is that, well, the more the halvenings go on, it looks like the more the ratio of fees to rewards goes up. So I don't know. I think it's a good sign that those fees are quite hefty, because it means the miners are getting an extra 8% subsidy effectively on the fees.
That is a good idea. Looking at it on the percent wise, that's definitely the way to go, I think.
Yeah, that's this is the constant fear that people have about the Lightning Network, is that Lightning will take away fees from the miners. But as I'm been using the Lightning Network for the last 2 years, it's really wonderful, because I am constantly opening and closing different channels to try. Obviously it's early days, so there's more opening and closing. But this is wonderful to be able to pre-confirm transactions and then be able to spend like crazy, and they're instantly there. They're already confirmed. And that little bit of fee still trickles down for the routing nodes that want to then close channels and pay them back to miners. So I think it'll still all work out.
Did we have a block, Dan?
I think we did 13. Yeah, 13. So Paul Dath has just mentioned we got block 13 to go. Ooh,
I don't have a noise. I mean, we have.
What was it? What about Bitcoinal? Doesn't that have an effect every time a block comes?
It shows a little graphic-y thing.
Oh, a graphic. We need a ding. Okay, I'll get a chime. So if someone just reminds me in the chat, and I'll make some sort of noise. Maybe I'll have to freestyle it. So
well, just use your computer. Says... the computer.
Oh, an applause. There we go. Yeah, applause.
Applause we got.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm rapidly copying and pasting invitations to people. So people all over the world right now are seeing a random Twitter DM from someone they haven't seen a DM from in a long time, and they're considering if they want to join our show. So we're going to keep an eye on that Zoom invite in the corner. We're going to try to do this in layers, but pretty soon we're going to just put the link out there, and everyone is welcome. This is the People's Party. So let us know in the chat what you'd like us to do, who you'd like us to invite, if the show's missing anything. Looks like right now we're mainly talking about Burning Man. That's what Bitcoin's always about, Burning Man.
Man, I remember the first Bitcoin tent, and I think you set it up, Thomas. Is that right? I can't remember.
We were
and then
there.
People wanted
it
to
was
make a Dogecoin or something because it was more fun.
We were definitely there for Camp Bitcoin. Later turned into Camp Dogecoin. They had a big red rocket, and it was the fun guys from the Distributed Dance Party, Tom and Gary.
Yeah.
And they're still going with the DDP. It's a great idea. They put these backpacks on with radio transmitters, and then they carry around a bunch of boom boxes, and they have an instant party in a public place. And they're all about not taking drugs and just having a good time. You don't have to drink. You just have the music and you dance, and they wear funny costumes like banana peels and stuff like that. But yeah, it was a great time at Camp Dogecoin. I think that was in 2016 or 2017 or something. It's been a while. But yeah, we had a great time out there, Burning Man. And it's also a neat story. Josh visited me at Burning Man, and Josh found me somehow. It's the craziest story. Burning Man's really big. I don't know if you
Yeah.
guys are capable. It's like a city. There's 30,000 people there. So if you're trying to find somebody, like I looked for Brock Pierce on 2 separate years, and I couldn't find him either time. I found his camp, and I found people who said they knew him, but he wasn't there. But
No.
Josh, you had a different experience. How about you tell the people that?
Man,
That'd be pretty
it
fun.
was so weird because I'd never met you in person. You know, we talked and chatted online, and thought, I've got to go meet Thomas. And then I walk out of my tent and I think, right, where do I'm going to go meet Thomas. Everyone said I'm crazy. I just walked off down some street, and suddenly there's this chocolate wheel. You know, those wheels that you go and you get a prize. And oh, this looks fun. Yeah, what do you want to do? And they spun the wheel, and I won some prize. And I went over and we started talking. And they said, oh, what do you do? And I said, oh, I do stuff with crypto, Bitcoin. Oh, our friend does something with Bitcoin. I was like, really? What's his name? Thomas, he's over here. And then Thomas starts walking over, and I'm like, hey. It was really like, what? When does that happen? Yeah.
It was pretty unbelievable to find somebody like that in such a big place. I had the same experience my first year. I kind of knew where my friend was, and I'd parked my car, and I'd started, looking in concentric circles, and I heard a laugh, and I was like, could that be? Is that my friend's laugh? Is this really, how it's going to go? And sure enough, it was my friend. I found her. My camp was right where I parked. I was right perfect. I mean, I didn't go out and find them right there. I did a lot of like casual walking around. But then I found them, and then it worked out, and it was awesome. So it was a great time. But
I was in Glasgow for I can't remember what year it was. I was walking along with my mate, and the crowd, crowds are heaving down the main paths, and my mate goes, "Hey, Dan, that's Bruce Springsteen." Bruce Springsteen, and he he was quite tall, so he stood out, and I went, "Hey everybody, it's Bruce Springsteen," and he looked at me with daggers, and like everyone went, "Give me an autograph," and I just sat there and watched the chaos and felt awful afterwards.
Yeah.
But
hey everybody! I think who was that? There was some celebrity, and someone did that in Australia to him, and he said, "You fucking cunt!" Like, just sorry guys, but just really yelled at this guy. So yeah, I mean, you want to be a little bit anon in some places.
Yeah, he should have had a better hat.
Yeah, shouldn't have worn that hat saying, "Hey, I'm Bruce."
So it's Burning Man. Do you think that's going to be? Is that already meant to have been cancelled, or do you think it'll be?
Yeah,
canceled?
it's already been canceled. They canceled Burning Man. They also canceled DEF CON. So yes, everything's falling. But let's just let's hope they'll be back next year, right? I mean, next year it's going to be good. So
Next year.
We're still sending out lots of announcements on Twitter. It doesn't look like any of them are working yet. So hopefully people are checking their Twitter DMs.
Could you put the link in the chat here in the Zoom chat, and I'll forward it out to a bunch of people.
The Zoom chat's not the best. The Telegram chat's better.
Oh right, okay.
But I can put
Telegram chat then.
I can put it in here for now, and then if anyone gets to the Zoom, it will be there. So checking out Bitcoin, we still have 13 blocks to go. Let's do a little check of the price. We haven't even really looked at the price yet today. The price of Bitcoin is up 1.44% in the last 24 hours, with a last of 8,595, a high of 9,142, and a low of 8,296. That's $1 for 11,633 Satoshis. Volume is pretty high, but not as high as yesterday, with 16,735 Bitcoins trading hands. The market continues to lean margin long, with 82% of the market going that way. The halving, as Bitcoinal has been correctly reporting, while every other website has been wrong, is scheduled for May the 11th at 12:06 p.m. right now, with 13 blocks remaining. Exciting stuff, guys.
Yeah.
See, there's no one in the invite.
We're trying to find a real-time hash rate as well, because it's
that would be good. We could use a hash rate chart.
Sure.
We do have from BTC.com. We have the pool, and we have presumably the latest block. The last few blocks were mined by Poolin, F2 Pool, BTC.top, and BTC.com.
Ooh, actually, so BitInfo chart is they're saying the exahash rate best, all time best is 133 exahash, and currently 125 now. So it's slightly different numbers to blockchain.com, but it's very close.
All right, do you have
Those
a link for
miners are
that?
pumping.
Send me a link here. Come on.
Oh yeah.
All right, so we're still looking at the blocks, keeping an eye on everything. This is the Bitcoin halvening party on the World Crypto Network. Thanks for giving us a thumbs up and a share. This really is the little party that could, or as I like to say, the little party that can. It's more positive that way. And yeah, we don't have any big sponsors. We don't have anyone to schedule or organize this. We didn't even really get invitations out to our own people. Josh, I know, Dan, you guys just rolled out of bed. I forced you to be on the air here. That's pretty much the way we do it around here. So that's why we need your help with the thumbs up and the shares. We've got 110 people watching us on YouTube right now. It doesn't show me information for Periscope, but hello to Twitter and hello to Facebook as well. If you want to give us a share and a like, we're out on the Facebooks. We're watching the Bitcoin halving, which is now down to 12 blocks. We have another block, ladies and gentlemen, another block. Let's get a cool sound for that. Let's keep an eye on those blocks. They are coming in fast, much faster than 10 minutes of block. At least that's my take. It seems like we've been on about half an hour. I think we've had at least 6 to 8 blocks. So it's really going.
Yeah, it's usually really slow when I'm waiting for something to confirm. Like I was really bad at paying the bills, and I'd leave it until like the last minute before I went overdrawn to then do like a sell Bitcoin to get some fiat, and it would always be like an hour in between. I'd be like, come on, like now an hour, really?
There was the DJ booth celebration on Bitcoinal. For the blocks, we're down to 12. Yeah. That's another block.
Really, just like that, bang bang.
Right after another. Let's look at the pool statistics here. Refreshing the page. Let's see, block times. It looks like we had a back-to-back block at 9:36. That was 9:36 and 39 seconds, followed by 9:36 and 47 seconds. Then we had a block at 9:50, followed by another block at 10 o'clock. So that would be a more 10-minute block. But we are seeing... we saw a 4-minute block. We saw a 7-minute block. We saw another 4-minute block. And then before that, we had looks like a 6-minute block, a 1-minute block. We've seen some very fast blocks today. And again, this is because all the miners are turning on their equipment, trying to get those last 12.5 Bitcoin rewards before it goes down to 6.25. Warning ahead. It seems like we're racing ahead, and this show is going to be over in no time. As we get closer to the last block or so, it doesn't make as much sense to run this much mining equipment. Essentially, the mining competition is all about these 12 blocks. So if you really look at it, I'd say there's about 10 before you start shutting things down, right? So the last couple blocks, well, last time, historically, the last couple blocks were slow, and that we got to the end, and we limped across the line. So we'll see how it goes.
This is what a lot of people said in the early days, the last halving even. And really, we've just seen more and more and more and more and more and more hash power smashing it. The thing is that what we're seeing now is a transition across to renewables, across to cheaper energy, across to power stations that have excess power. We saw that one in the upper New York, I think. They put 7,000 S17 miners in there because they've got a whole bunch of power that they basically waste at the end of the day, and because there's always a buffer of power in case there's spikes. So this buffer, why just throw the buffer away? Why not just keep mining Bitcoin and then shut Bitcoin miners down as you need less buffer or more buffer? So this will probably happen where people will sell maybe miners that aren't so good for them anymore, but power stations will just grab them. They'll say, well, we're going to throw the energy out anyway. We might as well chuck it through this ASIC.
It is
Yeah,
amazing that. Go ahead, Stan.
Oh, sorry. I was going to agreeing about the excess power. Once you've if you've got electricity's extremely cheap, or it's free because it's complete excess, or from whatever arrangement you've got. If you've already bought the hardware, then your running costs are a lot lower than someone who's actually paying for normal electricity. And also maybe we are seeing a bit more of a shift to Bitcoin miners who are thinking about the long-term effects of the halvening, and being the clever squirrels that stack their nuts for the winter. Maybe
stack them up. Yeah,
stacking sats for the winter. Exactly. Yeah. Stacking sats for the Bitcoin winter.
Yeah, and this is not, Bitcoin has multiple winters. There's the startup winter when it goes down, and the crypto scene, every startup that is based around Bitcoin suffers during these winters, and they really need to squirrel away satoshis, or sometimes cash, probably gold or cash or something stable, because your fiduciary duty is not to speculate, according to some philosophical CEOs, but it is to build a solid business that generates revenue. And it's a difficult one. I'm always battling with investors in Voltoro. Do we hold a little bit of Bitcoin? And they're like, oh, you got to, so it's always difficult. But squirreling away some money for those winters, for those crypto winters, is a really important thing to do. And now we have this new, actually, one thing that's very, very different about this halving, folks, is that for the first time, exchanges will be the ones selling more into the market than miners. Exchanges per day are about 1,200 Bitcoin, and that need to sell selling pressure to cover costs and servers and people. So so this is a very interesting dynamic now. Where does the selling pressure come from, and how does that affect the game theoretical security model?
Well, and Josh, where do the exchanges get those funds? Why do they have to sell?
They get it from fees, from also market making. If they're market making to add liquidity, they're trading back and forth. They're taking risk in market making, and fees. So they gather fees, and at the end of the day, I mean, I'm talking 1,200 Bitcoin across every single exchange, not one exchange. This is a solid full number of every exchange.
So the exchanges are taking in Bitcoin, then they cut off a little piece of that for the fees. Then, of course, they have to sell that into fiat so they can pay all their bills, which are in fiat. So, like you're saying, it is a pressure on the exchanges. Even if you were like Joe Bitcoin Exchange and you love Bitcoin, you need to sell to get that fiat to pay your employees or your janitors or anybody who won't take that straight Bitcoin. Early on, a lot of companies worked a lot harder to try to give their employees Bitcoin and do that kind of thing, but it's really complicated, and it's a lot easier usually to just say, okay, employees, here's a couple $1,000, go buy some Bitcoin on your own, right?
Yeah, well, back in the day, you didn't have this insane amount of regulation. You didn't have the tax man just looking down your cleavage, and so because it was very, very early days. This was just, there wasn't even money. It was some funny internet points, and people said, yeah, I'll do it for some internet points. And as it got more serious, of course, the taxman took it more seriously as well. And so then it starts to get difficult with paying people like that. I know that startups like blockchain.info in the early days only did paid Bitcoin to their employees. Satoshi Dias and a lot of Eric Voorhees's businesses were all Bitcoin and later on just crypto. So, I think this ethos needs to keep going, and I'm really hoping that the Lightning Network will take more and more of that piece of pie. That layer 2 solution is really good, guys. If you haven't played around with it, we just did 6-hour live streams yesterday at the Lightning Hack Sprints, and how fast this thing's moving now. And some of these strange UX problems, they're all getting solved. So check it out.
Yeah, I think I've been getting a bit more elbows greased in terms of Lightning, working with Ben on LM Bits, which is an incredible piece of software.
Yeah.
We actually hopefully will have it rolled out in our site reward portal next .com by the end of this week, in theory. But it's absolutely incredible. I absolutely love Lightning. Hence the noddle wrap as well.
Yeah, it's the noddle rap. We got to play that.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
gotta
we
get it
got
on
all
Maybe I'll
kinds
do
of
it
things.
live, but I'll have to double check the lyrics because it's been
Yeah.
a while. I'm rusty. I'm all like COVIDed up, so quarantine, can't form sentences properly, that
I
sort of
know.
thing.
Beard to 16-meter long beard
Beard and mullet
and mullet. You can't go wrong with that. That's just
for Joey Exotic. This one's for
Yeah.
you, brother.
We also
yeah.
want to welcome
Creep show.
Traven to the conversation. Traven, are you with us?
Hey, Traven.
Hi, yeah, thanks for inviting me. I was watching the show and then was waiting for my delivery to come, so I'm delaying dinner a bit, but I couldn't miss out on this, so I'm with you guys for a few minutes. Thanks for having me.
Awesome.
Oh,
Welcome
nice.
aboard. Tell the people a little bit about yourself. When did you find out about Bitcoin and what did you think about when you found it?
Sure. So, well, I was working in tech support back in 2011, and a coworker of mine said, "Okay, Traven, you're into business and tech. You should take a look at this thing called Bitcoin." And he says, it's about $3. You should maybe buy some. And I said, oh, what can I use it for? And he said, well, you can buy stuff on Silk Road. And then he
alpaca socks, man. Alpaca socks.
Yeah, that's what he should have told me because back then I was still trying to immigrate to the States. I'm not American and I wanted to move there. And I said, I can't do this. I'm here. I need a clean record. And so I didn't go for it. And
it is kind of too bad that our first example site was such an illegal website where even if you as a good law-abiding guy want to go on there, maybe buy a magazine or something, just get, something unrelated, some raw milk or something. But no, it was always the Silk Road.
Well, but in 2013, I was doing web marketing and I was very happy. I got it published on this website called Search Engine Journal. Was doing very well, and then I see Bitcoin hits $1,000, and I just go bananas, like, what the crap? That was $3. I had the opportunity to buy it for $3, and so I call him. He goes into voicemail, and I was like, Aaron, asking him what happened to it and stuff. But basically, it just started a rabbit hole into digging deeper into understanding what Bitcoin was, what it stood for. I mean, shortly after that, I moved to Fiji, which was in a dictatorship. And that's when I really saw the value of Bitcoin because there were so many businesses there that couldn't receive payments because PayPal and all of these other, money transfer organizations either just said no to transferring money to Fijian businesses, even if they were against the dictatorship. I mean, who would, most of these people are against the dictatorship and you're punishing them for living in a dictatorship, which they did not consent to. And so many small businesses went down. A lot of the small hotels and tour providers who were not affiliated with the large company that had an international, parent company, they could just route payments to. Like a lot of the large resorts just routed payments through Hawaii because you couldn't process payments in Fiji. But if they accepted Bitcoin, they could still continue with business because Bitcoin doesn't care. It's up to the person sending and the person receiving if that would be accepted. It's true peer-to-peer. And so that's why I'm around the space, and that's really what fuels me.
That's awesome, man.
It's like the equivalent of normal money is the way it's managed. Bitcoin's P2P, but normal money, it's like the equivalent of Demolition Man, where you're just about to speak about doing a money transaction, like out of nowhere, some government thing pops up and gives you a warning that you've got to, abide by these rules. And it's not good, the current system we have. I like P2P. I like being in control of my money, in control of my transactions, not kicked around by banks or rejected. Especially, as we're still seeing now in the UK with blockchain, Bitcoin businesses being rejected by banks. So, it's crazy. The sooner we can be our own banks and transact P2P amongst businesses, amongst customers and freely, then the better.
Absolutely. I look forward to the day when people price things in Bitcoin or any other crypto, honestly, just so that we can move away from this broken system and take things forward.
We have more blocks. We are down to 9 blocks. We just had a couple of blocks, so let's get the block update. Then we can welcome a new guest on the show. Looks like we had a 10, 12, and 14 seconds block, followed by a 10, 12, and 29 seconds block. That's a 15-second block. That's pretty fast. We are racing ahead towards the Bitcoin halvening with 9 blocks remaining. We'd like to welcome.
Nice.
We'd like to welcome Hannah. How's it going, Hannah? Welcome to the show. Unmute yourself. Say hello.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going good. We've got Hannah from the Bitcoin meetup in Chicago. And of course, we met in Prague where we talked about Star Trek Voyager, the most religious, or DS9,
Yes.
the most religious of all Star Trek shows.
Indeed it is, yes.
All right. So, Hannah, why don't you tell us how you found Bitcoin and what you thought of it, and maybe just mention the Chicago meetup too, so we can go to their website.
Okay, I will do that. Hopefully y'all can't hear the children running around upstairs. Yay, quarantine.
Home
We're
office.
all-
Home
Oh, no,
office.
yeah, home office. That's
all
right.
like it's all like the good
I got
earth,
a
right?
creep here, so.
Ah, there you go. Yeah. No, I found, how did I find Bitcoin? I found Bitcoin through an obsession with money and monetary theory back in 2011, and utterly dismissed Bitcoin because it was magic internet money and nonsense. But it was magic internet money and nonsense that wouldn't go away. So eventually I sat down and read about it and fell in love with it. And that was 2012. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of various things in crypto ever since, and got involved with the Bob meetup in Chicago, the Bitcoin Open Blockchain meetup, back in January. It started January 2016. Yeah, so that is still going. We just had our virtual halving party last week on Wednesday, which was it left me kind of sad that we weren't at a bar, but it was still fun. Yeah.
Yes, it's very sad. I think often of the San Francisco Bitcoin meetup. In another universe, I imagine I probably would have just taken the $100 flight home and celebrated outside in the backyard of the bar where we had all the meetups and where we had the last one and all these other things. But it's funny, normally when I don't go, the party happens anyway. But this time, no, there was no party without me. There was no party at all. So.
Yeah. It's a bummer, but hey, here we all are. So
it is, and it's fun that we have all these tools and we can get together virtually like this. We're keeping an eye on the Bitcoin blocks. Currently, there are just 9 blocks remaining before the third Bitcoin halvening. It was scheduled for around noon, but it's creeping closer and closer. Remember, 6 blocks is normally about an hour, but this is not a normal day. Looks like we have another guest. We're going to keep streamlining in the guests, and then eventually we're going to open this up to all guests. So anyone in the audience can join us, tell us a little bit about how they found Bitcoin, tell us how they feel about the halving, or just give a shout out to Bitcoin. Say, hey, you're doing a great job, Bitcoin. I like to see you cutting in half like this every 4 years. It's exciting.
Chopping it. Oh, we got Max Hillebrand in the house.
All right, Max Hillebrand, how's it going? Can we hear you?
Max.
He's far off in the distance.
Far in the distance.
And
he's approaching. Max is approaching.
His bandwidth has been halved. I've got to quickly jump. I'll be back.
All right. Thanks so much, Josh, for joining us. Come on back later.
Yo, ciao.
I need to go as well. I've been making my wife wait for 20 minutes for dinner.
Oh, well, thanks so much, Traven, for joining us. Happy halvening.
Happy halvening. Yeah, I'll try to be back later, so I'll see you guys soon.
All right, I'll catch you soon.
Take care, Traven.
All right.
Yeah, so my story is similar. I think, well, what you know about mine, Tom, it was, again, friend, Silk Road, XS, told me about Bitcoin. Heard that I had this fascination of just buying graphics cards and running 3D Mark and then not playing any games because I was too busy. And because I love graphics cards and then found you can print money, I pointed my twin, I can't remember, GTX 680s or something at Bitcoin. It really didn't, it cause any dent at all in terms of hash power. So I went from like a little amp minus stick and then block eruptor cubes and more advanced from then on. Until stopping Bitcoin mining in 2014. But yeah, my second Bitcoin was from Verwox. So the whole Linden dollars, euros to Linden dollars, or well, GBP to euros, euros to Linden dollars to Bitcoin.
Well,
And then I could get my
tell people
Bitcoin off
what
of
the
Verwox.
Linden dollars were first.
Oh, they were Second Life, Second Life money, wasn't it?
And I think this is
Yep.
especially funny now because I remember trying Second Life years ago, and I remember even giving a Bitcoin speech in Second Life. If you go to like Mad Bitcoins in Second Life, it's out there somewhere. And it seems a lot like VR to me. You had avatars, you walked around, they had speeches, they had little rooms. I know everyone's really excited about VR these days, but to me, it just seems like a rewind of Second Life.
Yeah, I think it is. And I'll tell you the story of how I got my first Bitcoin. Is I did some customer service work for a friend that has a VPN service. And I got paid in Liberty Reserve. Does anyone remember that one?
Yeah,
That's classic. That's another one
Yes.
that made me doubt Bitcoin when it came out. I was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, e-money,
Yeah,
e-gold,
that
Liberty Reserve.
experiment went well.
I've seen
But,
this thing before. Yeah. You know what this is?
Yeah. And then I found some very dodgy website somewhere that converted Liberty Reserve into Bitcoin for me, and it actually worked. They sent me my Bitcoin.
That's the best. I can't believe Dan's where he actually converts into Linden dollars. It's such a internet-y story because yeah, people barely even know that they had their own currency. It's just another thing where I think it was mostly locked to their website. Did you have to log into Second Life or use an avatar or anything, Dan?
No, it was literally just on Verwox, the exchange. But the problem is it made it even harder explaining it to someone, because when they're like, yeah, so you're telling me you had to use Minnie Mouse dollars to buy your Mickey Mouse dollars. Like, well, yeah. So
Too good. Nice. Well,
look
let's
who's
see.
laughing now. Not me, because I sold mine. They probably bought it at the right time and then still holding it.
Oh, I know. We all could have gotten in earlier and all those things, and there was always online money. It just depended if you had access. Like you're saying, Dan, a lot of people needed to use the Silk Road. That was their only option. A lot of other people never needed to use the Silk Road, so never needed to even bother with that. Oh, we've got a new guest. Hello to Mark. How's it going, Mark? Welcome to the show.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. Good to see you. Exciting night. Yeah, thanks for having me here and for a great stream, guys.
Thanks so much, Mark. And maybe just tell us where you're from and how you got into Bitcoin. We'll just give you the floor here, just a little story.
Nice. So I'm from Israel, and I got into Bitcoin in 2013. Read an article, didn't understand it, started Googling, kind of went down the rabbit hole. And Josh Skagala, actually, just went off your stream, was one of the first people I met in Bitcoin, and he helped teach me back in 2013. I'm friends with a few of you guys, so always good to see you. And Hannah, nice to meet you. And yeah, basically since then, I've been writing and talking at events and just kind of generally obsessed with the technology,
It's amazing, isn't it? Like all these different people, different kind of backgrounds and different things, they all come to Bitcoin and then they get excited and just on their own without really being rewarded. Like you probably weren't paid to write your first article. You probably weren't paid to make your first website about Bitcoin. Everyone just does it on their own because they're excited about Bitcoin.
100%. I think for me, one of the most amazing things about Bitcoin is it really is a microcosm for so many things. Like you come trying to learn about one thing and you end up like learning about life or the world, and I'm not saying anything as esoteric as DeSantis and Bitcoin money time and kind of, metaphysical, but it really, it's cliched, but Bitcoin's made me a better person, it's really made me think,
It does slowly change your habits. I remember at first we talk about how saving is more rewarded for Bitcoin, but whereas in the past you might not get more money from your savings account or your investments might go down. But Bitcoin's been very rewarding to save that way. And then saving expands to a general frugality where you're like, I don't want to spend money on that because then I'd have less Bitcoin and I don't have that. And then it's kind of like slides down from there. But it really does affect your values, I think.
Yeah, Bitcoin made me realize the value behind the real value behind the numbers, especially when you find out about, you know, fractional reserve lending and, you know, the inflated dollar, but just the value behind anything, and realizing, you know, I now equate stuff to like hours that I could be working doing stuff, and then I weigh up the stress that would be involved with doing X or Y, and you know the whole bit comes into that every sort of value add is taken into account rather than just money that's being spent now, because small things extra can go a long way. And if your time and, you know, is worth a lot to you and stress, then, you know, think about money not just from a dollar, but from what else you could gain from it tweaking things.
100%. Like it's the ultimate high time, you know, high versus low time preference, but not just with money, you know, like you start to understand that things are worth things inherently. One of the most interesting discussions over the years has been, you know, what is the inherent value of a Bitcoin, right? Like, is it a function of energy put in? Is it a function of, you know, like a price on the open market? Or does it have an inherent value underneath everything, you know? And I think it really forces you to take a step back and ask tough questions, you know? What is it that helps us assign value to things? Difference between price and value and utility. You know, there's all these crazy economic terms I would never have heard about if I hadn't been involved in Bitcoin, you know? Plus, if I can just say, like, one of the best parts about Bitcoin for me has been meeting people. Like, I've never worked in a community where people are so, you know, generous with their time, where people actually care about something real. You know, the people in Bitcoin are generally nice people, and that's not true of every industry.
No, and I like to say, like my favorite room to be in is a Bitcoin meetup. I remember one of the first Bitcoin meetup I went to was just like this, 5 people in some back room in someone's office, and you know, 2 of those people were totally crazy, and the other 3 are still some of my best friends. Yeah, you just you meet some of the craziest but coolest people ever. Yeah.
I wonder what they said. Someone else in the room said, you know, 3 other people were crazy and 2 are still my best friends, right? But yeah, nice. No, 100%.
We'd like to
when I was
welcome,
in software testing.
sorry,
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, you go to a conference and you sort of chat to people, and everyone's a bit sheepish, you know, afterwards maybe go out for a few drinks. But the passion that's at a Bitcoin conference is just incredible. It's just, you know, it's just this unstoppable energy, really. And it's, yeah, amazing. So go to a Bitcoin conference when we're not all covered in COVID and stuff.
It's almost been like when you go to a Bitcoin conference, so you're just surrounded by the naughty buggers, and like, it's not good for you, is it? Like, when you go to a normal tech conference, you got other people kind of holding you back, and you got to be sensible, and, you know, everyone expects you to put, you know, a sensible hat on. And then when you go to a Bitcoin conference, we will just go nuts. So I don't know how healthy it is, but yeah, I think we're all just very excited to kind of be around other people who are interested in the same weird niche thing we're interested in.
100%. And the freedom to be you. You know, that's one of the things, that there isn't a lot of like conformity expected to be part of a community. You know, bring it as you are, and as crazy as you are or not, like, you know, we're cool with that. You know.
Yeah, crazy the better sometimes, you know, but in particular when it comes to Bitcoin, I think, you know, I'm all for keeping Bitcoin weird.
Okay.
We'd also like to welcome Ben to the stream. Ben, why don't you say hello? Tell the people where you're from, maybe how you found Bitcoin.
Hello. How did I find Bitcoin? Well, I think it's because it was the banks just pissed me off enough that I just turned to Bitcoin. To be honest, it was an opt out, and I think more and more people are going to experience a similar thing. Sadly, just because of the economic stuff which is around the corner. Because I think, yeah, I mean, the reason I got into Bitcoin was sort of ultimately because of 2008 and because of the banks, you know, just getting on my wrong side, and then eventually just me questioning the whole system and opting for something else. Had 2008 not happened, then I don't know, I probably wouldn't have cared so much. So I think it's probably going to be similar with, yeah. So I mean, people are going to feel similar when they have their lose their value in the things which they hold value in. They'll want some way of holding value which is decentralized and isn't, you know, can't be corrupted, and a free and open source alternative to the proprietary options which are currently out there. So I think that's I don't know. I think if that had happened in 2008, then people would have, if that existed in 2008, then people would have been very keen on experimenting with it. However, this time around it will exist. So, not that I'm wishing a financial crisis. I just think it's imminent that one will happen. So, but I mean, this is why we're here celebrating now, isn't it? Because we've got something very stable happening in very unstable times. So it's
Yeah, there was a bit of a disastrous moment, wasn't there, when the COVID thing kicked off and Bitcoin sunk, and everyone was panicking as to whether we would have food anymore and whether the entire infrastructure would crumble and people wouldn't, the power stations would shut down and they wouldn't be able to use their Bitcoin. But I think there's even more updates daily coming. I think there was another Bitcoin blockchain Blockstream satellite. A bit of news where they give you a kit now where you can set up your own satellite, so you can
cool.
literally be doing your Bitcoin transactions whilst, I don't know, even mobile, maybe on the top of your Bitcoin van. That's inconspicuous.
Well, mesh. I mean, that's
mesh.
That's all that. And when the two are really, really, working well together, then we don't have the kind of internet needs, that we do. And I don't want to speculate too much, but mesh is huge, and you start adding that to self-sustaining power and like kind of clean energy and off the grid stuff, and before we go all the way down to Citadel world, like there really is this move from a network perspective, from this heavy entombed but censorship resistant entity that relies on world infrastructure to something that can be independent and maintain the same level of security without its dependency on old world infrastructure. And that's kind of just wow,
me and Christian Rutzel, we did like one night, we did a thought experiment. We had a few beers and we kind of imagined a worst case scenario. And it was regarding my little microcontroller things I tinker about with, because they're in loads of IoT hardware devices, like, IoT light bulbs and Bluetooth speakers, whatever. So you could, worst comes to worst, and you can build all sorts of things out of them. So worst comes to worst, you could take one of those, crack it open, you could turn it into like a hardware wallet. And we were speculating whether it'd be possible to have a mesh which includes like a whole bunch of Lightning nodes. So have a Lightning network in, say, a small town, but that's not connected to the greater Lightning network or the Bitcoin network. It's kind of a separate Lightning network. But then you can settle a transaction, and then what we're trying to figure out a way of like taking like an on-chain transaction if they're really expensive, and then taking it to like a location where you could then broadcast it like through a satellite or something, or something which would be a little bit more censorship resistant if the internet were to go down, internet infrastructure. So this was kind of like a post-apocalyptic world where Bitcoin would still kind of work, and we did actually sort of figure out a way that we could get it to work, and that I think a Lightning network, I think you can like split the network and then get it to rejoin, and it's possible to have it be fairly seamless. So that was pretty interesting. It's similar because mesh networks work in a similar way. Like the mesh networking I did with the little ESP32 microcontrollers, they self-heal, so you can split the mesh network into two, and it becomes two separate mesh networks. And then when they get close enough together again, they kind of go into one big blob, which is one of the kind of organic features of mesh networks, which can be really interesting. Its ability to heal itself and reroute data, and that's why it's hard to censor once it's done properly. So we were trying to think along those lines, like a post-apocalyptic Bitcoin world. And it's still possible. It's still possible to use the technology. It isn't internet dependent. I mean, obviously the internet's the best way of doing it now, but we can still have Bitcoin without the internet. It would be possible.
Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, obviously,
carrier pigeon.
The same does apply for of course Lightning Network, but also for the base layer, right? The Bitcoin proof of work was made so that if you are offline or if you are separated from the network, as soon as you get back to the main network and you download the blocks, you verify them, and you end up at the same consensus, right? So the Bitcoin network itself is resilient like that.
Yay! We're joined by Max Hillebrand. Hello, Max. Welcome to the show.
Max.
Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
Hey, Max.
Go ahead, Ben.
Hey, I finally have a microphone back.
All
Hey.
right.
Nice to hear you, Max.
You just need internet now, and you'll be laughing.
Oh yeah, and my internet connection is shitty as hell. That is the worst part. So fortunately here with Zoom it actually works quite well. So let's see how long I can stay on before I have to refresh the browser.
Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating, isn't it? That Zoom works well.
22 minutes since the last block. What's going on? Is this where the mining spiral happens?
We'll be here for a few days waiting.
It's possible they've already turned off their machines. If I was them, there's only a certain amount of time where you can run extra machinery before you need to take a break, right? I mean, how much more can you really win here?
Oh, hey, look!
Nice.
Oh,
this is rare.
All right,
this is very rare.
We're also joined by Nindy.
rare
Let's go
wonderful
ahead.
experience.
Nindy, you want your video to be on? Because your video's on.
He's cool. He's all
I
masked up.
think that's exactly poker garb there, you know.
Say hi, Nindy. Just tell us where you're from and what you're up to. Say hi to Bitcoin. Oh, no audio. No audio for the Nindy.
Oh,
Got to work on that.
It's funny, isn't it? The
connecting.
boss of Bitcoin can't even get his audio working on Zoom.
Ben was saying how good Zoom worked, and then Zoom promptly goes down on us. Let's try again. Nindy, are you with us?
I think he wants a couple of minutes to.
All right.
2 minutes.
So
Trying
let's
to connect
see.
his potato.
Max, do you want to introduce yourself? Just say hi to the people. Obviously, we know who you are, but just say hi, Max.
Yeah, let me see. Is that microphone work? Okay, it is. Perfect.
Guys,
Yes,
can you hear me?
very well, man. Very nice audio.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, there you are.
There
Okay,
is
go
Nindy.
ahead. Nindy, say hello, and then Max can say hello. Oh, I think Nindy might be on a delay. Maybe you're listening to the other audio.
Yeah.
Figured it out.
Hey guys, how are you? Yeah, I'm from somewhere in Europe, and I'd like to say hello to hello to all my friends and family who are on this live video.
Hey, Bitcoin. Yay.
I like the silly disguise accent you're using.
I think it's very impressive. I think she's doing a great job.
Yeah, no, I'll give you points for pulling it off, you know. I'll give you points.
All right, and Max Hillebrand, just introduce yourself, say hello, maybe tell people about what you're up to in Bitcoin right now. I think you're doing some exciting new stuff.
Yes. So I've been always interested in Bitcoin for a while now. It's my second halvening as far as I know, and been continuing to learn and to share my knowledge. I did a bunch of stuff in the WCN. Hope to continue that again. And right now focusing a lot on both written documentation. I think that has some nice features too, contrarily to videos. Like you can edit stuff after the fact, and you can have peer review before you publish it. That's actually quite nice. So a lot of that at like BISC and BTC Pay and Wasabi and Cold Card, a bit documentation too. And then research. That's really exciting right now. New CoinJoin privacy magic that we want to do at Wasabi. So a bit of that, but yeah, just living Bitcoin.
All right, very cool. Thanks so much, Max. I'm glad you can join us today. It's good to see you again. What else should we talk about here? You guys are going pretty good.
Can we go back to the base layer discussion? And we just started that, and that's actually a really, really interesting discussion. And it's one that was kind of popular 2-3 years ago. And then we kind of got sidetracked with the whole layer 2 thing, and people forgot what layers can actually mean, I think. And we thought, you know, we thought of layer 2 only as Lightning. And this idea of, you know, synchronizing back to lower and lower layers until we get back to base layer is actually something really, really cool. Because a lot of the stuff we're talking about is, you know, you can have a base layer and you can recon back to that base layer, you know, transactions that occur, you know, on second layer, or, you know, Ben, in your crazy post-apocalyptic village, you know, or wherever else. But it doesn't only have to be one layer. That's the beauty of the network, is you can have a layer that its Merkle is contained there in base. It has another layer with its own Merkle that synchronizes back to base layer. that layer can then provide a block or a header or whatever is part of a block to a even higher layer, which can then synchronize back. And what happens is you end up with this decreasing cost, increasing speciality of use case, but while still maintaining the base layer security and censorship resistance, that it allows for a faster and faster transaction move. It allows for deeper and deeper use case specialization and kind of niche marketing of different products. And I think that, coupled with some of the crazy, coin use cases we've seen, are what's ultimately going to lead to this kind of, pillar in the sand that is internet security, with all these other things branching off it, used for their own industries, but ultimately reconning back to the base layer for their primary security, something like that.
That's a really cool way of putting it, actually, that you can extrapolate out use case and make it easier and easier to use. But then the point is that you're leveraging constantly that security which you've got on the very base layer, that you're then returning to perform a transaction every now and then. And it really can be every now when it works as we want it to work. It really could be every now and then. It could be transactions, could be very rare things, with lots of information packed into them. Just as a way of sort of pegging that one thing happened at a certain point in time, and then having a whole bunch of other that could represent multiple transactions, thousands of transactions on a second layer like Lightning, or it could be a whole bunch of smart contracting, which has been what's it called, hashed down into the one transaction. So it's a nice way of putting it.
And it's not just that we can have a lot of economic, let's say, transfer or economic value in one output itself, but we can batch different sub transactions in one giant transaction.
Exactly.
So instead of having
and different types of data transaction. Sorry, Max. Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. So instead of having like one input, two outputs or something like that, we have 500 inputs and 500 outputs. And this is a huge Lightning Network channel factory or RGB asset issuance or whatever crazy magic comes up.
And the beauty as well, which we sometimes forget, is that data within a block or transaction or whatever other kind of crazy thing we're coming up with names doesn't have to only be financial. All data is essentially, just basic binary storage. So the point is, whether it's, digital asset ownership, whether it's images, like whatever it is, each of these different things can package its own type of data. So it's not always numbers and just financial transactions. And that, I think, is one of the areas people get stuck. This network.
Do you think this? I mean, obviously, we've had experimentation with things like Ethereum and things, but do you think post this halvening is when we're going to actually see, real kind of smart contract digital asset use cases which aren't just gimmicky and stupid?
Well, I mean, post, sure, as opposed to before. I mean, but is it imminent? No, I don't believe so. Maybe some people playing with it. I mean, a lot of the coin join stuff is super cool, but it's still experimental from a use perspective. Lightning as well, go back a year, it's pretty clunky to use even today. So I think
I would think that coin join actually is one of the few things which has actual utility use for people using Bitcoin for censorship resistance, for example, for censorship resistance on dark markets, which is really like the main use outside of speculation and for Bitcoin, and for opting out and all that other stuff. But actually using it as a money is dark market type behavior or censorship resistant money. So it's actually one of the less experimental features of Bitcoin, I would think.
Yeah, I would actually agree. And CoinJoin is quite an old technology, actually. I mean, it started first blog post in 2010 about it, and Gregory Maxwell's introduction in 2013 with Dark Wallet and Join Market coming up rather soon. And now with Wasabi and Samurai, it's quite a good ecosystem, I would say. But specifically to bring it back to smart contracts and issuing assets, Ben mentioned it briefly, RGB. This is actually like really cutting edge technology that is very well working right now already. You can already use this technology to issue assets on the base layer with like the client side validated single use seal magic to do this very efficiently. and the Lightning functionality of this to open a Lightning Network channel that can issue and transfer assets. This tech is almost ready for at least like a proof of concept implementation. So I would say that within a couple of months, years, this is really getting into production ready stage. So we will for sure see this within the next halvening period.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the question is will it be gimmicky, fucking cat swapping pictures of cats, or will it be the company issuing its shares, for example?
I think most of the stuff by definition is gimmicky because its limitation is its usability. Like even if as a wider like currency or whatever it is that we're defining Bitcoin as, it's more adopted in the next year, 2, 3, is this kind of technology is not going to be super publicly accessible. Like CoinJoin and this Max, I mean, you've helped me with a lot of stuff in the past and I've learned a lot from you, but a lot of the stuff is still way beyond my pay grade. It's difficult for me to use, so
I suppose we're still in like that period where it's like cars or photography or any technology. It is that sort of hobbyist. You need quite a lot of technical experience to be able to do it, but it is working towards it more being a sort of generally used tool.
I think so. I think you have a person, and we have examples in the space already, who will take the technology, put onto it some sort of front end or some sort of gateway or interface that lets the average person use it as an app on their phone without understanding what's powering it behind, And I think those front ends are generally developed when there's enough economic incentive in the marketplace to make it happen. And I think that there's a real argument that is going to happen from this halving till the next, So
Yeah,
it becomes about app development rather than, the average person being able to use technology. I mean, think about Bitcoin Core. The wallet is crazy for a person to use today. Someone coming to Bitcoin isn't going to download the Core wallet and start using it. But
how long does it even take to sync the blockchain? Like weeks and weeks and weeks? Like
I tried a while ago. I mean, I think it's
horrible.
I think it's a long time.
I can't. I've tried to do it here, and I've got pretty bad internet, and it kills the internet. So my family will hate me for days. Well, they can't watch Netflix because I'm downloading the fucking.
Well, and it's
so,
funny.
I'm sure the nod all downloaded within like 24 hours.
When
both
you guys,
the original and the Samurai edition.
When you mentioned the Blockstream satellite, one of the features on the new version, and I don't know how they do this, is that you can download the entire blockchain over a satellite. I imagine it takes weeks and weeks and weeks, but somehow it works, right?
Yeah, it takes about a month, and you have to, of course, start at the right time. Right, so on some day it starts sending out the blocks, like the Genesis blocks, and then it continues for a month sending the later days. So you need to be there that one day to get it started. But still, it's incredible.
I wish it were easier. I mean, this is something which I've experienced because with bad internet, something I've experienced. I just wish it would be easier for me to just trust someone else's block data for the Lightning Network. Say if I'm set up a node, I trust Max's block data, so I just connect to his Bitcoin blockchain for transactions, settling stuff, and for queries. And then in the background, when no one's using the internet, then it would just slowly download the blockchain for me until I can use it myself. I wish there was more of that done for people with crappy internet.
Isn't that already in the Raspberry Blitz that you can download from a trusted source? The block data.
You can, yeah, but I mean that's you can't have it. What I want in the Blitz, for example, is I want to fire up a Blitz, be able to use it more or less instantly, using someone else's block data or Block Explorer, whatever, and then while I'm using it, then in the background it downloads the whole blockchain, and then once it's downloaded, it then just cuts me off from that trusted source, who could be like someone I know, and then you can just use I think this is actually being worked into Core. I can't remember the name of it. There's some new feature which could make this possible in the Blitz.
This is actually somewhat is already how Wasabi is working. So you start out as a light client, downloading the BIP157 block filters, where you trust the CK Snacks coordinating server for the valid block data. Right. So this is the trusted point here. But it's downloaded within minutes and synced within seconds.
Nice.
And then you can start Bitcoin D. The binaries are included in Wasabi to then do initial block download. And as soon as that's finished, now that's still the work in progress, but we want to have full verification too, right? So that then the local Bitcoin core that you have does all the verification, and you can use it from there. But in the meantime, it will be a light client where you trust someone else.
Max, I've got a technical idea
So-
that needs to be shot down before it goes any further.
So
If,
can I?
oh.
Can I? So would I be able? So if I got Wasabi, then would I be able to like use the Bitcoin wallet? I think I'm breaking up. Would I be able to use the? Would I be able to use Bitcoin? Would I be able to use it without? Well, and then it just downloads the blockchain in the background.
Yep, you just click one button in the settings and it does initial block download. It's super easy in the GUI.
You should build like a Wasabi Blitz. That'd be ace. Like a Wasabi with an
Yep.
LND node on top.
Guys,
So-
I'm
so-
gonna jump off for a bit. I need to take care of some bedtime routines and such.
Oh, nice.
It's been awesome, and I think I'll see you after the next 210,000 milestone. But I'll try and join you guys a bit later again.
That sounds
Cool. Take
good.
care,
Thanks so
dude.
much for
really cool
joining
to
us,
speak to you.
Mark.
Thanks for having me. Cheers, guys.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right, and
Yeah, so I was
we're
wondering,
keeping
could
an
you- could
eye
we-
on
could
the
we-
Bitcoin halving. We're still 9 blocks away. It's been quite a while. If we look at the last block, it was at 10:12 a.m. It's now 10:50 a.m. So after having a 5-second block, we're now waiting a full 40 minutes plus for the next block. Go ahead, Dan.
Sorry. So I was thinking, couldn't we to like as a scaling option, like archive the blockchain and have like the hash stored somewhere with like I don't know all the balances, and then start afresh, like so that people could validate
Isn't that what
that
Ethereum do?
history.
Isn't that the what are they called?
Oh,
There's a
no.
name-
Oh no. Oh,
Ethereum
no.
do that. So you'd have to download the whole thing because you can't download the whole bloody thing. What's it called? It's got a name. Yeah, some crappy thing.
Is it pruning?
No, it's not pruning. It's like it's like snapshots or something.
It's called sharding. Is it
Yeah.
sharding?
You like download a bunch of snapshots. And
No,
then
that's
the
after too
past
many beers on a Saturday night. I know.
past weeks worth of Ethereum blocks, which still takes about a month. So yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
at the
Dan,
moment, so the
there are
full ledger's-
currently already. So there's one thing already implemented and one thing in the works. The one thing that's already implemented is called assume valid, which means when you do initial block download, you still download all the data, but up until a certain point in time, I think it's like a year ago or something, you do not verify signatures of the public
Yeah.
keys that spend the coins. And
Yeah.
this is like for years in Bitcoin already. And now what James O'Byrne is working on is called Assume UTXO, which means that you no longer go through from Genesis to, let's say, the last year and check what the UTXO set is. So check which of the coins are still unspent. But you take a snapshot of the UTXO set and you assume that this is correct because it has the year of proof of work on it and it's been reviewed by developers and so on. And then you do UTXO set verification from that point forward. So you don't verify the signatures of the past and you don't check the transaction history itself in the past. And that is a big verification speed improvement. Now you still have to download everything. And eventually you should still verify all the stuff in like from the past. That can be done later in the background. But these are two things that are currently being done to somewhat reduce the cost of doing initial block verification.
That's it. It's assume UTXO. That's the thing which Christian was talking about, because I was talking to him about getting the Blitz to do that sort of background blockchain download while you can then use the Blitz, and it's assume UTXO is what we need in Bitcoin. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's a great technology.
But when will it happen?
Soon.
2 weeks.
I take it when Schnorr signatures are implemented, it won't. There's no kind of obviously the blocks are completely static, so there's no kind of retrospective work.
Boring.
It will only it will only improve things moving forward.
We're getting a report from the chat. This is probably a minute ahead of us. New block incoming. Go ahead, keep going, guys.
Oh right, sorry. I don't know where I was with that.
Whoa, all
Can we
those
go back to sharding?
balloons. This is the first time we've had the Bitcoin Halvening website up. They've got all these balloons, looks like fireworks. It's official now, 8 blocks. We are 8 blocks away.
Woo.
Let's get some information about
I've
that.
got a question
new
for
block.
Ben.
Yeah.
Ben, are you in a research lab?
I'm in my secret Scottish bunker.
What's that? It looks like something exploded on the left there.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
you know, when I'm like playing around with my little silly electronics, sometimes I like to pretend, you know, that kidnapped electronics guy in a film who's like being kidnapped and he's being forced to make bombs and things. I like to pretend I'm that guy sometimes. You know, if it's late at night and I've just got these wires and stuff and solder spitting in my eye.
Like tinkering temple.
Which, I mean,
wow.
nowadays, I was going to say, I mean, nowadays, like, you know, some of the hardware I work with, like, could so easily be used to make that kind of stuff. You know, like years ago, you'd have to go and kidnap your Russian electronics professor, you know, to be able to make you your perfect little detonators. But nowadays, I mean, we're probably going to get, I shouldn't talk about this too much because we'll probably get the YouTube feed cut or something. But yeah, the electronics, I mean, it kind of scares me because I'm like, man, this is easy. Like, you could easily make some pretty sophisticated detonators here, which nobody could bypass. But not that's what
ideas.
I'm doing.
Jeez.
Huh?
Don't give anyone ideas.
But it's again, it actually fills me full of hope because it's like, I'm glad there's not more black hats out there, more baddies out there, because the technology is there. You know, you can print your own guns, you can make your own detonators for bombs and whatever else. But the world is still relatively stable and people don't.
What's the latest gadget you've made, Ben?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I've just been software crap. I don't like software either. I want to do more of the hardware stuff. It's much more rewarding. But the thing I have been working on is I got this little pussy, and he was cheap. He's like a tenner on Amazon. But what's cool though is he's got a little microcontroller in here, which I've been trying to hack. And the little microcontroller is going to speak to my Blitz. So this little thing, it's like a light, like a children's light. So you can have a white light, and if you tap it, it can go blue, red, green, whatever. So he's going to talk to my Blitz, and then if there's something wrong with my Blitz, he's going to go red. If I get a transaction, he's going to do a little disco multicolor thing, and then when it's just running well, it's just going to be green, and it's like a tenner, and it's a no, so it's like a no checker, disguised as a little children's lamp, and that's pretty cool. But I mean, I just haven't got around to doing it. I have also been working on like trying to make ventilators and stuff because I got all freaked out. But so I've been a bit distracted with that. But I like that. I like the no checker thing. I need to make that.
All right,
we were talking earlier about the front end and the nice
Dan.
advanced GUI.
We want to give Jesse a chance to say hello. Sorry, Dan. Jesse, do you just want to say hello? Maybe tell people where you're from, how you got into Bitcoin. Oh, I thought it might be you.
Hey
How's
guys.
it going, Jesse?
Yeah, where am I from? San Francisco.
Woo.
Although I'm trying to get out of there. What about Bitcoin? What am I doing?
I don't know. It's just, well, how are you feeling, man? I know you got the cut on your neck there, man. I hope you're feeling well. Jesus,
it's getting better.
man.
It's getting better now, just recovering from the surgery. But a million times better than I was a couple weeks ago. So, yeah, things are great.
It's excellent.
Life's good.
Anything you want to say to Bitcoin on the honor of the halving? This is probably your second or third halvening, so you're getting kind of used to this now.
My third halving. Yeah, good job, Bitcoin. Keep it going. I know you got a few more in you. Great work.
Very cool. All right. Thanks so much, Jesse, for joining us. I know you had to get going, but we want to get you a chance to say hello there. So
Thanks.
And you're welcome to come back later or join the conversation. We're just going to keep it going here. And of course,
I'll check back later.
Check out Jesse's work at kraken.com. It's an exchange. You can buy Bitcoin and everything. They've got a virtual reality party going on right now. Check that out on the Twitters and everywhere else where virtual reality is served.
If you want to sponsor LM Blitz, by the way, Jesse, Kraken, you can sponsor. I don't know. We've got some sponsorship spaces for LM Bits. Sort of shell that one of those.
Awesome. Let me connect you with our head of PR.
Yeah, all right, cool.
And LN Bits is a very cool project. You can create wallets and all kinds of things, point of sale for Lightning. You can do it right there on your phone in the browser.
I released it down the World Crypto Network. When it got 2 downvotes, I was like, you mean bastards? But I think it's because it's useless, because it's for like, if you've got an event, like if I've got a tutorial and I want to like sell tickets for the tutorial, I can sell them over Lightning Network, and then they get a little QR code, and then they bring that, and I use the same extension to like scan their ticket when they get to the thing. And it's really good. Like it's very functional and smooth experience, but completely and utterly pointless. And I think it just upset people because like it reminded them of when they're able to go to tutorials and meetups and conferences.
So I was actually going to shill
more
LM
reports
Bits
from Bitcoin
as well.
Sorry, Dan. We're at 7 blocks.
7.
We've had another block. We're going to go ahead and refresh, see what's going on with these blocks. We had a 10:53 a.m. block followed by a 10:56 a.m. block. So they really are starting to click in there. That was a 3-minute block after we had the 40-minute or so block. But back to you there, Dan. Just want to keep an update on the blocks.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, so I was going to shill LM Bits. So we were talking earlier about some of the technicalities of Bitcoin have prevented it from being kind of rolled out en masse and proliferating so easily. But when people like Ben are building stuff like LN Bits, which just makes the whole process just obscenely easy. I mean, I was literally thinking of moving to this is bad. Moving to more of an Ethereum thing for a push and pull sort of method, but all of this is solved by LM Bits, and it's extremely easy to set up. And so yeah, we'll be going live hopefully within a week with
Cool.
LM Bits integration.
Nice. And if you need any help, I can help you with that. But it's the whole point of the project was like so much design work is being replicated, and if you got a decent free and open source way of doing that, then that can just be built into your stack, and you just have to design the top bit, the functionality, the fringe functionality which you need for your particular application. But like managing user wallets, making LN URLs for withdrawals for faucets and all that stuff. You can have that just as a piece of software which you can just include in your software stack. So no, it's super cool, and like it's very exciting. Like you building it into your system, and other people wanting to build it into their systems as well. I had some guy speaking to me the other day who's making some sort of Discord, like an LNTX bot thing for Discord, but he's using LN Bits for that. I didn't quite understand exactly what he's doing with it, but it sounded cool. Like hopefully it works. And then a couple of games developers as well who are using it for like managing user accounts for wallets and things. So it's good. It's really good. I do miss the hardware though. I want to get making hardware again.
We are tracking an update in the Bitcoin price. The Bitcoin price does seem to be declining. It is currently $8,452. Also, shout out to Martin in the chat. Thanks so much for the $10 super chat donation. That really helps out the show. Sorry, Ben. Back to you.
I was having a stupid shill, to be honest. Let me. I was going to check the Bitcoin clock. Oh, look at that. We've gone since I joined. Like half an hour ago, we've moved 1 minute on the Bitcoin clock towards the halvening. So it has slowed quite significantly, hasn't it?
If we're going to shill things, we also want to go ahead and show you our Bitcoin donation drive, where you can donate Bitcoins as we attempt to raise $1 million to help run and improve the World Crypto Network. If we had $1 million right now, I would try to make one of those database things that tracks all of our old shows. We would try to get interns and volunteers to fill up that database with all the tags and other information that will help you find old shows in the World Crypto Network. We'd like to flesh out the archive as well as, pay some rent and stuff like that and just keep bringing you Bitcoin shows. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Thanks so much for giving us a thumbs up and a share. We now have 190 people watching us on YouTube. That's pretty good. Probably the highest total we've had on YouTube in the last few years. So be sure to subscribe down below. Hit the bell for notifications. We've been doing shows like this about Bitcoin since 2014. We had our last halving party when there was a halvening in 2016. So we've been here a long time, and we're happy to bring you Bitcoin shows like this. We're just 7 blocks away.
7 blocks away.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Dan's.
man, we're getting old. This is yet another happening. It's really getting there, right? The blocks just keep ticking. They don't go backwards.
Was anyone here for the first one?
Oh, we had Josh. Josh was here earlier. He was here he was at the previous halvening. He was actually at room gosh, I'm going to say it wrong. Is it 66? I don't know.
77,
77. I was so close. Room 77 in Berlin. I was thinking 72 or 66, but no, he was there.
Oh, they're there now.
Well, I'm sure they're there now, and we should try to hook in with them. That'd be fun. But Josh was there 8 years ago now, I want to say, on average. I'm not sure, 2012. And yeah, Josh had a great time at the Bitcoin Halvening. Was able to buy his hamburgers and fries with Bitcoin back in those days. They still had a kitchen. But yeah, Room 77 in Berlin, a great classic place of Bitcoin history. A lot of original Bitcoin things were programmed there. I think they started the Lightning Network there. A lot of other great things in Bitcoin history.
Local Bitcoins were started in Room 77.
Local Bitcoins too, yeah.
Local Bitcoins was, yeah, in the Bitcoin meetup. The local Bitcoins guy used to come from, he's not from Germany, but he's close to Germany. I can't remember whereabouts. And he told them about this idea he had, which was basically local Bitcoins. You know, when local Bitcoins was good. And then Ethereum as well. Vitalik started it. Came up with the Ethereum idea for Ethereum, sat on one of their sofas. And there was some better ones as well. There's some, but no, it's a real mecca for anyone interested in Bitcoin in Europe in particular. You know, go over to Room 77. I mean, it might not be there forever because, you know, the poor guy who owns it, like the whole area is kind of gentrified over the years, and there's just this like scummy, you know, fucking cypherpunk bar full of Bitcoiners, and that's like it's a real scar on the gentrified landscape. So he gets a lot of crap from like the locals. So it might not be there forever. I hope it is. I hope it becomes a museum one day. And you know, and we'll have more stories like, you know, this is where Max Hillerbrand came up with the ultimate coin join on this sofa right here.
You know, Ben, actually, I remembered we did the very first transaction with the M5 stack sats at Room 77. Do you remember
Room 77? Brilliant, that made my year. See, you know, it was very sad at the same time because I was all on my own and it's quite late. I think it's like a Thursday because it was one of their Bitcoin meetup days. And then I got there was these videos on Twitter of you lot just having a while of a time, all drunk and happy in Room 77.
After Blockchain Hotel a few years ago, I think it's 2020, yeah, it must have been 2018. We got the train back from Essen to Berlin with Jörg Platzer and Room 77. And I'd heard that he heard about my rap, and he was like, he suggested on the, he's like, wait, maybe come down Room 77. And I kind of thought nothing of it. And, you know, it's the holy place. It's literally Room 77 is the holy place. But yeah, when we got there, he got me a mic and set me up with some kit and did a live set. And it was absolutely epic. Yeah. Really felt good to have performed in such a significant Bitcoin place.
That's so cool.
And Jörg is a legend. He's so cool.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he was a cypherpunk pre-cypherpunk, pre-Bitcoin. Sorry. So he was in this before there was like a monetary reason to be in it. So
just for the tech.
Yeah, absolutely. So you got to take notice the privacy and all that stuff. So I think he was the first person to write a book on Bitcoin. It's in German and it's out of print now. But he wrote the first Bitcoin book. I think he's badass.
He also wrote like a book on PGP back in like the 90s. So that's very early cypherpunk.
Wow.
I think when he first started as well, as in accepting Bitcoin, he was charging, I think it was 2.5 Bitcoin for a burger and a beer.
Oh my goodness.
It was a magical time. What a sweet deal.
That's exactly it, man. Everyone is yelling, oh, why did that guy buy pizza with Bitcoin? Like 10,000 Bitcoin for pizza. That's ridiculous. No, you have to look at it the way. Who was the genius merchant who produced that pizza and gave it away for 10,000 Bitcoin? That's fucking ridiculous. That's a genius.
Well, it was Domino's, wasn't it? I think.
It was a Papa John's.
I mean, the story's pretty goofy. Like he gave someone some Bitcoin over the internet, and then they phoned up Domino's and ordered him a pizza. So it's like, is it really buying something for Bitcoin? I don't know.
It was definitely a middleman, but then again, I think the most important part of that thing is that all the people who spent the Bitcoin before made this possible. So I hear a lot of talk of the, they should have kept the money and no one should ever spend it. But if no one ever spent it, you wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't be here. And if no one ever traded it, if no one ever sold it for far less than it was worth, or bought it for far more than it was worth at the time, it never would have happened. So it's very easy to look back and say 10,000 Bitcoin for 2 pizzas. It's a terrible deal, but actually it's the deal that made this all possible.
I believe he did it 4 times as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And a lot of people don't talk about that yeah, he went back and did it again. And again, what a hero. No one was buying or selling anything in Bitcoin. You talk about, my friends back in the day, we always used to hassle the waitress or the waiter or the people at the business. Hey, do you take Bitcoin? Hey, have you even heard of Bitcoin? And all that kind of thing. This guy was out there putting his money where his mouth was back when it was 10,000 for 2 pizzas.
Goddamn.
It's awesome.
Back before it was cool.
Talk of getting people to accept it. Nindy will know we had a powwow, a great organised powwow dinner in London, and there was Craig Wright was opposite Nind, and Tony Bays was also opposite me, or the other way around. Either way, and it was at that very event where, after a few glasses of vino flowing, that CSW accidentally said, I can never remember the exact words, Nindy can, but something like, we were talking about Satoshi, and he went, "Oh, he's probably dead anyway." So there you have it, folks.
I went to a BSV meetup, and his patent lawyer for the UK, his head patent lawyer, was there, and she did a talk on patenting the blockchain, which is the biggest load of bollocks. But anyway, she did this talk on patenting the blockchain, and at the end, I went up to her. I was very polite. I don't think you should just scream scammer at these people. You should talk to them, hear them out, whatever. So I was very polite, and then she said, well, the thing is, I can't remember why we got onto it, but she said, the thing is, no one knows who Satoshi is, do they? Could be anyone, or he, she, could be anybody. And I was like, dude, you're Craig Wright's like main lawyer for the whole of Europe for all of his patents, and you also think he's just talking bollocks. So that was also quite revealing. Yeah, is that guy still around? I don't even know.
Craig Wright, he's still around.
Yeah.
He's actually in trouble now. They're worried that he's plagiarized his college paper and that his thesis, and he might not be Dr. Craig Wright very much longer. But we'll have to see how that goes. Looks like we're joined by a very special guest. Is it? I can barely tell through the mask. Is it Ugly Old Goat?
It is Ugly Old Goat.
Hey.
All right, let's hodl, 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 save, builder, sound money.
Right, Ugly Old Goat,
Thomas,
welcome to the show.
Everything coming through okay?
Yeah, sounds good. I can't believe that mask. It looks like it's gotten even more detailed than last we met.
Yes, the goat lady. I have some more hair, and it just, we're just becoming more and more goat-like every day. So,
well, is there anything you'd like to say to Bitcoin on the wonderful occasion of the halvening, or just something like that? A little message to Bitcoin.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not a back end guy, so I'm a trader, but ask, and I don't mean to go sexual with this, but I'm not a back end guy. I don't really know how Bitcoin works, but I know there's only 21 million of them. Okay. And I know there's all these guys that are a lot smarter than me. They've done this, store and value thing. And that's great. But what disturbs me, do you identify yourself as a Bitcoin maximalist, Thomas?
Not really. I mean, Vitalik came up with the term, and I learned from the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists that you never let your opponents make up what you call yourselves. It's a bad idea.
Exactly. And that's why I refuse. I'm a Bitcoin standard bearer. And I don't accept this idea that Bitcoin has an inflation rate, because that's another one of these terms that was invented by the shitcoiners that are all promoting themselves as better than Bitcoin. So I try and keep it simple, and there's 21 million Bitcoin out there. It doesn't inflate. It's just they're not releasing them as fast as they used to, and there's only going to be 21 million. And I don't know. A lot of those have already been lost. How many Bitcoin have you lost, Thomas? I know I've lost a lot.
Well, it's funny.
Probably
We were actually
lost more than I own.
well, I've definitely sold more than I'd like for sure, but I've actually lost Bitcoin. It was interesting. We showed a little bit of our costume contest that we did in 2014 at Comic-Con in San Jose. And what I did is we went around, we gave sealed paper wallets to all the contestants. Then we had them hold up a QR code with their public key. And only 4 of the 15 claimed their prizes. So 11 of these prizes are still out there. And at the time, you know, there was the audience supported, so you could also donate to vote for who you liked. And the top winner, the alien costume, got around $67 in Bitcoin back in 2014. That 67 is now worth $1,500, and it's sealed in an envelope, says "do not destroy" on it. I tried to give him, when I gave him the information, I said, "This is like money. I'm putting money in an envelope and I am giving it to you." And I'd be very interested, maybe someday an investigative journalist will do a paper or a report or something about whatever happened to the costume contest Bitcoin, because all the addresses and everything is right out there on the website. You can click right through it. But yeah, that's about the only
all the
Bitcoin I've
stuff
lost.
you've done, Thomas. You're an amazing fellow.
Oh, we tried our best.
Yeah.
There were some
You're the
amazing.
first place one of the first places I learned about Bitcoin, and I think you've started more people than anyone else in this industry. So, at any rate, you're always a hero to me.
Yeah, Thomas, you're glorious, Thomas. Keep it up, man. It's been such a pleasure to listen to you for all these years, and then also to produce my own content and then be able to engage with you. Honestly, the work you do is absolutely phenomenal.
Well, that's what this channel is about. It's about other people and Bitcoin. I talk about Bitcoin a lot. I did a lot of Mad Bitcoins episodes, over 600 daily episodes. So I've done that. And we just opened this channel to try to get other people to come on and talk about Bitcoin. And we've always tried to share the channel and the audience with good people that come along. We've been very fortunate to have a lot of people volunteer to make shows and then go on to make other shows and to make programs and make companies and all kinds of things. So it's great. It's great to be in Bitcoin.
Is Mad Bitcoin going to visit your show today?
I think we might have a visit of Mad Bitcoins. Maybe at the halvening time, or when we get a little closer to the halvening, maybe we'll see if we can find Mad Bitcoins.
Oh, okay. Because Ugly Old Goat kind of really. I mean, you're tops, Thomas, but but I kind of relate to Mad Bitcoins a lot more than I do you. I hope you don't get offended by that.
Well, he's very authentic.
We had a meetup in Cardiff, and on it I advertised that Mad Bitcoins was going to be there. And then Thomas turned up, and there was a guy there, and he was like, "It's not my Bitcoins. It's just." He was really quite disappointed, wasn't he? Do you remember, Thomas?
I do remember. He was disappointed. He didn't believe that I was really Mad Bitcoins, and he didn't want to meet me. He wanted to meet Mad Bitcoins. And here's a little bit. Since we have Ugly Old Goat here. Here's a music video that we shot on the Bitcoin cruise. Ugly Old Goat had a Bitcoin cruise. And you can see right here in this video, both Mad Bitcoins and Ugly Old Goat just hamming it up on a cruise, singing the On the Boat song.
That was no rehearsal or anything. That's why I say we just kind of we connected right away. It's the best way I could put it.
We had a great time on that cruise, and we were introducing the speakers, and I made a little speech about World Crypto Network. You can check that out. That's out there if you search for it. And it was great to be on the Bitcoin cruise and to get to hang with Ugly Old Goat.
Hopefully we can do that again. I mean, it might be where these cruise. You know what? We might be able to buy a cruise ship.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking it might be cheaper to just buy a boat. Yeah.
Bitcoin will go up, cruise ships will go down in price, and they'll meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, I think you can buy these cruise ships for a pretty good rate right now.
New block.
And the fuel too, you get a good deal on the fuel. Fuel's really cheap right now. As Dan said, we've got a new block. We are now 6 blocks away from the halvening. Let's check the pool, see who got it. Let's see how long it took. It was gotten by Ant Pool. Antpool picked up this block at 11:16 a.m. That's about 20 minutes after the previous block. So remember, it's only an average. Everyone likes to say every 10 minutes there's a new block, but that means every 10 minutes on average. So sometimes it's 20 minutes, sometimes it's 5 minutes.
That cruise ship might be an idea to form. We could like build a Bitcoin nation. And I wonder if you can build a ship that's sovereign and that other nations would recognize.
But I mean, it's a big honeypot though, isn't it? Like buy some Bitcoin, then blow that ship up. Make Bitcoin go up in price.
There's also a literary example in the book Snow Crash. One of the very rich characters in the book had bought an aircraft carrier. He called it the Raft, and he allowed anyone to lash on a boat to the raft, to the aircraft carrier. And then they would just kind of float back and forth with the currents to wherever they needed to go. And anyone could join the raft. So it was really neat. Everyone should read Snow Crash. It's a great book.
You're so well read, Thomas.
I wish I read more. I feel bad I don't read more.
I was listening to your Moby Dick reading the other day, and it just you enjoy the arts, and that's good.
It's a good book. It's hard to read. It's kind of more like a history of whaling, and then every once in a while he stops telling you the history of whaling, and you get a really cool story about trying to hunt Moby Dick. So
it is almost like a poorly written modern book where they've just kind of pulled out Wikipedia quotes, like pages from Wikipedia, because it just goes into great detail on the boat, on all the different names of all the different bits of the boat, and whaling, and but obviously he didn't, because it was written at a time when Wikipedia didn't exist. But it was it's one of my few books I've read, and it's great. Moby Dick's great, well worth a read.
It's like we're down to 6 blocks now, keeping those blocks going. Let's see.
Tom, you've got a lot of books behind you. Which is your favorite?
Favorite? I don't know. You'd have to decide if it was fiction or.
Okay. If you had to run with one book, which one would you grab?
Oh, I don't know. Infinite Jest is pretty good. Looks like
have you guys read Knut Savan's book on mathematics? And he's just got a new one out too, reimagining Bitcoin or something like that. But he's written two really great books, particularly for new Bitcoiners. It's kind of almost start them there and then move on to safety and the Bitcoin standard, because he explains it in I thought that when he said Bitcoin through mathematics, it was going to be something I couldn't comprehend and looking at the back end in calculus, but it's not that at all. And it just basically, he says, he just about as far as it goes is anything with 16 zeros in front of it is hard to compute.
Definitely is. And we definitely need more introductory books to Bitcoin. And I think Bitcoin in math would be a scary title, but that's great that it turned out differently. We're also joined by.
If you haven't gotten that one yet, I really recommend it. If anybody that's listening, I've promoted both of them, and I think he's an up and coming writer because he just has a way of making hard subjects easier to understand.
Very cool. People have to check that out.
Dominic Frisby's The Future of Money is a great book as well.
Okay.
We're also joined by Adam Back. Adam, do you want to just say hello, say hi, say something nice about Bitcoin? Say hello.
Hi. I guess you guys are hanging out for the halving. It's going a bit faster than expected, huh?
Yeah, we're down to 6 blocks. We had
turn on the Blockstream mining pool again, Adam?
Sorry, say that again?
Did you turn on the Blockstream mining pool on Superpower again? Is there another?
Oh, no.
Hello, Adam Back.
See.
Hello.
So what are you looking forward to, Adam, for because obviously these halvenings are kind of like a point in history where you have the pre-halvening and then post-halvening. So post-halvening now, going into the next 4 years, what are you looking forward to seeing happen in the Bitcoin infrastructure?
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next, I don't know, rest of the year, I guess, in terms of the halving being priced in. People are have different views about whether it can be priced in, whether it is priced in. It's not long now, but I think because it's emergent, we won't know until afterwards. So it'd be interesting to see the economic effects of it, of course. And a short-term thing, maybe over the next 2 to 3 weeks, is what happens with the hash rate and a difficulty adjustment. So I'm supposing that the hash rate will fall a bit unless the price does something dramatic. Just looking at the numbers.
It also seemed like we saw an inflation in the hash rate. We've had some very fast blocks. This show is accelerating like crazy. I imagine everyone turned on all their old mining machines to try to get the last of these 12.5 reward blocks. And once it's gone, I imagine the same guys are running through their offices, turning off those old mining machines.
Yeah, I guess unlike usually, usually once a difficulty adjustment's happened, you're, if the hash rate changes, it doesn't make a difference. The blocks come faster. But as the halving is partway through this difficulty adjustment, of course, the profitability is going to change drastically in an hour or so now. So that might cause some sudden change in hash rate. All right.
Yeah, actually, Adam, a question here. When is the difficulty adjustment? How many blocks after the halvening?
I think it's about halfway through. I'm not sure offhand. You presumably just figure it out, divide 630,000 by 2016, see the remainder.
Looking at the last halvening, there was a bit of a spike around up to 1.8 exahash, which is like, whoa, a lot less than now. It's a bit of a spike up just before or around the halvening, but there wasn't really a dump in the hash rate. It seemed to kind of continue oscillating along the same trend line.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. So I checked. So the remainder, 630,000 mod 2016 is 1008. So it's exactly halfway through the difficulty adjustment period. So, of course, the blocks may slow down if the hash rate falls due to profitability change there. So it may take more than a week to get to the adjustment. But at this point, the difficulty adjustment sort of prediction sites, which is looking at the rate of the block production, are predicting a 5% increase, but I'm presuming that won't actually be the case. It will, because the second half of the period will be a lot lower hash rate. But I think you got a preview of it because 22nd of March difficulty adjustment, difficulty fell to 95 exahash, and the average price in the 2 weeks before that was about 6,200. So that during that period there was a brief point below 4,000, but it really didn't last very long. So that was enough to cause the price to fall. But of course, as we saw, it immediately grew again to 120 exahash or something. So this halving the amount of bitcoins, even at 8,500 or 10,000, I think it's probably enough to cause the difficulty to fall.
Unless someone whips out a new miner, like or, just in time for the halvening.
Time to plug in all your USBs, yeah.
There's a bunch of new equipment that's more efficient, but it's hard to tell what percentage of the hash rate is running which type of equipment. And some of the new stuff is under 50 joules. And some of the older stuff that's still running now is 100 joules. So there's a big difference there. So I guess in a way we might be about to find out, because if everybody with 100 joule equipment ends up switching off, or at least people without fixed price power or profit share or extremely low power costs, may end up having to switch that off.
Adam, if you could speculate for the next halvening period, do you think we will see a good open source hardware Bitcoin miner?
Ooh. I don't know. I think it's difficult to get open chips because some parts of the ASIC design are covered by patents. Not so much, there's the ASIC boost patent that got released under open license, but within the silicon level, the foundries have a lot of patents on different aspects of circuits. So I guess there are probably open VHDL, which is a kind of high-level programming language for the circuit logic. But below that, there's a lot of analog design stuff, and I think it's harder to get that open. But a circuit board, you could have an open circuit board that takes a given ASIC.
Just a quick
Ding, ding, ding,
update.
block.
We've found another block. There are 5 blocks remaining. Keeping an eye on the pool. Let's see who found this one. Refreshing. It was found by F2 Pool at 11:28 a.m. That's about 12 minutes after the previous block. So we're running at a 12-minute block. Go ahead, Max. What do you think? Open source? Yeah.
Surely the like the fabrication process would be the hardest part about doing something open source. You'd have to have a lot of kind of money behind you to reserve TSMC or whoever's creating the chips, because there's a lot of competition as there is already. So it's like it's something that would be very difficult for to compete with the big players. I think, in fact, if I read rightly, Intel have just booked out TSMC's fabbing process for 5 nanometer for the whole of 21, in a stump to trying to stump AMD. So, open source competition with some of the biggest miners currently will be pretty hardcore.
Well, competition is good. More miners. That'd be nice. I mean, it's definitely there are more competitors now than there were a couple of years ago when Bitmain was in the kind of peak of the political battles. When there's a number of new manufacturers like MicroBT, who have some pretty efficient equipment now.
So when is Blockstream going to be releasing the mining Dyson sphere?
Well, the launch costs are the problem for now, right?
Maybe you can team up with Elon Musk for a space elevator or something.
Yeah.
I like
Speaking about the space, what about that second version of the Blockstream satellite protocol? That's huge.
Yeah, so that's been we've been optimizing that in the background for quite a while to get the to be able to send enough data to do a full sync, basically. So as it says, it's 25 times, I think maybe slightly more, like 27, 28 times as much data you can send through it as the previous one, but the actual increase in frequency is 300 up to 1.2. So 300 kilohertz up to 1.2 megahertz. So it's only 4 times more bandwidth, but the rest comes from different levels of optimization. So one is switching to DVB S2 standard, which is kind of digital streaming standard that's part of the MPEG satellite streaming protocols. That gives quite a bit of extra reliability, a bit more throughput. We reduce the error correction overhead and also some lossless compression So Peter Wool and Arvid Norberg made kind of transaction compressor that I think gets about average 15% size reduction in Bitcoin transactions. So it's not, it's not looking at a lot of context. It's looking at an individual Bitcoin transaction, and it can compress that by 15%. So if you add up all the different factors, you get over 25 times smaller. And another difference is this new setup can receive data from 2 different satellites, and we're sending different data streams on different satellites. So there are 3 different areas which have coverage from 2 different satellites. And so they are broadcasting sort of 50% out of sync. So one of them is starting at the beginning for the full history, and the other one's starting at the midpoint. And so if you have a double dish set up, then you'll get into 2 parts. When it comes, when it's got all of them, then it will process them. And you can jump in anywhere because it's broadcasting in the loop. So whenever you start, when you process blocks, you have to do it from the beginning. So if you're probably not going to be at the beginning, so you just store them on disk until you get wraparound, and then it will start syncing. And if you have 2 dishes, it will do it twice. So if you get the 2 dishes in there, it's like 50 times as much throughput, which is fun. It's a lot. That's a big difference.
Have you done any experimentation? With the little lock-on dishes you can get on top of camper vans for getting Sky TV? Is there any of those which you've done? Have you done any experimentation with those, like locking onto the Blockstream satellite?
We haven't, but you should be able to. And actually, we have a steerable dish at the uplink. So where the intelligence on the satellite is on the ground. So there's a ground station. Well, there's 2 ground stations. One of the ground stations has a 9-meter, 27-foot dish, but it also has a steerable dish to point at the other satellites. So if the internet connection goes down at the west uplink, it can point the steerable dish, which is a smaller dish, at the east, one of the east satellites, and take the data from there. So basically, if the internet connection went down on the west satellite, on the west uplink, the data would go up from the east to the satellite, down to the west, and then up again to Europe and Asia. So get kind of, the latency would go up because it'd be going down and up again. But yeah, you get steerable dishes will do it, and that's just a fixed steerable dish. But the RV and like recreational vehicle, camping steerable dishes, and the marine steerable dishes, you can get equipment to do that.
They're pretty high spec as well, like the receiver rate. Like they're good dishes. They're not cheap. I can because I've been seriously thinking about getting one and trying to get it to home in and find the blockchain, but I wasn't sure whether it was even possible. So I didn't even want to try and experiment and buy one without there's some glimmer of a hope that it may work. But now you've given me that glimmer of a hope. I'll happily go and buy a steerable automatic dish and then drive down the motorway, locking onto the Blockstream satellite.
Well, so one thing to bear in mind is there's 2 data streams. There's so it's broadcasting 2 different channels, kind of, but it's within the same DVB-S2 stream. They're just time division multiplexed. But anyway, the receiving equipment understands this and can receive both of them or one of them. And the high bandwidth one is for block history, and the low bandwidth one is for the current stuff, which is the last 24 hours in a loop and the current transactions as well. So that you need a 60-centimeter dish to get the high bandwidth one, where the low bandwidth one, you could use a 45-centimeter dish. So on the steerable dishes, it depends how big they are, or if they're somehow uprated, even though they're smaller than 60.
Yeah, they are. There's some weird design things going on to kind of make them, cover.
Right. And the other thing
Adam,
is the flat
oh,
panels. So we're selling flat panel dishes, which I think are a little bit easier to point. So they can adjust a little bit in, because it's kind of antenna array. So it can correct a little bit of inaccurate pointing within reason. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I just wanted to compliment you on a tweet that you recently did that I retweeted, and maybe you could outline that to the viewers here, because it really helped me understand the advantages of liquidity and Lightning Network and Bitcoin. And I forgot just how you laid that out, but it was just very well laid out, very simple to understand, and it was a great teaching mechanism. Would you mind sharing that with the audience?
Oh, I think you're talking about the one which was sort of comparing the trade-offs between Bitcoin main chain and the different layers, Lightning versus Liquid. And
yeah, Liquid and Lightning.
Right, exactly. So I was just, people were saying, oh, this one's trusted, this one's trustless. And I was like, yeah, it's not so simple. So I think I would, even though it's true, I mean, clearly the main chain is going to be the best for censorship resistance and cold storage, and anything you do on a layer 2 that would make that better, Bitcoin would have already done that, right? So the main chain is where it's at for censorship resistance and cold storage. But as we know, Lightning is faster and cheaper and more scalable, but it does make trade-offs, right? It has a hot wallet, it has a reactive security model, so you have to watch or have a watchtower watching, and if you get denial of service or you don't keep up with that, you could lose money. So the combination of the reactive security model and the hot wallet means that I would not want to put a lot of money in Lightning. Maybe as much as you put on a smartphone wallet or in a cash in your paper wallet, that there's a risk that you break the phone or drop the wallet on the street or something. So actually, but then there's the other question, which is, what's the risk that there's a kind of policy issue? So so with Liquid, I would say that's higher security because there's a federation of HSMs. The Bitcoins can't get sent out of it except to cold wallets. So you're relying on exchanges to kind of manually, to give you their hot wallet coins and then replenish it from the cold wallet. So I would say that Liquid is higher security than Lightning, but Lightning has got lower trust requirements because the federation, if something went wrong in a big way, could suspend operations, and then that might result in your funds being jammed up, or if there was something very bad that happened in the trading circles, maybe a trade could at the worst get undone or something. I don't know. It's hard to imagine the scenario that would cause this, but clearly there's some element of trust because unlike with mining, where there's an anonymous set of miners, with Liquid it's a set of exchanges. So I think it seemed to surprise people that one could claim Liquid was higher security, but less kind of peer-to-peer trustless, but still somewhat peer-to-peer trustless. And also that Liquid was more private than Lightning on the main chain because of the confidential transactions. So they had a better way of summarizing it in the tweet.
Maybe we can screen share that tweet because, I mean, you just explained a very difficult concept, but your tweet made it so simple. And I could, what I'm saying? If I listen to your conversation, it's hard to follow, but I understand it because of the beauty of how you tweeted it and kept it simple. I can't screen share, but maybe Thomas.
Somebody's put something in.
It taught me so much. It was just a great tweet.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think what I did is I sorted them by which is most trustless, which is most secure, and which is most private. And it maybe wasn't what people were expecting. So for security, I would say Bitcoin comes first, then Liquid, then Lightning. And for trustlessness, I'd say that's Bitcoin main chain, then Lightning, then Liquid. And for privacy, it's probably Liquid, then Lightning, then Bitcoin. So they're all in a different sequence, right? So
Do you think so? Like
yeah.
a way of people being able to get the value from each of those different networks easier, like interoperability and things like channel factories, and you know, to easily loop in and out of main chain, on chain, and Lightning, or have sort of Lightning on top of Liquid. I suppose you would still then have the issue with the
Well,
federation.
there is Lightning on top of Liquid. I don't know if you knew that, but
Yeah, I did. It's super cool,
yeah.
and like I want to see more experimentation with it.
Yeah, I mean, so that's, well, I mean, that's an interesting fact as well, because, you know, maybe Lightning on top of Liquid has some advantages in privacy and channel opening and closing speed, and the fact that you have to trust it a little bit more than the main chain. My argument was as well that maybe people don't care as much about trustlessness if it's spending money, because it's not like, you know, it's their savings or their, you know, and so if there is scalability or cost or privacy advantages, maybe they would use it. And
what you don't want
yeah.
is for people to obviously have to spend a lot of money to be able to go off chain, which would be a feasible would be a scenario which would happen now if suddenly the fees on Bitcoin on chain would go up and everyone had to start using Lightning a lot more. So it's that, like, being able to shift between the different networks, which seems to me like the play, and the thing we should be working towards.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
gonna
hoping
see
there
if I
will
can pull it
be.
up.
I'm
'Cause
hoping there would be more more layer twos in time. I mean, there's also the
that's true,
state chains, and I think there's probably space for even more layer twos.
Adam, why not? Or what do you think value shuffle plus on the Liquid network?
Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, somebody's got to do it, right? But I think one of the very nice things about confidential transactions is that coin joins become perfect. Like, it's very easy to coin join. You don't have to match amounts. Every coin join is ambiguous as to, you know, regardless of the amounts. And in Liquid, you actually have different types as well. So you can't always tell whether an asset is a Bitcoin or a Tether or something else.
All right, see if I'm smart. I pulled it up. I just don't know if I know how to screen share.
Oh, we've got it now. Is it
really a good? Just here, I think I got it now. Let's see if this is it.
Thomas has it.
Oh, we've got it.
Oh,
It's
Thomas. Yeah, show it.
if you just
show it,
want
Thomas,
to
because
read it, code, it just says
explained it
Bitcoin.
so simply.
It says Bitcoin versus layer 2. I think we have an echo. Yeah, go. You need headphones, man. Let's see. So Bitcoin versus layer 2. Liquid versus Lightning is not a one-dimensional comparison. Security. Bitcoin is greater than Liquid. Liquid is greater than Lightning. Lightning's greater than an exchange / trust / uncensorable, unseizable. Bitcoin's greater than Lightning. Lightning's greater than Liquid. Liquid's greater than an exchange on trust. But on confidentiality, Liquid is greater than Lightning. Lightning is greater than Bitcoin. On speed, Lightning is greater than Liquid, and Liquid is greater than Bitcoin. Is that the tweet you were looking for, Ugly?
That's nice.
You got to unmute again. There you go.
There too, and just, you know, it just kind of opened my eyes up. I said, "Oh wow, that's it." And so I wanted to thank you for that tweet, because you really educated me with that.
Well, it came after a period of some debate, and I finally got sick of it, and like tried to organize the thoughts a bit more clearly.
Was it a please refer to this tweet moment? So when someone wants to have that debate with you, you're like, okay.
Well, it got a bit circular, really, because people were arguing that Liquid is an IOU, which I think is significantly underselling what it is. I mean, it's not simple. I mean, each new layer has different properties, and people who've researched them a bit understand what the properties are and the differences are. But when people try and break it down and say it's an IOU or it's custody or something, I don't think it is really those things, because those things have specific meanings, really. So I just try to summarize the properties as an alternative.
Yeah, I mean, I think that people quite like the idea of having competing second layers, and they were like, well, Liquid's better than Lightning, or Lightning's better than Liquid. I think it's very wise to point out that they've both got benefits and trade-offs, just like using Bitcoin itself, I suppose. So no, it's nice to hear. I'll have to find that tweet myself and refer people to it.
So Adam, 2 questions in the group. So the first one, you touched on it briefly. You mentioned state change, so from by Ruben, and there's also RGB, which I know was mentioned briefly on the panel at TC-Conf. So how does state change and RGB fit in? And then another question was also about DEXs settling on Lightning Network. So from Roxana, so what do you think about DEX settlements on Lightning?
So, I mean, RGB is basically color coins for Lightning. And so I mean, one of the sort of downsides to color coins is that every color coin transaction is a Bitcoin transaction. So doing that in a Lightning friendly way at least reduces the overhead a bit. But I presume you're still going to need a hot wallet. So I'm not sure it's ideal for trading. And the other downside of Lightning for trading as compared to Liquid is that you tend to run out of channel capacity. So I think Lightning is better for sort of retail payments. I mean, the problem, if you look at it from an exchange point of view, a big exchange might have 100,000 users, and let's say they've got 100,000 Bitcoin. That's a lot. It's like 1 Bitcoin average per user. So now what are they going to do if they put 1 Bitcoin on a channel to each user, and they've got a big Lightning hub, which is the exchange, and then one user transfers in $100,000 and buys 10 Bitcoins and expects to withdraw it, it's immediately going to fail the channel because it's going to be bigger than the channel. And so I think generally the pattern of transacting or withdrawing on exchanges is unpredictable and spiky. So it's difficult to use Lightning. But in principle, RGB is a bit more decentralized because it has more of a Lightning security model. And then state chains is another interesting one by Ruben Summerson. So it's it's a strange threat model because you're assuming that the people operating the state chain, which could be a single server or a federation, are honest, but could be coerced to steal the funds. And so they're not able to steal the funds if they're honest. But if they're dishonest, they could just take the funds. So you're trusting them to not steal, but you're not having to trust them to not get forced or, received demands to seize funds. And the reason that they could seize funds if they were dishonest is they can be part of the transaction history. And if that's the case, they can kind of cheat the protocol and take the funds. And state chains have some other interesting side effects, like you have to transfer, it's sort of got like a setup procedure where you take a Bitcoin on the main chain and you put it into a state chain, but you can't, unlike with Lightning, where you can subdivide the coins, or with Liquid, where you can move around different amounts of liquid Bitcoin. With state chains, you have to move the whole UTXO, and so that's a bit inconvenient as well.
So they do have less of a liquidity problem than Lightning because of the symbol size of channels, the average channels. Is that right?
The state chains, I guess it should be not exactly hot wallet either. So you could have bigger coins, but you can't subdivide them. So I don't know what you're going to do. Like pick a size and use it. Use lots of them. I think the main advantage is that it has some enhanced privacy while you're using it. I think that's the point of it, is to try and get privacy on this state chain with blind signing or something.
Yeah. We're down,
So
I think, with three blocks to go. Also.
Oh yeah, cool. So I mean, just different as a differentiator, I think state chains is trying to get towards a privacy-focused sidechain like thing. It's not a sidechain, it's not a Lightning channel, it's something else. But it has a honest server assumption, but it gives you a slight improvement over a federated sidechain, because as long as they're honest, they can't be asked to seize, whereas an honest sidechain federation could be asked to seize.
Adam, I'd just like to say thanks for your help with TCConf, and also a quick question for you: what development are you looking most forward to in Bitcoin?
So, well, the thing I presented about at TCConf, simplicity, I think that's pretty interesting, and hopefully eventually comes to Bitcoin itself. But for the short term, it's in Elements as a developer release, and we're hoping to get it into Liquid for full use late this year. So it's a sort of general smart contracting for Bitcoin, but done in a way that is soft forkable and uses the UTXO model, but adds a lot more flexibility, soft extensibility, and formal proofs so that you can prove the semantics about more complicated programs.
What was the language? Isn't the language, wasn't the programming, the language used for the simplicity smart contracting, is it simpler or?
Well, so after people have listened to that talk, and there's been a few versions of that talk as we try to make it understandable, because it brings in some esoteric niche areas of programming, of formal proof systems and things. The average response has been simplicity isn't simple. So
yeah, it's funny.
But what the simplicity refers to is the semantics. So the point is, at the lowest level, it's a kind of functional language with some very low level operators that are things like sort of like a level of Boolean and concatenating bit strings and stuff like that. So sort of very low level things. It doesn't even have a 32-bit adder. You'd have to build that out of these kind of ifs and ands and concatenations and things. And so the point about the simplicity is that there are only 9 operators, and if you get a description of them, you'll quickly feel you know exactly what the operator does. So it has very clear semantics. And then from those, you can build up arbitrary programs. Of course, that happens by building 32-bit adders and hash functions and elliptic curve libraries and just access to a lot of different libraries that do common things. So you would actually end up probably programming it in a higher level language eventually. But at this, at the bottom level, it's kind of machine code with a functional logic, semantics.
Was this to kind of give people a smaller envelope, design envelope, and then let it people grow it in the direction they want to grow it in? Like, why was that design choice made to keep it simple and have just 9 operators?
It's in order to help the formal proof system. So in order for a proof assistant, which is a software package to assist in proving semantics about software, in order to give it something that it can understand and reason about, you need to have formal definition of what the semantics of the language are. And so by keeping it simple, it becomes easier to write that interpreter and have the definitions that you can plug into a proof assistant. So it has some interesting properties as a result, one of which is that there is a simplicity interpreter written in COQ, that's COQ, and there's a formal proof that the interpreter will correctly interpret all simplicity programs, which is a kind of a strong claim to be able to make about an interpreter. For example, we don't know that the C compiler is correct. Will the C compiler correctly interpret all C programs? Probably not. There are probably bugs in it. Will the Bitcoin script interpreter correctly interpret all Bitcoin scripts? We hope so, but can't prove it. But with simplicity, we can prove it. And then there's another mechanism to do things more efficiently. So there's a C interpreter as well. And there's a system for proving C code as well. That's the Verifiable C project from Princeton. And with that, you can prove the equivalence of the C interpreter with the COQ interpreter of simplicity. So given that you have these sort of provable semantics for the COQ implementation of the simplicity interpreter, and then you've got another proof, which is that the C implementation is equivalent in all circumstances to the COQ implementation, then you have at the end a formal proof that the C implementation correctly interprets all simplicity programs, which is pretty amazing, right? Very few C programs have any kind of guarantee of behavior.
Nice. So it's a good bedrock to build from.
Yeah.
We're also joined by Tatiana Moroz. Tatiana, do you just want to say hi to people and say something nice about Bitcoin? Go ahead.
Hey, everybody. I love Bitcoin. Happy to be here. Hi, Adam. Hey, gang.
Hi.
It's nice to see you all. Thank you for keeping me safe from your breathing, Nindy. would have been very, very dangerous for me here. Very thoughtful.
Very cool.
That's all I got. I don't know. I'm happy to be hanging. How many happenings have there been?
This
I
is
was
the
trying to figure
third.
out if this is my third one or my second one. I think it might be my third.
If you were here in 2012, this would be your third.
That makes me feel very, very important. Thank you for honoring me with the OG status I just bestowed upon myself as well. So,
And of course,
that
everyone
worked out.
knows Tatiana wrote the song, the Bitcoin jingle, all about Bitcoin and how you can spend it everywhere you like, right? Something like that.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't warn people, you know, in case it goes up and down, to leave a little bit in fiat, but it didn't really go with the vibe of the song.
Yeah, use Bitcoin every time you pay. Every time. That's right. Yeah. Very cool. We're keeping an eye on the halvening. Let's go ahead and do a quick check-in. We have just 3 blocks to go. The last blocks were more of normal blocks. They were all found by F2 Pool. We had a block at 11:51. Then we had a block at 11:39, just about 10 minutes before, and at 11:28. So blocks are starting to become more normal. We're not seeing that 30-second block or that 2-minute block. It looks like bitcoinhalvening.com, thehalvening.com is crashing a little bit. There's a lot less balloons and a lot less little spacemen at the bottom of the screen as websites continue to take on the Bitcoin traffic. Thanks to everyone in the chat for giving us a thumbs up and a share on YouTube. That really helps people find the show. Also, be sure to subscribe down below and hit the bell for notifications. We do these shows pretty often, and we've now got 251 live viewers. So that's really great. So say hello in the chat, and thanks to everybody for sharing this on Twitter and Facebook and all the other places.
You know what? I need to tweet that out. Where I'm at.
That's what I'm doing too. I was like, uh-oh, that was a hint from Thomas.
Yep, we've got it all on Twitter and everywhere right now. So let's see what's going on here. So let's see what's going on else in the chat. Keep an eye on the chat. They were talking about all kinds of things.
Did you get, I mean, I think my internet's gone bad, but did you just get the share, the screen share?
Huh? Oh, yeah, that was somebody else's screen share. Yeah.
For a minute, we got some kind of a screen share.
Did you get like a QR code?
Yes, Ben, and it's awesome. I love Bits. How many sats were in that QR code?
Yeah. No, it was I was doing a 50K sat faucet every block, but then we sort of went 2 blocks quick. So that was 100K faucet right there. So if someone sat
100K.
Okay, Ben, do you want to show it again, and I'll show the screen?
Yeah, why not? But I think my internet might be too bad.
Sats are like a small spaceship by next halvening. So be careful. With
exactly, next halvening you'll be able to buy yourself that cruise ship full of petrol and Bitcoiners. How's that? Can you see that?
Yep, we can see that. So if people scan this with a Lightning QR code, they could claim the Lightning Network right there.
Yeah, it's an LNURL, which we love LNURL. It's a fascinating kind of. I still got a use left, so someone's not claimed it. It's a kind of user-led technology. Where users wanted Lightning to work in a certain way, which wasn't working. So they put together this protocol. It's more like a standard among wallets that they can do sort of get and post requests, and we can make Lightning work for a pull payment. So I can put up a QR code, you can scan it with your wallet, and then you can pull out the funds, which is pretty neat. But yeah, so hopefully that was good enough quality for someone to be able to pull it out. And I think I've still got no one claimed it. So if someone wants to go back through the video and claim that faucet, feel free.
So if they had
confession,
Blue
Ben,
Wallet,
I saw you put the QR code up earlier, so I claimed the
Get it.
50,000 sats when you're testing. But I'll send it back. I'll send it back. But yeah, that QR
No,
system is going to be
no.
amazing. That's what we'll be using with LNURL and LM bits from Ben to in reward portal. So
It's nice, man. It's nice. Looking
LM
forward to
bits,
it. It's
love
a shame we couldn't get reward portal rolled out for the halvening, but there we are.
No, but I did get Pumpy Bitcoin up.
Yeah, that's true.
So wait, do you guys think we're going to see each other again in person anytime soon? Do you think there'll be any crypto conferences this year? Are you guys going to go if there are?
I think
Unchained conference is happening in Germany in August, I believe.
You think it's going to happen, or they're going to?
Fingers crossed. We see.
Yeah.
I think there'll be more local conferences, people coming from their local areas. But I don't know about the idea of traveling all over the world to then travel back home and bring all those germs with you of all the people you just met. So it's going to be rough.
Yeah, what's going on in Malta, Adam? Because I know that Malta have kind of been they're working from a different playbook to everyone else, aren't they? Like they've been pretty relaxed. I heard on quarantining.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they closed the inbound flights pretty quickly. Well, I mean, they said that you had to go into quarantine for 2 weeks on arrival, and of course that deterred any tourists from arriving. Usually, there's about 1 million tourists in a year, and the population's about 500,000. So it's a lot of tourists. And most of the cases were from people coming in, either people who've been on holiday or from tourists. So once the inbound stopped, it started tapering off, and they've got a nice statistics site. So it fell almost to 0 new cases, and then last week they decided to relax a few things a little bit and monitor it for 3 weeks to see what that did, and then they'll reevaluate. But the statistics are pretty good. Looking on the international sites, there's been 5 people that have died, which is a population of 500,000. It's pretty low. And the people that died were typically very old or had some illness or something. So it seems to be fairly non-threatening for younger people and not that widespread. But they're doing a lot of stuff, right? They're doing the tracing thing that they do in some Asian countries.
Contact tracing.
Yeah, and they've reopened shops last week. They've asked people to wear masks going into the shops. So it's not normal, like wide open, what have you. Each of the shops has got some rules they've made up, like no more than so many people, or keep your distance, or don't come in if you don't have a mask, and a few things like that. But they've reopened stuff, so it's interesting to see it evolve.
Yeah, that is interesting, because I mean, a lot of us, we're all locked in our houses and can go out for an hour or 2 a day, and that's about it.
You could walk around the whole time, but they were encouraging people to not congregate in groups larger than 3, and they were.
How are they in Malta for just sort of natural social distancing? Because I know it's like Germans, because I've been to Germany a lot, and they're not very cuddly. I keep trying to cuddle them, but they won't. Whereas the Italians are very cuddly, and they all got quite sick. So what is it like in Malta when it comes to just the natural social distancing they have as a culture?
Well, I mean, it's
topic. It's just what I got here because I was interested.
Fairly dense population. Small island, 500,000 people. I mean, there's space enough, but there are also population centers, right? Bigger towns and so on. So, but the tourists being absent makes the streets less crowded. And my perspective is that you don't have to tell people twice that there's a medical risk. Like, they've got good self-preservation genes. You don't survive on an island with not many natural resources if you don't have your wits about you. So I think people are listening to the information and taking defensive actions of their own.
Nice.
So yeah, people are generally trying to keep a bit of distance.
Where do they quarantine you if you decide to come in for 2 weeks? Is that a government facility, or
no, you just have to go home, and they will spot check in people. So if you were supposed to be at home, they come and look and see if you were home, and if you weren't, you could get fined. and I think they did find a few people. And I guess for somebody who didn't live here who arrived, I'm not sure what the arrangement would be because the hotels are closed. So now you probably have to like rent an Airbnb or something. Not sure.
And that's getting harder and harder to do. We're also joined by Obi from CoinFloor. Obi, you just want to say hello and say something nice about Bitcoin?
Say something nice about Bitcoin. Well, hello, everybody. And something nice about Bitcoin, well, the people that you get to meet, including the great Adam Back. It's been a while since I've had a chance to catch up with him. I just made a tweet about, because I found a picture of 4 years ago, the last halving. And it was like a few blokes in a pub. We just managed to get 5 people together. And it's slightly different this time round. I'm pretty sure in about 4 or 5 halvings time, this could potentially be as big as any sort of yearly celebration, like a New Year's or Olympics, at the rate it's growing.
Well, I think if it wasn't for the other situation going on this year, this would have been the year that we started to see some elaborate fireworks festivals, maybe some renting out of full bars and that kind of thing. We're also joined by Mr. Chris Ellis. Chris, you want to just say hello, say something nice about Bitcoin?
Hello. It's still rocking. It still exists. Survival is the best form of revenge for the haters out there that said it was dead over and over again. So yeah, I just wanted to enjoy this moment with you all. It's historic. I like every halvening. This is my 4th, I think, or 3rd. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, it's great to have you here, Chris. And we're keeping an eye on the Bitcoin halving. It's 2 blocks away. We are just 2 blocks away. Let's see if BTC.com is still running. A lot of these websites have been experiencing problems. We've been seeing errors and such. The last block was found by Poolin. It was found at 12:12 p.m. Looks like about 9:12. It's a 21-minute block size, so time. So we're running a little slow, at least on the last block. But they're estimating now that within 17 minutes, we should see the Bitcoin halvening. Very exciting.
But are we running slow? If you time it in blocks, we're perfectly on time. It's 2 blocks away.
That's Max Hillebrand and his block time. He'll make it for any appointment that's scheduled in the next 4 to 6 hours. He'll be there. We also want to say hello again to Josh. Josh is back with us. Just in time.
I'm drinking the Satoshi gin.
I feel like I need some kind of an alcoholic beverage for this. I feel a little bit of social pressure.
Absolutely. I'm getting my wine right now.
It's probably a good time if you want to get your champagne ready.
That just put me over the edge. I'll be right back.
And is that coffee until the halving? Okay, I got my tequila ready.
Okay. I like this crowd. This is the party time room. Okay, I've come to the right place. Hold, please.
Hey, Nin.
Although you guys
Chris
really have
Ellis,
no chicks in here.
Adam
Seriously,
back.
I just
we got everyone here. Ugly man. So many cool crew. Max, far out.
And thanks to everyone.
This is the intimate crew here. This is they want real inside information.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. It's the real deal here. Only on World Crypto Network.
Exactly. This is where the shit goes down. You better get ready.
Josh,
we're an all-star. Everybody else is a spin-off.
It's very neat. It's Satoshi. Wow. It's pure neat, straight out of the bottle. You know, when you're when it's only one time every 4 years. I don't really drink much. I'm not a big drinker, but when I do, I like to drink Satoshi gin.
Straight out of the bottle.
Straight out of the bottle.
No tonic water. Just.
I don't have any. I didn't hodl the stuff.
There are no mixers in Germany, apparently. Thanks so much to Brent in the chat who just sent us $10. It's very cool. Thanks so much, Brent. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I'm going to share another because we did block 2 and no one's claimed it yet. So here's, wait there, I'll show another LN URL.
Man, Adam, how much do you love the work that Ben is doing with LN URL and And I've really always
Claim it.
blown away.
Can you see the QR?
Yeah.
QR code is
So-
on the screen. So just again, Ben, somebody, if they have a Blue Wallet or something like that, they can scan this QR code and claim it like a faucet.
So how does that work? Is it like a pay to node, but as a URL or something?
No, so no, I mean it's just getting the wallets to agree to do like a get. So say if you want to pay, if you have a static QR, so this is where the idea originally came from. Say if I've got a sweep machine and then I've got a little display on my sweep machine and I keep having to refresh that display, rather than with a new QR for a new invoice every time I want someone to pay for sweets, like it'd be nice to have a static QR code and then someone can scan it and then just pay. So all the screen's really doing is just showing a new invoice. Like, why can't the wallet do a GET request and then get an invoice? So that was the first. I mean, that's LNURL Pay, which is where. So it's essentially you have a QR code and it's just a Bec32 encoded URL. You hit that with a GET request and then that sends you back then an invoice, which you can then pay and just pay. So it's like scanning as opposed to having a refreshable QR code. And then you've got the withdraw LNURL, which is where, like for this example, so that QR code there, when you scan it, your wallet is the wallet is sending an invoice. So first it does a scan, and the GET request says you can withdraw, I don't know, 100,000 Satoshis. And then your wallet then generates an invoice for 100,000 Satoshis. There's a post request back. Then it's paid server side. And then so the person then receives it. But for the user, all the user experiences is they scan the QR code and they get funds in their wallet. So it's a bit kind of clunky, but it just makes use of getting post requested. So say for an ATM, for example, if I have a Lightning ATM, rather than someone have to generate an invoice and then show their camera to the, show their phone to the camera on the ATM, they can just, I can get my ATM to display QR code, they scan it, and then they pull the funds from the ATM, from the QR code. But it's pretty neat. Like there's, if you look at the protocol, there's also an authentication part of it as well. So you can use a Lightning wallet to authenticate for services. So it's exciting. It's exciting because it wasn't like a protocol level design decision or it was something which users who were using the Lightning Network said they wanted that functionality, and it was ground level grunt work of going from one wallet to another. Fiat Jaff and Anton from BLW, hats off to those guys, and Ross as well from Lightning Gifts. They went from wallet to wallet and said, look, implement this standard that your wallet can now do a get and post request in order for us to have this extra functionality. And then they went to the next wallet and asked for the same thing, and then help them implement it. And that's how it's kind of been rolled out as a system. So it's real kind of from the trenches, ground up development. And it's cool to see it being adopted more and more. The withdraw functionality, because you can have faucets and things, is very popular. But the pay functionality is now coming in more and more. So being able to just send to a static, QR code. And the other benefit is as well, those QR codes can be very small as well. And then the authentication part of LNURL is also getting more and more traction, and more services are starting to use it. Because it's also as well, it's cross-compatible. It's not dependent on, because LND may be trying to add some of that kind of functionality, but will only work with other LND nodes. So you can have some node software compatibility issues where LNURL, it's almost like a 2.5 layer, it sort of sits on top of the second layer and is just works with all of the different node. So it's cool. It's well worth checking out.
So it's a bit like Sweep or something. You've got in a on-chain wallet, you've got something you can scan and it gives you money, basically.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, it's doing different things, but here's a QR code, scan it, and you've got some money.
Yeah,
it's so sweet.
It's a much nicer user experience, for people, I think.
Man, it's this aha moments that when I first got into Bitcoin, they were, oh, why don't you take Bitcoin? And then you set them up a wallet and you send them that Bitcoin. That first interaction, the light bulb goes off. And I think this is what was missing with Lightning, is that, they had to have Bitcoin and then they had to create it. It was all very complex. And this really has allowed me already 3 times to let people have that aha moment without really much effort.
Yeah, no, that's true. Actually, I mean, so one of my more recent hacks, which I'm working on, is a vending machine, and you can pay for something, like 100 satoshis, you get a sticker out of the vending machine. But then on the side of the vending machine, it's also got a faucet. So you can go up to this faucet with your phone, you scan it, you get 100 satoshis, you move around to the other side of the vending machine, scan it, and then you can pay for a sticker using Lightning, Bitcoin over Lightning. So it's you get the experience of receiving funds and then sending funds for a purchase. And it's it'll be done through a custodial wallet or something because it makes it quicker. But
1 block.
Oh, 1 block.
We are one block away from the Halvening.
I can't help but blurt it out.
Also,
I'm getting butterflies. This is weird.
Yeah.
Really?
Shout out to everyone in the
Yeah,
chat.
genuinely
Thanks
am.
for the donations.
Okay.
So, well, it's getting
I
pretty
know it's gonna
exciting.
happen. It's gonna keep happening, right? I mean, why are you scared? Just exciting times.
It's excitement. Yeah, it's rather than it's like that kind of. It's like going over the pit of the roller coaster. Like, and it's going to be such an anticlimax because we're going to go. There it is.
It's exactly like New Year's. After New Year's, it's like this massive celebration, and the following day is just like normal.
Just a hangover.
But given this we're entering this new epoch, has anybody been thinking about?
And that's it. The Bitcoin halving. There it is. Bitcoin halving.
The rocket didn't even.
It just came and went. That's it.
Internal survey.
There it is. Bitcoin halving.
Adam, how do you feel? How do you feel? You're feeling pretty chill there.
That's good. I just want to load it up in the Explorer to check. Yeah.
That was very fast. And once again, we didn't even see the rocket ship take off. It's almost like it was there, like just a brilliant.
Happened.
They just took it away. It's just
like
gone.
20 seconds. 20 seconds between blocks.
Who mined the winning block? Who was it? Which was the mining firm?
Antpool.
Antpool. Who did it last time? It wasn't Antpool last time.
Server error is the winning block right now.
F2 pool last time.
Okay.
F2 pool, yeah.
S2 pool. Okay.
Now, are they a peer-to-peer pool, Adam?
F2 pool? No, it's Wang Chun's pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what was the peer-to-peer? It was kind of a decentralized pool for a while. I can't remember.
Oh, right, that's P2 pool. Yeah.
P2 pool. Yeah. Whatever happened to them? They just.
I think its hash rate fell too low.
Yeah.
And then
there was competitive pressures.
Yeah. It's kind of difficult to start a pool in a way because you need kind of like 5%-ish or something, or you don't have very good statistics.
Yeah.
How's Blockstream's pool doing? You've got a pool now, don't you?
We were gonna do the Better Hash protocol, so it was originally called Open Hash.
And then you switched.
And we were all set up to do Better Hash, and then Better Hash kind of got deprecated in favor of Stratum V2. Which is like a small variant, but the slush pool guys started collaborating on it and changed a bunch of stuff. So now it's gone back from ready to go to in development. So we're just doing normal pooling until that's done. Because I mean, we didn't really want to like maintain Better Hash just for us to then have to like switch it over later. So we figured, okay, let's just wait for V2.
You'd rather launch satellites,
Guys, I've got to run away from you now. Bye. I had a good time bringing
I thought we'd get a
year.
song, Tatiana. You weren't going to play something, or
you could
come
back later
with
the guitar.
You can't just come in here without
watch the happening and leave. I can't just sneak out. I could play a song.
Serenade us.
I could play a song that does seem appropriate. All right. All right, well,
It's the
mute. I'm
perfect
gonna
time.
mute for a second and find my guitar. You guys hang here.
Thank you.
Right.
Ben, I have your buy Bitcoin stamps. You know, Ben was a typical socialist, just giving these things away. And yeah, I've been stamping everything. In fact, I just stamped the Satoshi Gin cork with it, so that works.
Adam first saw the stamps when they appeared all over my face when Adam and I, sorry, Tom and I
When you
delivered a
sent to
satellite.
Malta.
Yeah, on the graveyard shift. That was amazing. We made it. We made it though.
I can't believe you made the flight.
Yeah,
hard.
it was like what 5 a.m. EasyJet out of Manchester or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Tough going.
Was that after you've been flying that flag in the middle of nowhere, drinking other people's piss?
Pretty much.
That's a normal weekend for crypto.
It's the long and short.
It was a
You need to be
very
more
hedonistic,
specific.
a very hedonistic night of stamping. And like there was one point where I went to the bar and the bar lady had a buy Bitcoin stamp on her forehead. And I was like, okay. This one. And then there was Dan, yeah. A few hours later, delivering this satellite to Malta.
We made it just in time. It was like, as Tom describes it, like delivering, like a heart. They deliver a heart. They're like, here's the heart, and like we arrived there, and it got taken away, wheeled away, and we're like, yeah, onto the roof, satellite up, boom.
For some reason, I'm already feeling better after the halving, guys. I don't know what it'd be. I didn't start the tequila until just before, but I feel better already, guys. It must...
I got to agree with you there. By the way, what you've got the curtains blowing in the background. It looks like a lovely windy day out there, and you're still inside enjoying the halvening. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, well, we're building this trading lounge now. It's going to be lots of fun. I went and bought a dart board. So we're going to put that. And then I saw a really cool pinball machine. I need to put, we need to kind of have some toys in here to play with. And so I'm looking, we're down here at Ensenada. So we have San Diego weather. When it's cold, you got to put on a sweatshirt.
Nice.
With your shorts. So.
Yeah, well, that sounds beautiful. I'm in Berlin where it's, it should be summer, but it's raining and awful. But...
I need that QR code again because I was going to take a picture. I'm real a slow learner. If you get through to me, I'm still waiting. I'm.
Oh right. Have you got a Lightning wallet on your phone?
No, I don't have Lightning on my phone. So my problem with it is I don't really need it yet, and I get it, and I kind of see it as Bitcoin Cash, but where I'm at, I'm looking at why is it necessary? Because I already have Bitcoin, and I don't use my Bitcoin for small transactions. I use my credit cards and pay them off every month, and they pay me, 2 to 5% to use the damn things. So
yeah, I mean, I really do think that Lightning, as Adam said, actually, is the for retail. It makes a lot of sense for small retail payments, for services on the internet, which you wouldn't be able to have.
We can also do it for donations.
It's better to receive than it is to give. Isn't that basically what we're saying?
Well, I mean, I think it's there is also that probably what you had in Bitcoin to begin with. Now we've kind of denominated.
Happy on its back, by the way, guys.
There's that.
I'll get on the line. I need to learn. Okay, there's a bunch of things I need to do this year to make this trading room go.
We'll get you set with a
Lightning.
Lightning.
I need to get a node. And now that Adam Back was on, I want a satellite dish.
There you go. Now you're talking.
I want to, we're going to have the toys, but we got to have the real toys, the Bitcoin toys too. I want to make this into really cool, people come down here and then I need to get on liquidity because I trade this stuff and I've been burnt. Every exchange blow up there's been, I've been I've lost more Bitcoin than I've ever made. So,
well, let's go ahead and let's get.
That's why I started my own exchange because I lost so much at Mt. Gox. I was like, fuck this. I gotta build something secure and transparent.
Let's go ahead and get Ugly set up. Do you want to try?
I'm kind of just hooked on BitMEX. It's really hard when you get my age. You don't want to make changes. You get comfortable with something. It's rough. So
Well, it's ugly if you want to get set up.
Bybit, and I did try what's the other one, Deribit, and they just, you know, I mean, they were okay. Deribit was okay, and it had nice spreads for smaller, medium traders, pretty good. But man, there's no, I mean, every time I mention the name Arthur Hayes, I take my hat off to him because I'm just an old guy and I understand what he did and completely deregulated. And he's brought so much. I mean, I can see why the CFTC wants to put him out of business, and all these changes are behind that because he's the innovator, man. Unbelievable the changes that have been made in the marketplace because Bitcoin is not regulated, and too many people, they want to regulate this crap. That's not gonna, it all came from not having the regulation, you know. You can't lose any. I used to trade futures and I just about I did go broke and I went to jail for 11 years. So I won't even hide that fact. So the whole point is,
you know, shit happens. Yeah.
We'll have to do a show on that one.
Yeah.
That sounds like a song right there.
You want to go down that rabbit hole?
Yeah.
I'll do my song, but by the time it's all over here, maybe I can get y'all doing the ugly old goat dance. Because the way I teach, I did it when I came on, but the way I do it is real simple. And that
I want to see this. What's the dance?
We hodl and we save and we build okay? And we all know what hodl is. A lot of people don't know what save is, but it's a bastardization of the word savvy. And, you know, when the ugly old when the goat lady wants a new Raptor, I don't know if you know what a Raptor is, but it's a big Ford F-150. When she buys a Raptor, she actually bought a Raptor for, I think, 3 Bitcoin when it was $20,000 and held it a year and sold it for a bunch of, she knows how to buy and sell a Raptor. She sold the Raptor for 42 Bitcoin when it was at 3,000. Now, can you beat that? Like, she bought it in December of 2017 and then sold the Raptor in 2018. And you actually could turn 3 Bitcoin into 42 Bitcoin if you learn how to trade. I call it, you know, how to trade Lambos, because you could have done the same thing with the Lambo. You just had to buy it when Bitcoin was 20,000 and then sell the Lambo when Bitcoin was 3,000, and that's it. So that's savvy. And then the last thing is builda, and that's what this is. You know, we take it and we're, you know, and we are the new, you know, we are the new, I call it the Bitcoin nation. It's just, and now I don't know we got to watch each other's back, because I think it looks to me like we're I call it the global Soviet Union is where we are right now. We're doing, Matt, the goat lady had 3 employees a month ago. She's got like 25 people making mass now. We tried for 2 years to get completely legal in Mexico and couldn't because of all the regulation, but we're not illegal. We're kind of half-ass registered. So they don't shut us down. So we're here making mass. Everybody gets, you know, we're employing people. They get paid at the end of the day. And I mean, it's crazy because the materials, they shut down all of the what do they call it? The people that make the material, any rate, they shut all those guys down. So you can't buy material. The material for the mass has gone up 12x in a week. What she could have bought has gone up 12 times in price. Okay. And
that's better than his shitcoin.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, better than Bitcoin. And they're actually importing the mass now from China when we're making them here in Mexico, because she bought all this material what I thought was good for nothing. What are you going to do with this? If I die, what am I going to do? Well, now she's figured out a way to make mass out of it. So it's just, you know, it's going to be crazy because we have these, we're under a command economy. We have 1,000 different commanders. Every country has its own commander now telling us what to do. And it's different in every jurisdiction. Every little general has his own army. I guess we need to I guess the solution is we're going to have one, I guess the Antichrist is going to come and say, no, this is the way it's got to be for the whole world. I don't know. But it's just, I think we're living in the global Soviet Union now. That's the best way I know how to describe it. Does everybody feel that way?
Yeah, I feel that way. It's really true. And I feel like it's going to become a precipice where everything starts to collapse really quickly, one after the other, sort of domino effects. Because everything is hinged onto the US dollar and the euro, everything. And the US dollar is hinged, sorry, the euro is hinged to the US dollar as well. Not directly, but when we have a close look at something like the repo markets, just the American government just really buying up pretty much everything if they can't get a deal to buy back these debt obligations or these intraday trades. I think it'll go like this. It'll be very, very quick, and thank God that we have gold and we have Bitcoin and we have other assets to jump in.
I mean, I'm jealous of you guys. And this is an open invitation. Now, Adam Back, I know you're really a good developer. I'm 70 years old. I don't have a lot of Bitcoin, but I'll give you all my Bitcoin if you can make me 40 years younger so I can experience what all these other guys are going to be. And you get to experience, because it's going to be so exciting. You guys are on the cutting edge, and I'm jealous of you. I mean, I really am jealous of all of you, because it's going to be really cool. But you know what? You're going to have to really watch each other's backs, and we've already seen. We've cleaned up so many people that we thought knew what sound money was don't, and there's a constantly cleansing process. But I'm jealous of you guys that are 30 and 40 years younger than me, because it's going to be lots of fun. I'm enjoying I'm in the winter of my years, and I've never had more fun in my whole life.
Fantastic! I love to hear that, man.
We also,
talking of sound money, I think Tatiana's back with.
Yeah.
She's all
Well,
kitted
I think
up
first.
with
ready for some sounds.
All right, so let's get Tatiana ready.
All right.
Also, first let's go to Chris Ellis. I think you found something about the last block that we had. Do you want to tell people about that?
Jackson Block tweeted out just a minute ago. There was a quote that was put into the transaction that marked the Halvening event. New York Times, 9th of April 2020, with 2.3 trillion injection compared to plan far exceeds 2008 rescue. If those of you who've been following along since the beginning will remember that the Genesis block of Bitcoin had that famous quote from the Times newspaper announcing the Chancellor in Britain doing the fiscal stimulus back in the day, hashtag quantitative easing, hashtag modern monetary theory. So go check out James Lopp. He's at Lopp, L-O-P-P on Twitter.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff.
There's a miner out there who gets it.
Insane. Imagine back then, like when they were doing the bailouts, saying, "Hey guys, imagine a 2.3 trillion bailout on the next one." It would be insane. But we're there now. We're there. Everything happened. It was, there weren't many heads that rolled.
The dislocations are insane, and that's why I'm trying to illustrate with this mass shortage, because what's going to happen, because we're in a command economy, we're going to have all this subsidizing. We're going to have gluts and shortages, and we're the Bitcoin people. We're going to be able to meet those shortages, because when they, it's like, when they make these command decisions, it's going to be wrong, and that that's just what we're facing down here with this. I think it's just going to snowball, and so it's the Bitcoiners are going to supply the real needs of the marketplace.
Well, giving people an easy opt out is what we're here for, isn't it? So if you don't like that way of doing things, then you can shift your value onto this free and open source money over here.
Listen, no one ever made a song about the US dollar. It wasn't something that people thought to themselves, I really got to write a song about this. No, they didn't. They made it about Bitcoin, though.
All right, and we just we need
All
to
right, I'm gonna do my song now, guys.
We gotta say goodbye
Otherwise,
to
I'm
Max.
just let you guys nerd out for the next.
Oh, we gotta
4
say goodbye to
hours.
Max, then we'll go to Tatiana. So Max, say goodbye first, and then Tatiana. Go ahead.
Bye, Max.
Max.
Hey, thanks very much for having me. It was a
See you
fantastic
later.
having
Bye.
you. See you.
Max,
Bye bye.
Take care.
So good to see you, man.
All right, good to have you, Max.
Good night, Max.
All right, Tatiana, go ahead.
All right, here it is, guys. Let's see how it comes out. I didn't want to give any of my money to a nation based on war. I wanted to be free, nothing holding me back from where I want to go. I thought about it. What was the choice that I made? It was to take away the money Don't give up your money. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. I didn't want to waste any of my time working for the government. I wanted to be kind, open up my mind, just like an instrument. Thought about it, I thought about it. What was the choice that I made? It was to take away the money. Don't give up your money. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. This is the part where everyone goes, what a little crypto can do. No longer a slave. I don't have to work until the grave. So many times I cried to myself, didn't have a chance. Nakamoto came along with more than a song, gave the labor back to man. Thought about it, I thought about it. What was the choice that I made? It was to take away the money. Don't give up your money. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. And save.
Fantastic.
Never forget.
Yay!
Everybody. That was so fun. Impressive.
Wow.
Nice.
Time ago that I wrote that song.
Beautiful.
You know, if you think about it, like I play it all the time, but now I do feel like it's New Year's or something.
You still
Yeah.
have it all this time later?
Yep. Rock and roll.
Fantastic. I just want to give a little bit of an example. I just mentioned this on the Tatiana show just before, that the exponentiality is something that really is so weird. And we've got $1 trillion that took 200 years for the United States to get to, and now we have in the first quarter of 2020 we have $3 trillion of debt printed. So I think this is a runaway machine that's going to really cause chaos in the whole system. And to be here with everyone here, enjoying the island that is Bitcoin, the island that is hard assets. Like, I mean, I'm a bit of a gold guy as well, but whatever you can get into, whatever is rare, you want to get into right now. You don't want to stick in unrare assets. You don't want to have your savings. And Germans are the worst. The Germans have so much money sitting in banks. It's unbelievable. It's trillions just sitting in there because they just believe the government. They're like, oh, it'll be right. And after this halving,
brilliant German accent there.
Yeah, this is okay, or no? No, I mean,
can I step in here for a minute, because I did a little of my own original research on this.
Wait, guys, I do have to go.
I was amazed.
Bye bye. I love you all. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye,
Tatiana.
Take care.
Have you choreographed and write some music for my dance? But
that I'm down for the dance. That sounds like a good plan. I hope I see you guys soon in person. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Happy having.
No, what I wanted to share, because I don't know if you're aware of this, I did not realize that the French and I think it was the Belgians or the Netherlands in, I think it was January of 1923, they invaded Germany with like 5 armies. I mean, they went right in the ruhr because they weren't getting paid their reparations. And the German government, it was almost like the coronavirus. The German government says, okay, because they were restricted from having anything to fight back. It was like declaring war. When Germany invaded France and Belgium, that was war. But when they did it, so Germany said, okay, you can invade us. But they told their people, said, we're going to go ahead and pay you, but we don't want you to produce anything.
That's right.
And that's essentially what we have now. And that's what touched off. They were already inflating to some degree, but that's what touched off the hyperinflation. And to say that this isn't, I mean, I've been around a long time. When you know, back there in the 70s, when people thought gold was going to go to 6,000. Well, that was but now, you know, the sky's the limit. I mean, I don't see how we can avoid the runaway inflation. I might be wrong, but the analogy that I see of what's going on now, there were, not only that, there were 146 people that were killed by the French armies. Now, how many people died from not having good health care when the hyperinflation kicked in, when you couldn't even get food? And you know, I haven't seen any studies on that, but that's what really scares me. And since you're in Berlin, I mean, you know, I can't believe that the German people are that blind, because they were the ones that grandfathers experienced it.
No, and the thing is, the Germans have a very, very good understanding of gold. If you know, we run a Bitcoin and physical gold exchange, and the main focus has been Germany, because the more we look around, the more we realize that people understand gold. And this is what I keep saying to Bitcoiners. It's like, look, we're all technocrats. We understand Bitcoin is the new gold. But there's a lot of people out there that don't understand any of this, and they need to get out of this banking system. They need to either take a little bit out. And people always say, only put as much into Bitcoin as you're willing to afford to lose. But I would say only keep in the banks as much as you're willing to afford to lose, because everything points to a total catastrophic collapse, especially now with COVID-19. We have massive banks with total intransparency, total impunity, just doing whatever they want. And you don't know how liquid these guys are. They can do anything. The laws have been passed with full-on bail-ins. And if you look at something like HSBC, who's actually controlling the GLD, they could just bail themselves in with this massive glut of gold that all these hedge funds have bought into with these ETFs, thinking that gold's a safe haven, when really all they've bought is bullshit sitting there under a bank's name. Actually, HSBC owns that, not you or me. And so there is so much that's going to happen in the next few months or years. I mean, you know, I'm broadening that out, but I would say in the next year we're going to see some pretty interesting times. And if you can get out of the cash and into rare assets, whatever they may be.
I'm actually most interested about what's going to come over the next 1 or 2 epochs. I think we're seeing a big circle happen, where we're coming back to the point where it's going to be coming back to Bitcoin, recognition that almost all altcoins, if not all of them, have no value. They've been running now for 2 or 3 years. They've had an opportunity with lots of funding, lots of media, lots of focus to prove their worth, and they haven't. And I think it's going to be one of the emperor's new clothes type scenario. So that's going to be really interesting. And I think there's going to be many other things that happen over the next 4 years, but it'll be really interesting to hear people's thoughts about what's coming over the next epoch. Where are we going to be in 4 years' time? Not just price, but in terms of development of technology, etc.
That's a really
I mean, like, I can imagine it all being bootstrapped by the fact that it's now, I don't know, it's very plausible technology. Particularly when people are facing a financial crisis and the blunt side of inflation, that they're going to be more aware, and also like spending a lot of time online. Like, people are going to be more aware of privacy enhancement, and then also having money which isn't easily inflated by governments. So I think it's, you know, toward the end of World War II, that's when you know, Bretton Woods happened, and the new gold-backed dollar system was brought into as the world's way of transacting. But at that time as well, like, Keynes was trying to obviously propose the Bancor, which is kind of a decentralized federated currency medium exchange for countries. So there was like people were willing to change the way in which they worked economically during quite adverse times, or coming out of the end of quite adverse times, but they still had ruined economies. So I can imagine that this whole crisis around coronavirus could be a similar catalyst that, you know, people will say, well, why can't we use something else? Why can't we use something like Bitcoin?
Oh,
Well, I think if it happens, it's going to happen really,
and I
really
think
quickly. You know, like I think there's a lot of expectation built into money and inflation. And so I think everything will be fine, and then it'll be boom, it's not fine. I think it'll happen. It probably will happen, and it will happen very quickly.
exactly.
So I think we need to be really ready for that.
When it happens,
I think the one thing that we really need to be ready for is we do live, because we still are not that visible. As we become visible, you guys, particularly in certain jurisdictions, are going to become targets. And so we have to really build up a network to watch each other's backs. You may be able to get your wealth out because of Bitcoin, but you may not be able to get your body and family out. And this is something that really needs to be worked on and thought about deeply. So I'm very hopeful, but that's the big game that's coming, guys. I mean, I've already been there and done that. I know how, look, I love my country and our Constitution, but I despise my government. I know it. I know how they operate. And I am hopeful. My view is that hopefully the governments will realize that for them to get our wealth, they're going to have sound money. And I truly, and I might be wrong on this, but Bitcoin will never be for governments. Now, gold can be because it has physical standards. But I would love to see a world where the gold standard is competing with the Bitcoin standard. And I think that's what Hayek was talking about in denationalization of money.
Yeah.
I don't think because it's going to be one standard and it's it's without a sovereign nation. Now, it would be one. I mean, wouldn't it be wonderful to see a gold standard competing with Bitcoin? And if the nations that aren't on a gold standard, we just leave them alone.
I mean, if you think about it,
we're going to have a lot to say in this, guys, but we really are. And so we have to act wisely, huh?
Right now, the petrodollar, the US dollar, is the world reserve currency. It's the one that people, partly because the biggest consumers in the world are the US, but most countries do not want the US dollar to be the world reserve currency. They would prefer it to be their own. But if you look at it, ultimately, what currency can take over from the US dollar? Is it really going to be the Russian ruble? Will other countries accept that as the world reserve currency? Euro, which is quite divided right now. The European Union is actually quite divided.
Even
and
Russians don't want the ruble.
Ultimately, as well, like it's one of the unspoken one of the things we don't talk about. One of the value propositions of Bitcoin is its apolitical nature. Like it's all economy. Keynesians, Austrians, it's apolitical.
Yeah.
It's apolitical, it's neutral, it's if you're going to have world reserve currencies get replaced, and they have throughout history, but the next currency that replaces the US dollar, whenever that happens, the likelihood that it's not something that is neutral, and so no one country controls in this sort of global economy exists, is vanishingly small. And so if it's not going to be controlled by one currency, then there's really, and one country, there's really only one option. And hint, it's not Ethereum or Ripple.
I don't think it's Bitcoin. You know what? I agree with you on that, but I do think it's gold, because I don't think the governments, you talk about, there is the ultimate hodling, of it. Whoever controls the keys controls the Bitcoin. That's why gold is actually a beautiful competitor with Bitcoin, and Bitcoin would be the international layer, but gold is the practical layer, and every country can still have their sovereignty and their own exchange rate. I mean, I might be completely out to lunch on this, guys, but I am hoping maybe more than
I don't see how it's
the gold standard is going to compete with Bitcoin, and the nations are going to grab hold of that. That'd be great. That'd be absolutely
I personally don't see how it's going in an international economy where we're now sort of natively digital.
No. Every gold, it would be kind of like before Bretton Woods. Everybody has their national currency pegged to gold at whatever rate what they create. And
we're talking about a long way into the future. Yeah, this is not like.
I don't think it's that far. I think everything's accelerating so fast.
Yeah.
This is the thing. I think that what we were seeing, what has just happened in the last 6 weeks, has completely changed the paradigm.
But it's people not marching. It's people not being dictated how they're going to interact financially. It's people choosing to interact differently financially. So Bitcoin, you can easily on-ramp onto it, and then you can have, a financial life within the Bitcoin infrastructure, and whether it be on-chain, second layer, whatever else. So I don't think this is why, to me, it'd be harder for it to be something like gold. I think more and more people will just, as internet natives, they'll just start interacting more and more with something like Bitcoin itself.
I tell you why I think I'm on Ugly's side is that it's extremely hard for governments to hold private keys without corruption.
Exactly.
And, imagine if a government held private. What are you going to multi-signat? Who has these signatures? Who has these keys? Who has the keys? And how do you control that? What governments are very, very good at and have been for a lot of time is controlling people. Hey, you guards, you better guard that gold. Boom, full stop. You get paid a shitload to do that. Boom, you sorted. It's very, very hard to corrupt them.
They can't go to the vault with private keys in it.
But people
I want to interrupt this program to just announce to the world that a conversation like this can only happen on World Crypto Network, sponsored by Thomas Hunt, because you know what? Everything else is kind of we're going deep, man. This is a deep dive. Okay, this is the classic show. All right, not the big ones where everybody's at. This is where it's at, because I wanted to have some conversations like this, and it's just not available. Well, here on World Crypto Network.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much,
Thank
Goat.
you, Thomas Hunt.
And this is a good time to remind you the price of Bitcoin seems to be rising. It's $8,775. And we've got a brand new store for you on the World Crypto Network. Just announcing today, if you want to buy a mug or 3 t-shirts. We have the World Crypto Network mug with both logos. We have the brand new Treasures Don't Float t-shirt. If you've lost your keys in a boating accident, this may be a great idea.
Do you have the 8 ball for sale yet? I want to buy an 8 ball.
We've still got to do the 8 balls a little harder. We have to buy 1,000 8 balls from China first.
We're going to get on a boat after this
we're going to get on a boat
with our treasures.
We got the Treasures Don't Float. We've also got.
We got to get on 2 boats and crash them. That's what we got to do.
I like the Treasures Don't Float. That's cool.
Treasures Don't Float. We also have a brand new Bitcoin Not Bombs design. This is the original t-shirt of Bitcoin. We talked to Davi Barker, and if you look right there, it says 2020 Bitcoin halving on the brand new airplane. So this is a brand new design from Davi Barker. And we have just the traditional World Crypto Network, the t-shirt with a logo on it. So if you want to check those out.
I'm so out of it. I didn't even know you had a store. So
it's just today. We're just launching it today.
Really?
I built it this morning,
You know
so
I will be. I'm going to make some purchases. In fact, create an affiliate link, and I'll link everybody to it. Okay.
Well, that sounds great.
Where can we get your walking stick? Your Bitcoin walking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the standard bear.
It's
actually
an
8 ball. I want an 8 ball. That's what I want.
I said this to Thomas so long ago. I was like, that 8 ball needs to be for sale, and I want to buy one right now.
A Bitcoin ball.
And trade it.
Yeah. Ugly, do you think that trade, that 8 ball could teach people how to trade?
Yes, absolutely. It's absolutely the best TA I've ever seen.
It may have better performance than many of the advice that
I get people get mad at me because I just don't. I use TA, but everybody's got everything. The priorities wrong. Everything's. You need to manage your funds. That's the number one thing, and then the fundamentals. And the fundamentals, the fundamentals aren't even it's not even Bitcoin. It's the fiat money. That's the basic fundamental. And that Bitcoin's just the solution that didn't come out of nowhere, but people, its time had come, and it happened, and it is the solution. And so it is the fundamentals. And then but everybody has it reversed. They think TA, you need to know the magic beans. Where's the market? And go, how do I make $1 million tomorrow? It doesn't work that way, guys. So
I used to listen to a guy called Brother John, and he was a technical analysis on silver.
The Bitcoin channel back in the day. Yeah.
Back in the day, and he loved mad Bitcoins. He said, "Man, this is a clever guy. I don't know who he is, but he's a clever guy." And one of his things was he made this one video. He said, "Bitcoin, its time has come." And he said, one of the reasons why this is so interesting, because its time has come. It's not because it's such a great invention. It's because its time has come.
Right. It's not. If Satoshi hadn't invented it, somebody else would have. It's kind of like the airplane, or anything like that. It just somebody would have come up with, but we're so fortunate to have somebody that understood it so well that they're not there anymore. Gosh, that's such a big deal that people don't understand.
Yeah, I would agree.
I can tell you that because I was there. I did 11 years because I started. You know what I started? I started a business called Gold Standard Corporation.
Wow. What did you guys do?
Well, I minted private coinage. I was actually the first one to decimalize the troy ounce. My mentor was E.C. Harwood. I had F.A. Hayek, denationalization of money. I had Henry Hazlitt, free market money. What you guys are doing now, I tried in a very primitive way back when gold was legalized.
Well, I think
we've just had another block.
That's why gold's not Bitcoin. It's very inferior, but it's perfect for governments because it's physical and they can control it, and they can have their monitors and their metal detectors going across borders. But yeah, as long as they have a gold standard, the money's going to be relatively sound. My hope is we see governments that really want to create wealth and really want to benefit their citizens are going to adopt the gold standard. And you know what? Bitcoiners are going to come in there, and we're the ones that are going to have the capital to really get their economies going. And then hopefully other governments are going to see that. So, we're a nation beyond all nations.
We've had another block. We've had the first 6.25 block. We've had our first block under 6.25, but you guys aren't paying attention.
Sorry.
Also,
first 6.25 block.
I want to try to get Chris Ellis back in here.
On the gold standard.
Chris Ellis has been a little quiet. Chris, do you have anything to say? I just want to let the quiet people talk. So go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, sure. I think you should all learn about MMT. Modern monetary theory. Mosler, my boy, he's got his law. You will have to understand something, which is that countries don't have lifespans. They don't have a working life and then they retire and they're no longer economically active. They keep producing. They keep producing new people. Those people keep working. They're still economically active agents in the economy. And that's why it's okay for a government to continue printing money and to continue to go into debt. Do you see what I mean? And then you have taxes, and taxes is a way of reclaiming the money supply back to government so that it can destroy that money and take it out of circulation. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And
I agree,
that's a very good point.
So hang on, look, I don't believe this shit. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm just saying that sometimes in order to sharpen these arguments, you need to spend time with your adversaries, right? It's like
absolutely.
You need to engage yourself.
I agree completely. I agree completely with you should read it all. If you want to study economics, read it all, and then understand all of the theories and where they all come from, and then similar like we said before, with the difference between Bitcoin and Lightning and Liquid, they have their trade-offs, and they're good at different things. So if you have a slump in the market and you want to create, more, you want to create growth, and you don't want your markets to slow, you don't want businesses to go out of business, so you don't have a market left after the crisis, then you can print money, and you can have this Keynesian approach to monetary policy, but that which works. It works in some ways, and then in other ways, like we've seen, it doesn't work, because often it's crony Keynesianism, as you would have crony capitalism. So read it all, and then understand the trade-offs and pros of all. But I think ultimately, most economists and most schools of economics will agree on an apolitical money, one which isn't bound to a country.
No, they don't. Most
they
modern
do.
economics.
No, they do, absolutely.
What are you talking about? Like, if you go to university right now and you study economics, they're not going to teach you that. They're going to teach you the modern monetary theory. It's like the de facto standard now. Like, it's not. We're actually on the fringes.
Keynes was a big proponent of apolitical money, which is why he proposed the Banker. Marx as well, and the Austrians. So apolitical money that's the holy grail. Most modern monetary theorists don't think that it could be achieved, but we know that it can.
I was watching YouTube.
Wait, someone said that they studied economics. Hannah, was it?
Me, yes.
Yeah. So what did you get taught? What did you get taught?
Crap, that is my web host who I have to go yell at. It is no, but I agree with you. You're correct. I learned what everyone's talking about on CNBC and whatnot, right? That's what we learned in university.
The thing is, it's not any universities though. It's not even. Ciao, Hannah. It's not even universities. I was watching YouTube the other day, and I got an ad with Krugman talking about economic theory and asking people to join his masterclass. And so it's not only universities anymore; it's also YouTube and the internet teaching this nonsense.
Yeah, I just think that people, like, in order to sharpen your arguments, like, just watching Bloomberg right now, you would develop your arguments, right? Because a lot of those are just shills. A lot of it just mostly for corporations, not even governments. But they want money to be printed because they're the first people to receive it. The first people to get the money get all the benefits of the money printing. It's the last people in the chain. But all I'm saying is, if Bitcoiners want to sharpen their arguments, they need to embed themselves in their opponent's space.
Oh no, absolutely.
And
they should also cater to the arguments. So there's no reason why you couldn't have some sort of asset on top of Bitcoin, which has which you are able to inflate, but then is that plausible, Adam? So could I do fair weather surplus recycling? So in good economic growth times, could I take some of that money and cryptographically kind of secure it and then release it when we have like a slump? Say if I had a Welsh pound on top of the Liquid network, and I wanted to kind of buffer out crisis. Could I bake in some sort of measures like that?
I mean, you can, with issued assets, you could do whatever you want. I mean, I guess you are you control the money. If it's the issued assets on Liquid are like the Tether, for example, is a multi-sig. So presumably some different financial controllers at Tether Corporation multi-sig to issue more. So about the gold topic, going back a bit. So I think that you were saying that governments know how to physically control gold. They also know how to physically pilfer gold. So in 2011, they had the Arab Springs in a few countries, and the guy in Tunisia, Ben Ali, who was the dictator then, panicked and fled the country. And so the story goes locally that he landed in Malta with 3 military helicopters and 45 million euros worth of gold and chartered a jet to Saudi Arabia to get, to escape from his country, which was no longer tolerating his dictatorship, or he lost his nerve or something. So,
how many kilos?
I'm not sure, but they're in the paper. They said 45 million euros worth.
Right.
So, I mean, probably one of the helicopters had gold, and the other two had his entourage or something. I'm not sure. but it just shows that, you know, it's hard for countries that are in the grips of dictatorships or governments that are arguably not operating in the interests of the population. They typically end up pilfering the national resources and gold and stuff like that, right? Most of these dictators are billionaires through pilfering and bribes and stuff.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
I mean, Bitcoin may or may not have the same problem, but I think the at least what you have with Bitcoin, which helps compared to gold, is that you can you know, own small parts of it and assay it cheaply and instantly with a full node or a wallet or something, where gold ends up being electronic and then rehypothecated or not even yours due to the legal contracts. And then it starts to not really be gold. I mean, it's gold related, but it loses its benefits, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Depending on who you buy it from and how good you are at reading legal contracts. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, but I think that's the same with a general smart contract thing. And this is, you know, a little bit further away from Bitcoin, but a lot of these smart contracts, a lot of people can't read them. They can't read the code. They can't understand how secure they are. And so if something is backed, if some sort of physical asset is backed by these contracts, then it's kind of hard to read as well. Plus, you've got then the legal contract on top of the on top of the code contract. It makes it very difficult. So yeah, I think Bitcoin is beautiful like that. It's you can.
I think that's the finish line. Bitcoin is beautiful like that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Bitcoin is beautiful.
It's digital, but it has the promises of physical asset like gold, but it has a fixed supply and the promise of fixed supply to a level, eventual fixed supply, to a level that no other asset that has ever existed before it could ever promise. We don't know whether we can, you know, find an asteroid tomorrow with a plethora of gold in it. That's just not. We just don't know that to be the case. We do know.
Yeah, but it's very hard. It's very hard to
unless all the owners of Bitcoin choose to do something that is not in their interest. So as when everybody all of a sudden decides that they want to do something that's not in their interest, then the supply can increase.
It's true, but gold's got to be worth a hell of a lot to deal with the weight of re-entry. Gold is very heavy. People would forget how heavy gold is, and to have re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere with gold that's mined somewhere else out of interplanetary is probably impossible.
Can't you just drop it into the gravity well?
Yeah, it'll probably burn up though.
Yeah,
it's very.
It seems getting back down to Earth is not the hard thing. It's getting back out normally, where all the energy is expended.
See, I'm still trying to capture an asteroid and pull it into Earth's orbit so that we can mine it conveniently. But you guys are thinking ahead.
No, but the other thing I think is going to be an interesting trend is the trend towards, and I was talking to someone on Twitter who's a big proponent of this as well, is the move, I think, in the next epoch towards investing versus trading. I mean, nothing wrong with trading, but if you think about it as a thought experiment, if most people were hodlers, if not all people were hodlers, then Bitcoin's price would be much less volatile. I mean, it will still continue to increase as adoption increases, but it'll increase in a much less volatile way. And as you start to expand the market, the first people into this market were the people who are risk tolerant. They were happy to take risk, etc. But most people on the planet aren't risk tolerant, they're risk averse. So they're going to want to come in a way which is lower risk. And therefore, they're going to be much more attuned to the sort of philosophy of hodling, of not trying to take risks, not trying to trade, and to try and choose cryptocurrencies which are, given that this is a higher risk area, are low risk. And that's only one choice. If you want anything that's even remotely in the sort of the lower end of the risk spectrum. So you're going to see people going back to Bitcoin, less trading, more investing. and therefore more hodling, which will stabilize the price in its own way. So I'm really, really interesting to see what happens over the next epoch. And as again, other people's thoughts as to what's going to happen in this space will be really interesting.
Now, Obi, we have a question for you because you run an exchange, right? So in the next couple months here, we just saw the Bitcoin reward go down from 12.5 to 6.25. Do you think this is going to happen now, even without everyone hodling? Is there going to be a supply squeeze? Is there going to be not enough Bitcoins on the exchange for people to buy?
Well, there's always enough. It's just that the value of them might change. So it's just that because they are divisible, and actually far more divisible than one Satoshi if we wish to. If it's in people's incentives to change the currency to allow for smaller units, then it will happen. And you can do that with Lightning already. I don't expect to see a significant change in the market in the short term. And if it is, it will probably, there are people who can move the market individually still at this stage. And that gets harder and harder, but it's still possible. So short-term price movements could be just someone deciding, I want to move the price today.
That sounds like a great superpower.
But it is a great power, but it's the reality. So given that's the case, if you
not a great power, I love people that do that.
but they can only do it for a certain period of time. You can only resist gravity for a certain period of time, and eventually it'll move to its actual price. I mean, and the question is, what is that final price? And that's where you have to sort of form a view, and because it's still a risk, but you form a view, and based on all the people in the space, based on the sort of the pedigree of the fundamentals that brought Bitcoin into existence. If you look at the people cited in the white paper, one of them is on this talk, and it's one of them is on this talk, and Wei Dai, and all of the core concepts that were behind this. As long as you believe in 1 + 1 = 2 and mathematics, and game theory, and people will be people.
I've been in room 101 for long enough to know it equals 5.
So then, I mean, that's what you have to make a call on for the long term. Do you believe in, human nature? Do you believe in mathematics? If those two are true, then you can form a view that Bitcoin will, over the long term, increase in value. But if you don't believe some of those fundamentals, or you don't understand what effectively Bitcoin is, then you may form a different view. But in the short term, unless you're a sophisticated or professional trader, it might be difficult for you to make a return. And even if you are a professional trader, it will be difficult. But in the long
I disagree. I think anyone can be a very good trader, but most people just do not have the thinking correctly. Yeah. I don't think it's hard to be a very good trader. So that's, if I can pass that on, I feel like that's my legacy.
So how do you become a very good trader?
Well, you got to throw away everything that you probably have in your mind. First of all, I don't know.
That doesn't sound very easy.
Nobody knows. When you realize nobody knows,
everything,
you're at a tremendous advantage. Okay, I do not predict. I react.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to say that, but it's not. You cannot. Okay. Everybody has TA first, and that's a distant third. Number one is managing your funds, and number two is the fundamentals. I think we all agree here on the fundamentals of Bitcoin. And it's not even, I don't even think that the Bitcoin fundamentals is reliant on the Bitcoin. Bitcoin is simply the solution that the market came up with organically because of this problem that we have. So that's the fundamentals. It's the Bitcoin's not the fundamentals. It's the fundamentals for Bitcoin is the what we're in, the system that we're in. Okay. And then the distant third thing is the TA. If you ignore if you manage your equity, number one is, money management, and that's the secret of success. Number two is money management. That's the secret of success. And the third secret is money management.
Money
And
management.
if you don't understand that, there's a fourth secret, and that's money management. Because guys, you don't understand the great world that you live in. There's no reason for you to ever get completely okay. There's a difference between getting wrecked and getting devastated. In today's markets, my hat off to Arthur Hayes. You can't get completely devastated. You can only get wrecked. You can't lose any more than you put on an exchange. You can't. It's impossible. That was not true 40 years ago. You can lose everything. You can still lose everything if you're trading futures on American regulated exchanges like the Chicago Mercantile Exchange or the Chicago Board of Trade or COMEX. I mean, that's the way it works. They own you.
Yeah.
And I think the main thing.
I really need to talk with you, Valtero, because you're on my wavelength, man. Since this conversation with us, what's going on here? Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? What I'm just telling you? It's unbelievable how you can't lose. If you lose everything trading Bitcoin, it's because you really screwed up on your money management. You can't lose it all.
I think it sounds like what you're saying, that the main thing to do is to get your emotions out of it, which is very difficult, because when you look at $1,000 and you think you earned it,
you have to learn to deal with it.
Well, and I think you have to have that system, like you're saying. If you make 10%, it goes into savings. 5%. No system? What about money management?
No,
that's a
there
system.
is no system.
Money management's a system. I don't know what you're talking about, man. It's a system.
The system is there is no system.
It's like proof of keys. You just don't put everything on the exchange. You only play with a portion of your money, and if you get liquidated, you put in less than that.
Sounds like a system. If it's a portion of your money, it sounds like a mathematical system.
Juan just joined us, so let us introduce Juan.
What needs to be done is very simple, but it's very difficult to do.
That's right. We also want to welcome David. He's been with a while. David, do you want to say hello? Say something nice about Bitcoin? Put you on the spot.
No, I'm used to that. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, sounds good. Just say hello, David.
Oh, good, man.
All right.
Happy halving.
Hey.
Happy halving.
Happy halving, guys. Well, trading. Who didn't get wrecked before?
Yeah, I got wrecked. Hey,
everybody.
the thing with trading, I think, is you have to switch your mind from it's going down, it's on sale, and it's going up, it's too expensive. Because if you think it's going up, oh shit, I better jump on, then you're doing it wrong. If you think it's going down, it's on sale, then you're doing it right. And this is so hard for people to experience.
I think there's two philosophies from all the people I talk to. You've got the guys that really focus on volumes and make essentially moves that way, and you got the others that really do pure TA, and I don't think that works. I think the only thing that really works is to watch the volume. But then you have the fundamentals, like ex-Wall Street traders will literally apply what they know, and they're going to be fine anyway. They're going to be fine. The people that have moved to crypto and only do that, they get it. They get that we have many mini black swan events, manipulation, big whales, as Obi was saying before, still around, and they're managing to manipulate the market the way they want. Unfortunately, this is where we are. We are where we are. It's better than it was, but we're not there yet. But it's better. We have to look at. I mean, most of us have been around for a long time in that space, so we got to say, we got to stay focused on the future and forget about the past and keep moving forward with this technology and those opportunities to do something different. Yeah. So
that is the trick, to focus on the future and to forget the past. We also want to welcome Katie. Hello, Katie. Do you want to say something nice about Bitcoin? Say hello to everybody.
Hi there. Hi there. Nice to see some of you. Nice to meet others. Yeah, happy halving. Cheers for that.
Happening.
Cheers.
Happy halvening.
It's
Very
so
nice.
nice to have
Ugly.
some beautiful women on the show. I
real.
need to find the goat lady. Maybe I'll go get her and bring her on.
Bring in a station.
It's about time.
Hey,
We're also.
Ugly.
Go ahead, Katie. Sorry.
It's funny how you so good at turning off your emotions while trading, and you're so emotional while talking about trading.
Oh no, you have to, trading is emotional. You can't, oh, these guys that think I'm going to trade my system. Hell no, never trade a system because no system works consistently. So your emotions are something that you need to just deal with. And the whole thing is you can deal with it as long as you're trading properly, as long as you know what, I can't get wiped out. Look, okay. And I'm not a good trader. I'm really not.
He makes a lot of mistakes. Like really
but
fat finger mistakes.
I'll match my track record with a lot of my students will become much better than I am. But I took 0.6 Bitcoin and I've taken out 15 and have another 3. I don't know what that is. It's like
a lot.
It's 30x is basically. But the thing is, you can do it. It's just that everybody has their thinking really backwards, and the TA is not the important part, guys. It doesn't matter what TA you use, and that's what they think. There's magic beans. There's no magic
The
beans.
best way that I can explain it is you're on TA. You're trying to predict what the price is going to do, but nobody knows that. So
Nobody knows where the market's going. I don't.
Yeah. What he does is he tries to prepare for every situation, or he has a strategy for every situation. He's saying, okay, well, if it does go up, then I'll be ready for it. And if it goes down, I'll be ready for it, right? And that's kind of how he's thinking. So it's much more like pragmatic and game theory oriented than it is about hoping you predicted it and being right. And if you're wrong, well, you're screwed, right? So that's where the money.
I have no clue where the market's going. If I tried to predict this thing, I would have been completely wrong today. But what I did do, I knew it was going to be volatile, so I did add some cushion in my account. No, I didn't add any positions, but I just, this is really, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm waiting to see, and hopefully I'll be able to capitalize off it. I'm reactive, not predictive. I mean, I guess that's the only way I can explain it.
Yeah.
All right. We also want to welcome Victoria to the chat. Hello, Victoria. How's it going? I want to say something nice about the Bitcoin halving. Go ahead.
Congratulations, everybody. Another halving. Well done. And great to see you all on here. I thought as I can't go to any conferences, I might as well pop in and say hello.
It's very cool. And I think I've been to that background there. It looks like the radio building in London. So, places I've been.
It's from the Sky Garden. It's the Sky Garden.
Didn't we go there after your meetup? Wasn't it the meetup, Tom? The London meetup. We went there.
Yep. We were just there. Maybe last year. Maybe last year and a month ago.
April last year, so almost a year ago.
Yeah.
The cheese grater. That's the building that.
The walkie-talkie.
The walkie-talkie. That's
the
it.
one.
The cheese grater. It melted like a Jaguar's, like the part. Basically bent the metal or whatever, because it was convex or concave, whatever one it is, and it focused the rays on across the street, so they had to put like a grid up on it.
Yeah, good architecture.
Yeah,
great view. So
great view though. Yeah. And a cool bar to be in as well. It's nice.
It was, yeah. No, memorable times.
Yeah, not many of those now after COVID.
I know.
We should be doing a big.
That's
We
what
should be
I mean.
Fireworks. Yeah.
I know. We can only think about where we would have been if there was a real Bitcoin halvening, if we'd be in a private bar or on top of a building, or fireworks, or maybe a spaceship. International Space Station looks nice. Might have to think about that for next time. Yeah. Rent out the whole thing.
Well, we just had a party on the moon.
Oh, how'd the moon party go, Juan? Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. I mean, it was the first time we did anything quite like this. We hopped around 4 different virtual reality worlds. We started at the Bitcoin Citadel. Yeah. And there's a really cool world. It's very kind of Greek or Roman-esque, right? Like big sort of Greek pillars, and there's a big Bitcoin statue in the middle, and a Genesis block. We hung out there for a little bit there. We met there, and then we hopped to another world, which is kind of like this. It's kind of like this beach sort of place. It's kind of like a wave themed. I don't know. It's really trippy. You kind of have to see it. Then we went to a space station, and the space station has a bunch of memes. And there's a big meme coming out. You can see Earth, and behind Earth is like a picture of Peter Schiff being like, "Hey guys, I was gonna come to the moon, but my wallet forgot my password." There's just memes everywhere. Like some of the best memes in Bitcoin history are on that spaceship. It's just a really like fun hangout spot. And then after that, we went to the Alien Treehouse, which we created and Ugly Old Goat sponsored. And it's basically a tree on the moon with a bunch of alien saucers. And then we had an art gallery, a bunch of digital art and crypto art, and a bunch of toys. We had a Bitcoin standard staff and, some balls with logos on them. And there's
Is this the VOD Gen group?
It's all live streaming. It's all on my YouTube channel. It's all on Twitter.
Oh, well.
I don't do any of this stuff, guys, but I support it all. So that's what I do. I mean, I hope to inspire all you guys because I'm not going to be here a whole lot longer, but the time I have, I'm so excited about it. It's just really great, and whatever I can do, I am behind you guys. It's, there's two kind of entrepreneurs. There's those that have Bitcoin and those that don't. And my whole view is the next big move is not going to come from the hedge funds or grants or some other big guy announced he bought Bitcoin. No. It's going to come from you guys that, you're entrepreneurs, you have some ideas and you want to do this shit. You're the avant-garde. You're going to be the ones that do this. And, that's what this is all about. Because the ideas don't come from up here. They come from down here. They just do. That's always the nature. And you know what? We throw shit against the wall here all the time and it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to work. Yeah. But we just keep throwing the shit until something does. And if it's
I've got a real problem with what you say. You keep going about it's about us guys and not you and so on. I have a real strong feeling you're going to be around for like longer than most of us.
No, I don't think so. But you know what? I got a little message I want to tell you guys, and I'm so glad I'm on this show because I wanted to say something. I was going to, and I love Tone Today's one of my real heroes. And I learned about him on World Crypto Network. But this is where it's at, guys, not where that's at. That's all the big, our little guys. We're the guys that are, you guys are the next generation, not the guys that are already this generation and trying to be even bigger than they are. I don't know how else I can explain it. And because
I think Bitcoin is about the grassroots. It's about everybody.
It is about the grassroots.
I like to go to events like CoinFest in UK or Advancing Bitcoin or Baltic Honey Badger. It's about various and numerous, strength in numbers, people understanding that they have to trust, not verify, be their own bank.
Exactly. You know what? I love that phrase, be your own bank, but very few Bitcoins really get it. They still want banks to be banks. You guys are the banks. Start acting.
They will get it. They will get it. That's what's going to happen over the next 4-8 years. More of an understanding. It's not about the technology. It's not about there as an enabler. It's not about the economics. It's about the philosophy.
Busy over there.
The idea that you can be your own bank. You are in control. Decentralize all the things.
I'm going to go get the goat lady and trying to bring her back. But she, like I say, people say, well, you got to have we're going to unbank the unbanked. No, you're not. The unbanked are unbanked, most of them for a reason. But the thing is, we got a whole bunch of people working for us now. They're on the Bitcoin standard and they don't even know it. They're earning a daily wage because of what we're able to fill the gaps without explaining the whole damn thing. I tried that, been there, done that. I gave away Bitcoin and people just only 1%, if that, kept the Bitcoin when I told them just hold it, forget you have it. So if you feel them did, but anyway, I'm going to try and get the goat lady because I need to put you guys where the pavement hits the road. You guys are the future, not the big shit that's going on now. Right here, right now, you guys are it. And Some of you are going to succeed tremendously. Most of you are going to exceed tremendously. And maybe some of you will fail, but you know what? It's okay. You know, that's the way it goes. I failed tremendously. I did 11 years in prison. You know what? I came
What?
out and I did it all over again.
Whoa,
you
what
know?
is that story? 11 years in prison.
You'll have
what
to
happened?
check in later. You have to
You
check
gotta
it out,
skip past
Odie.
that story.
No,
But
he's
it's
got to
all
go.
come out. It will come out.
It's
Tone-
another
Tone
time.
made
It's
me
fine.
I used to only appear in my mask, but I'm gonna go find the goat lady. So
Yeah,
you
go find
guys,
the goat lady.
I don't want to dominate this thing.
It
It's
was a
your
white-collar
show.
crime.
I'm leaving. I'm gonna go try and get the goat.
All right, we've got some new guests. New guests to introduce.
And he failed at money management.
All right, we'll get back to that again later on. We want to welcome our new guest. Vesa is with us. Vesa, do you want to go ahead and say hello?
Hey,
Good.
Vesa's in the house. How's it going, man?
Hey, Vesa.
He's one of the artists we had on the Alien Treehouse. We have like one of his pieces on the Alien Treehouse right now. Thanks for playing ball, man.
Thanks, guys, for having me. It's such a nice thing to see many of your faces. I was just on little Tone Vay's live stream, and there was a lovely moment of Peter McCormack doing a shout out to Free Ross, and I chimed in a little bit, and I've had enough vodka to feel very comfortable to be in front of a bunch of people that I haven't ever met before. But mad Bitcoins, mad respect. Thanks for having me here. I'm just here to celebrate, man. It's a cool moment.
Very cool. Thanks so much, Vesa, for joining us. We also want to recognize Jameson Lopp. Jameson, how's it going? Welcome to the chat.
Hey.
Hey.
Jameson.
It's a busy day. I think this is like the 5th live stream I've been on.
Excellent.
So,
Just keep
it's gonna
touring
keep
around,
going
but
until
staying
late
home.
night.
Yeah.
It's going to turn into drinks with 2-bit idiot eventually.
All right. Nice. And
Jameson,
Jameson.
why do you need to wait? You can start drinking right now.
Oh, yeah. We're ahead of you on the drinking. We're working on it here.
The sad part is I've still got to do work during the day. I've got actual business to attend to. You know, Bitcoin doesn't give me a break.
Well, Jameson, we were just showing your tweet when you found this message in the last block signed. What did it feel like when you found that? What do you think about this message you found in the block?
Yeah, so I can't take full credit for it because at the time I was actually live streaming with Wang Chun of F2 Pool. So you know, he or his pool, you know, a hasher at his pool mined that block, and he was like, "Hey, check this out!" And I was like, "Oh snap! I got to get that out on the Bitcoin Twitter."
Very
so
cool.
it's F2 pool, not AMP pool.
This is the block before, right?
Oh,
it's the block before.
What's going on?
Yeah, 9999. You know, it's the last block with the 12.5 Bitcoin as a subsidy. So, you know, you could argue about whether or not, you know, in which interval does the halving actually happen.
But people thought
that was the final one with that large.
People thought that was good though, right? Because the quote was in block 0, which wasn't a real block, and this block was in kind of the one before the new period. So that's like a good place for it.
Very cool. Do we know if they put anything in any of the other blocks?
So Obi, you were talking about I guess volatility, difficult for regular people to invest in Bitcoin because it's so volatile. I think that there might be a place for a deleveraged Bitcoin. So there's because it's difficult now with the interest rates being what they are, but there are things like structured products where you get a capital guarantee. So people will make like a product that lasts for 5 years. They'll take 90% of the money and put it into some kind of low risk interest bearing thing that rebuilds the money. And then they'll take the 10% and put it in something risky like derivatives or what have you. And in a Bitcoin version of this, the 10% could go in Bitcoin and the 90% could be in some kind of bond that's relatively low risk that rebuilds your capital. Then you can say to people, look, you know, but if you buy this, the worst that can happen is you get your money back. And if it falls 80%, you know, you'll be in the first year, you'll be down what, like 4% or something. You know, I mean, it won't be very much because of the percentages, right? So I think something like that is makes sense for people, and you see the professional investors like this Paul Tudor Jones guy. I haven't heard of him before, but apparently he's famous. Big fund manager, and he's doing capital allocation, right? So he put 2% of his funds into Bitcoin, and you introduce retail investors to Bitcoin, and they go like, "Oh yeah, I'll buy 50% of it or something." Well, of course that's risky, right? But that's because when people say, "Oh, you shouldn't put more than some percentage," people don't understand allocation and risk management, I think is the point. So these kind of structured products or capital assured products are an interesting way to package something that's risky and still hold on to some of the return, but like a lower portion of it.
Obi, I think. Oh, you're unmuted. There you go. Sorry. Go ahead, Obi.
No, just when I don't know. It seems whenever Adam talks, my internet connection goes, which is very frustrating. But it's definitely on my side. But yeah, I think there's a place for structured products like that. But I do feel that we're still really early, and I still need to explain to people why Bitcoin, not shitcoin, for example. And so that's the stage I'm at, and I'm trying to solve that problem before getting onto the structured products. But eventually, we definitely want to get there.
Did you see Bitfinex's new product, which is the Bitcoin dominance unit or something?
Yeah.
So maybe you could stick into your structured product a short, altcoin short plus Bitcoin just to juice it up.
You could. I suppose it's like there's a percentage of the there's a process that people go through, and if you've been in the market for 4 years plus or 5 years plus, you want more and more sophisticated products. But the 90% who, or 95 or 99% who haven't yet touched the market, they still need to understand literally the basic concepts of why this is such a disruptive innovation. And once they understand that, then they will go through this process. I don't know if that's the view I have, but what is your view? You think that for someone who's coming in new, it's better to give them something like that, or is that something that comes down the line after they've understood the sort of basics?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking. Well, it was just the observation was triggered by the way that CNBC Fast Money or some of these programs, like financial news programs, cover Bitcoin. The price is up a bit, they'll get excited. The price is down, and they will, "Oh, Bitcoin's dead. It's 80% down, etc." And it will just have been 6 months ago or a year ago, and they would have had somebody on saying you shouldn't put more than 5% into it, you shouldn't put more than you could afford to lose. And those two claims are inconsistent, right? If you put the 5% into it and it's 80% down, you are now 4% down on your capital allocation. So they're presenting an imbalanced summary. And then I guess people who don't have that much investment experience don't understand that you can have something with a high return possibility, but quite a lot of risk and volatility, and what a Sharpe ratio is. So they're not going to know how to handle that. Where the sensible thing to do would be to balance things a bit so that you don't get wrecked, or you don't need if you need short-term access to capital, that you don't have to sell Bitcoin when it's significantly down, because you've got funds that you can access at different time horizons or something.
Yeah,
So,
I think
people don't get it. So I don't know. Like
we spent like three or 4 years trying to deal with how to deal with the concerns around volatility. I mean, our first attempt was physically delivered futures, which we launched, and the original idea around that was like, how this could potentially bring in these influxes of capital of institutional capital in the market, and that will slow down the volatility in the market. The next idea is effectively, like, we're not the first to do this, but follow the sort of in the paths of many others and try and offer like dollar cost averaging, auto buying, regular buying, because if most people are hodling, it reduces the level of volatility. Another option would be something like you're suggesting, where you have basically financial products that you set up, which mean that the volatility is not such a big issue. I still don't know which one it is, but I guess it's one of these things where you have to try multiple options, and for different people, they are interested in different things. But I think ultimately the most important is education. The biggest problem behind all of this is that people have been educated to not really spend any time understanding money themselves. And the only lesson they have is just trust someone else to handle the money for you. And that's where, and so therefore you can have these things like CNBC, where they say these incongruent or inconsistent claims, and people haven't been given the sort of faculties or skills or tools to be able to work out, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. There's a way around dealing with volatility by managing my sort of exposure to it. It's sort of weird, given how important money is, that we don't teach basic concepts about money and economics in school.
Obi.
We don't teach basic financial responsibility either. So
there must be a reason why.
But they do.
Consume.
Yeah.
It's almost as if somebody makes money from you not knowing anything about money.
Well, I wonder if the COVID situation and the economic effects, all the money printing, unemployment, and problems that will come from that will shift people's time preference.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like away from short-term consumerism into more hard assets and longer-term thinking.
Absolutely. The coronavirus, I mean, it's called coronavirus, which is, I mean, I've had this view that if you look at sort of Thomas Piketty, Wealth in the 21st Century, Bitcoin Standard, so on, the biggest effects on the economy or the gap between privilege and underprivileged have always happened in wars. And so unfortunately, my fear was that the only way we could resolve some of the issues we have in the world, or at least reduce them, is a world war. Then coronavirus comes along, and it's a horrible disease, etc., or illness, but it is effectively a world war where the world is fighting against this alien virus. It looks like an alien sort of, and its name means corona, which suggests, the sort of corona of a nuclear bomb. And so we have this sort of viral nuclear war happening. But the coronavirus is actually just the original bomb. But then you have money printing and widespread remote working are the fallout. And these will lead to sort of societal changes where, you have people saying, okay, Zillow, Google, Facebook are all saying that we're not returning to work for a year. Well, their employees are going to get used to the concept of remote working. They're going to get used to the concept of interacting with people at a distance. At that point, if I want to transact with them, trade with them, and so on, I'm going to want to use things like digital money. And also when I'm employing people, it no longer matters where that person is. There's no longer an advantage for being 100 meters away or 10,000 miles away. It makes no difference. I just want the best person wherever they are in the world. So the opportunities for meritocratic governance, the opportunities for whoever is the best gets employed are incredible. And the disadvantages of having to deal with taking your kids to school or so on are reduced. So the potential for this is amazing, and it will lead to people trying to understand money more. They'll have to be more self-sufficient. This is the hope. It may not happen. We may end up going back into work and forgetting this era, but if there is
No,
even a 10 or 20% change, that's
Obi,
going to be.
Obi, what happened in France years ago when I was younger is we used to have a year minimum and civic education, 14 years old to 15, I think, or 16, and then a year of economy. They scribed them both. And I remember this economy teacher used to say, guys, you're the first generation are going to work all your life to pay the pension for the others, and you will never see it yourself. And describe those years. They were very enlightening. They were very eye-opening. Um, so I would agree that the education is what is needed about finance, about basic finance, because everything is taken for granted, and only those that are actually doing their own research actually learn. But when I look at the number of people over the years that I try to talk to, try to explain things, not many people get interested. They just you just. I think I don't know. There is a barrier that people just don't have time or don't care or don't realize that this is a game changer. And I guess we have to you have to wait for the masses to and the only thing we need is time. But
I
it's
think, yeah.
yeah, go for it.
No, I think a lot of people get into Bitcoin because they've normally experienced some kind of crisis that's forced them to learn about it. So, I mean, certainly in my journey, it was, I had my own business that I started in the financial crisis, and it was going through that process and not being able to get any money from the banks when I'd never had a problem before that really made me learn about it. And then in the process of trying to convince others, I often found it was other people who'd been through some kind of crisis, or it's like an existential crisis. It kind of really changes. You come up against a barrier that you've never had to deal with before, and it's in the process of trying to overcome that barrier that you learn a different way. And I think it's interesting because it's almost as though, those people who've been through these crises, their personalities are hardened, and these are the people who are getting into Bitcoin first, who will ultimately be the new leaders. And isn't it interesting that they've had that journey in order to learn what the problems are, in order to know what the solutions are in the future? I find that really fascinating.
Well, if that's the case, there's going to be a lot of people going through financial crises over the next year.
Absolutely. And a lot of people have said it's not the pin that's pricked the bubble, it's like a sledgehammer, and because it's like all at once. Up until now, everyone's had a gradual opportunity to figure it out, and now they have no choice. It's going to hit them all at once.
Yeah.
My favorite quote from Satoshi's is, if you don't believe it or not, or don't get if you don't believe it or don't get it, I don't have the time to convince you. Sorry. And what's so cool about that saying is because he said that, Yoshi, but everyone else who's a Bitcoiner has taken their time to try and explain it to everyone as much as physically possible. So Satoshi, he passed on the baton, and I think you're right. The people that have come up against a crisis, that have had especially people that have had their funds, taken by or frozen by the government. In fact, a really classic example is the guy that there was a guy on Twitter that used to moan about Bitcoin all the time, and then eventually, the last time I heard of him, he was having his assets seized by the government for some reason, and it was like an aha moment. So hopefully that converted him. But the crisis has definitely got people into a kind of survival mode, I think, and maybe we'll see a lot less consumerism and reusing items rather than just sort of throwing them away and going back out.
Yeah.
Hey, Raptor, can I give you a shout out for this background that you have over there?
Yes.
Good to see you, bro.
Is that the background, or is that really there?
Well, actually, it's not really there yet because it's still not on my wall. But I
God damn it, Raptor!
I know, it's so bad. Long story.
Put it there. Hey, do you guys mind if I share something that is a little counterintuitive to most? Because as an artist, we're the bunch who are usually considered as the poor folk and those who die without ears and shoot ourselves because we get desperate over money, and then once we're dead, then our creativity gets monetized and everyone makes $100 million and gets to be a Gucci bag or something like that. But what's really going on in the crypto art scene is something that is in the history of art entirely and utterly unprecedented. Because you have, let's say you have zero artists who are pro Wall Street, not one. There's not, you know, if one wanted to be one, I think they would be ousted, and all the other artists would hire other people to try and assassinate that person. But also at the same time, you don't have any artists who are anti-crypto. They're all pro-crypto. They're all pro-Bitcoin. And from that point of view, we have a long tradition of thinking that artists are in a certain way, but there's an avalanche of artists right now who are speaking on behalf of this movement, and that's incredible. That's such a resource of what could be thought, and I hope not to cheapen the concept, but they could be thought of as the highest PR for this whole thing that there is. Artists are never of the same opinion about anything, and they're highly opinionated and very difficult to deal with. And all of a sudden, you have a monetary revolution that is backed by an avalanche of artists, and the majority of them are not being utilized, not for business, not for their assets, not for their creative output, and a bunch of other things. And I think this is a little bit of a miss, and a bit of a personal mission of mine. And I get to, in a couple of days, I've had a few vodkas now, and I hope to recover before it happens in 3 days. Obviously will. But there's a telecom company that has about $110 million revenue and 4 million subscribers. And I get to start educating their management level people about creativity. And that's been my journey of 20 years of doing this thing, and helping people communicate their most essential message if I think that their message is actually something worth communicating about. And that's the kind of thing. And I'm not just plugging myself. I'm saying that there's a bunch of really cool people in this space who are doing incredible things, who would love to align with other people who are doing incredible things here, who just like to contribute. And some of them cost pennies right now to be involved with something. So that's my little contribution to this idea that you have an untapped resource of incredible magnitude here in the space now.
All right, let's go to Katie. I saw you trying to get in there. Katie, something to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the need for Bitcoin for some people. Like, most of the people my age in the United States have been safe their whole life. Like, there wasn't a major event that they recognized as like our monetary system is broken. I'm coming from completely different background. When I was 3, like, our currency denominated, and then since then, our currency went like 900x compared to USD. So like it was 6 rubles per dollar, and now it's 74. Yeah, it's more than that. So like I could totally see what's going on, and from my perspective, like it was much easier to understand why we need to Bitcoin. And like over the last week alone, I onboarded 3 Russian girls to start DCAing Bitcoin. They all live in the United States now, but somehow it's just so much easier to explain Bitcoin to somebody who's been fucked by the system. So people who don't want to get it just yet, they will have to get it once they get fucked, unfortunately.
Looks like we're definitely Chris Ellis, something to say? Been quiet for a while.
I know. I've just been listening and checking out Twitter, looking at all the people. I agree with the last speaker, was it Victoria? I think that the people that are going to benefit from the most are the people that are actually in developing countries. And I think that's been said a lot for anybody who's new to the space, but Andreas Antonopoulos was saying this back in 2014. I think that's absolutely true. There was somebody who commented much earlier in the show that, you know, we might have to choose in the future which world reserve currency we're going to have, as US dollars or rubles. But I was going to add that actually, if you go to Moscow on a flight and try to get a taxi, you'll actually learn quite quickly that a lot of Russians don't even want rubles, let alone the rest of the world. Right. So I think at the moment that like the flight currencies in Forex, like you have the US dollar and you also have the Japanese yen. I think those are the 2 kind of safe haven trades in terms of national currencies that are backed by governments, and they're ultimately backed because there is a trust that because the US might have 300 million odd taxpayers, the idea is that because that many people require possession of US dollars in order to pay their taxes, that therefore there will always be a future demand. And that is largely enforced by the threat of violence. If you don't pay your taxes, we're going to put you in a cage, and therefore you are incentivized to pay those taxes. And that's why I think a lot of speculators on the Forex market believe that these national currencies actually have value.
How does that
But I
work
also
in countries with hyperinflation and paying taxes? Does that argument? I've heard that argument many times, and I'm not sure how
So
well.
MMT, I'm not an economist and I'm not qualified in anything, but my basic noob understanding of MMT, modern monetary theory, is that it does require good policy making on the part of the politicians. And I do think a lot of MMT advocates that I've listened to do agree and admit that inflation is a possible consequence of MMT. But they say that if you have correct policy decisions, that shouldn't happen because the taxation should destroy the money that is in excess supply. So you can print the money now, you've got future generations that can pay off the debt. It's not like a finite, person gets old, can't work anymore, can't pay off their debts. A country is unique in the sense that it has new, fresh blood that comes into it every single day, and new taxpayers, therefore. And the idea is that you give yourself the money now because if you're constrained by a deflationary asset like gold or like a hard asset, then you can't necessarily have all the nice things. You can't have Amazon and you can't have on-demand anything you want, frappuccino lattes and everything else, right? If you want all these nice buildings and these skyscrapers, you need to be able to give yourself an upfront payment. But of course, that comes at the expense of something. And like that's why I got into Bitcoin, because ultimately I saw that this was just largely an institutionalized Ponzi scheme. You can't just keep printing to the point of infinity. Like there has to be some kind of ratio. There has to be some kind of balance. And I think like everybody on this channel recognizes that we haven't really got that balance. And largely they're martingaling, from gambling. There's a strategy, there's a flawed strategy called the martingale strategy, where as you keep going, you keep losing your bets, you keep doubling your bankroll each time to recover the losses from all the previous debts. But of course, that relies on you having an infinite bankroll.
That's going to work. I just need to keep betting. I just need a bigger roll.
That's what the
just
European
bigger.
Union's going to do. That's what Merkel's going to do. They're going to keep doubling down on this shit until they can't go anymore, because once your career's over as a politician, what's the point in saving your reputation? You've got no future anyway. You may as well just destroy it and just go for this like full nuclear self-sabotage option.
You mentioned that probably the developing countries are going to be benefiting the most. But like if you look at the distribution of current Bitcoin education, it's pretty much all in English. I had real trouble to find any good information, any good sources in other languages. And do you think that's going to affect the distribution much?
Yeah, but it's up to you, right? Like it's up to everybody. Like Bitcoin doesn't have a central planning committee. It doesn't have a marketing team. It doesn't have a business team. That's great because I've worked in startups. They're an absolute fucking mess. And if you ever worked in a startup, even a successful one, you'll know how political things get, how the lobbying behavior happens. Everyone's got their agenda. In Bitcoin, everybody's in charge. Like my girlfriend Janine, she's done a lot of translation work. She's tried to get other people to do translation work. It has to be up to individuals to do that. Like if you want to disseminate this information, then you have to translate that information into your local languages.
That's an interesting thing that I've seen happen, though. I've had people reach out to me and basically ask permission to translate various articles that I've written. And I'm like, this is great. And by the way, you don't need my permission. I want you to steal everything.
Exactly.
Translate it into every language you can.
Yeah. You put a Creative Commons license on your work and then it's free to go, right?
We also want to welcome Will Pangman. How's it going? Say hello, Will.
Going great. Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Great to be here with everybody on such an awesome day. It's my third halving, I guess. The first one was spent learning about Bitcoin. That was the week I kind of really started learning about Bitcoin, was the first halving. So it's always, I mean, it's special for everybody. It's kind of like, feels like New Year's, I kind of think, for everybody. But that's what I remember about past halvings.
Very cool. Good to have you with us, Will. And Rianne was here, but she's gone. So go ahead, Katie.
I think the halving 2028 actually going to be very close to the new year. Somewhere around that would be cool if it kind of aligned.
Yeah, I saw in the chat they're already beginning the countdown to the next halving. Just 4 more years. Start your clocks already, right?
It's like 1,400 some days, right?
Just start counting them down. Yeah.
So right now it's like March 22nd of 2024.
We can get that faster. We can put some more miners on it. Let's get on that. Yeah.
It's totally wild guess at this point.
I'm on guard.
Standing guard.
I'm standing guard.
All right, so let's check in on the. Go ahead.
The last halving was like 7 months early, and this halving was about 2 months early. So, we're probably not going to see any insane advances in ASIC technology. So, probably safe, bet that it'll be a few months earlier. So, yeah, sometime around New Year's.
Sometime around New Year's 2024. Not that long away. We're looking at the price of Bitcoin. It's $8,671. Looks like it did go down a little bit below the halving, maybe touching as low as 8,350 or 8,200 if you got that green spike there. It's about the same. $1 for 11,531 Satoshis. Still got 158 people joining us in the chat. Thanks to everybody for giving us a thumbs up and a share. It's also a great time to subscribe down below. Hit the bell for notifications. We do shows like this almost every day, sometimes every day. You could also check out the World Crypto Network store at worldcryptonetwork.store. We've got the brand new World Crypto Network mug, our new t-shirt, Treasures Don't Float. Very popular idea. I think a lot of us have been involved in these boating accidents, horrible loss of keys, and we're just disappointed to find out that treasures don't float. We also have the WCN mug with both logos and the WCN t-shirt with the logo, the treasure shirt, and check out Dobby Barker and Bitcoin Not Bombs, the brand new 2020 Bitcoin Halving Bitcoin Not Bombs edition t-shirt. You can get it at worldcryptonetwork.store. So there you go. There's our promotions for the day.
I've got a question.
Right.
At what point does Bitcoin become too private, that it becomes a threat to governments?
Good question.
Can you repeat it?
Question was, at which point does Bitcoin become too private that it becomes a threat to governments?
Next year.
Well, governments actually continue to exist.
Unfortunately.
I think as long as human beings take up physical space, and governments will exist, because so maybe in our minds we'll spend a lot of our time in the virtual world, but in the physical world, we take up physical space. That means we take up land, and that means it's possible to have some level of physical control over land.
Yeah, it's that. It's
the government of the world.
It's the physical state of our bodies that is so difficult to defend, right? So, if you want to get into transhumanism, that's why I think, philosophical arguments aside about what you are and what is consciousness, being able to digitize yourself would mean potentially that then you could leverage the asymmetric defense capabilities that cryptography gives us. And that would be pretty awesome.
That's true, but I think governments have kind of grown exponentially because part of their role is making rules for all of us, but a lot of rules are now being delegated to software. So, they may still exist, but possibly a lot smaller than they are right now.
Saint
Who
Simone
regulates the
said
software?
Saint Simon said in the 1800s, soon the art of governing men will be at an end, and it will be replaced by a new art, the art of administration.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys talking about. They don't exist in my world.
I think
I like that answer.
The idea that for quite a while people have understood that governing people, that's not the answer. You know, for there to be artistry in the way in which things are administered, such as money, that would be better.
I think to reduce the control that whoever governments have over you, you have to sort of reduce your need to interact with the physical world. So that's why I think you're seeing these movements towards van life, minimalism, and all of these things, intermittent fasting, because what they effectively do is they reduce your footprint. There's less things that you need. If you own your own house, if your house is mobile, if you are being very efficient in what you eat and so on, then there's less things that can be governed around you. In the as Jameson said, in the virtual world, in the digital world, all bets are off. The only risk there is that the internet itself at a foundational level is not very decentralized right now. There are like the DNS system is managed, you know, and the IP routing system is managed. The big IP is managed by only a very few countries and very few organizations. But there's blockstream satellites, and in conjunction mesh networks. That's the one thing we need to do to make sure that the internet stays completely decentralized, decentralizing the on and off ramps.
That's why I'm so loudly advocating for the flag theory, because you're pretty much decentralizing yourself. You're like getting a bunch of passports from different countries and trying to figure out the attack factor and just use the one that has no problem with the government that you're interacting with right now. And I consider it as like decentralizing yourself by limiting your dependency on any one particular state. You just like planting your flags in different jurisdictions, and it's kind of helpful.
Adam?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard for us because our faces are known. People know we're interested in Bitcoin, but the best defense is obscurity. Like if nobody knows you own Bitcoin, if the Bitcoins you do own are disassociated from your banking records, if they're held somehow bought for cash or in a private way, and you're just generally obscure and low profile, and you can have a pretty good time of things and be largely unaffected by governments. Moving around globally is a lot easier than it used to be, COVID aside. So I think the influence or relevance of governments is shrinking over time. We don't see it because it's slow. Even if you go back 50 years or 100 years, very few people had left their town or their country. And nowadays, it's relatively cheap to, rent an Airbnb in another country, go somewhere low cost, and just generally move around the world. COVID is putting a crimp in that, obviously, but presumably that's a short-term thing. So, and I think there's people have read the book Snow Crash, but it's a book I like a lot. And
Snow Crash.
The protagonist is kind of well-known, maybe wealthy in cyberspace, but poor in the real physical world somehow. And there's this great line in it where they bump into this guy. Oh, he's got the book. There we go. They bump into this guy and they have no idea who he is or why he thinks he's relevant. And he has to explain himself that he's the president of the United States. And they go, oh well, like they don't seem very interested. So the government still exists, but people are barely aware of it, and it has very little relevance in their lives or in everything is so, free market, capitalist, opt-in services for everything, that government has little relevance. So I view that as a blueprint for the future. So Bitcoin has the opportunity to build a snow crash future in stages.
How much do you think that things like Snow Crash and Neuromancer were influences on you with Hashcash and at the time?
I was interested in capitalism, free market stuff, and I thought Snow Crash was great. I read that later. So yeah, I was just very interested in privacy tech and then electronic cash. And people were interested to build electronic cash because it was clear that other internet privacy technology wouldn't be fully useful without it. So it'd be interesting to see what transpires, because people didn't predict the influence of the internet in society and in the way we interact, and social media changing the balance of power for publishing, and full of influence of hierarchical media organizations. So it yet to be seen what free market money does. It's 11 years, but give it another, let's see where we are at the 20-year mark. The world might look quite different.
And going back to the...
I wouldn't take the opposite side of that bet, anyway.
Going back to the original question, what Kay was saying, if it was maybe the privacy that would make the governments turn on Bitcoin, the Plan B guy in a recent article, he said if Bitcoin went to 288,000, he would get out immediately because he believes the governments would be interested, not because of the privacy, but because it's worth so much money. Similar to the gold seizure in the 1930s, there might be a Bitcoin seizure. What do you guys think of that? Not everybody at once, but at least one person.
Yeah.
Okay,
sorry,
Victoria, go ahead.
I was just going to say unconfiscatable. That's tone basis.
What do you think, Victoria? Is it just the value of the money, or is it about it being secret?
I think what's really interesting is that in England anyway, HMRC are now requiring you to declare your Bitcoin holdings, because you have to work out in quite a complicated way what your profit is. And the only way you can work it out is by declaring how much Bitcoin you have. So it kind of puts you in a double bind. You can kind of play by the rules and declare what it is in order to work out what your tax liability is. But in the process, you're having to admit how much Bitcoin you hold. Whereas conversely, if you don't admit it, but then it's discovered later in time that you've been holding more Bitcoin for longer, they can get you on the fact that you didn't declare it originally.
It's a reporting requirement. It's exactly, a reporting requirement.
Exactly, but they can't, with these things, they get you on the fact that you didn't report it originally. So the crime isn't necessarily that you had it. It's when you come to want to spend it or cash it in the future, they kind of go, oh, hang on a minute, you didn't tell us you had that. And also they want you to declare what all your Bitcoin addresses are. So, and it's very stealthy because, it starts slow, and they rely on the population being honest in order for the whole system to work. I mean, if all of the Bitcoin holders said, I'm not telling you what it is, and that's fine until you want to cash it in, and then you're in trouble, because it's like, well, hang on, where did all that money come from? Or if you want to buy a house with your Bitcoin, for example, even if you want to buy a house, you have to declare where your deposit came from now. You never used to have to do that. And if your deposit comes from crypto, a lot of the banks won't give you a mortgage. So, so they're very stealthily, they're creating obstacles in your path. So it's not that, they can confiscate it, because they can't, but they can make life very difficult for you in the process. And so
that's a smart move. That's a smart move on their part. That's exactly what I would do if I was an evil dictator. I wouldn't stop you from owning it, because that's a fool's errand. Like, you could all have VeraCrypt hidden volumes with plausible deniability, secret keys with derivation paths, or you crafty rascals. And I don't have enough MI5 agents or enough, CIA operatives that can go out and rubber hose you all for your passwords. But what I could do is just turn around to the banks and turn around to every estate agent and say, every time someone tries to buy a house, maybe dox the fuck out of them, Like maybe just try to get every piece of personal identifiable information. And if they can't prove where their income came from, it's undocumented income. Right? We could even seize those assets, right? And the banks have to comply. They must comply, because if they don't, then they lose their license to operate. They go out of business. So it's the perfect strategy, in my opinion. And I still don't
they're
think
not as stupid as we
Bitcoiners
think they
have an
are.
answer.
This also.
What's your answer to that, though? Like,
this also.
Unless you want to move to Vanuatu, where are you going to buy some land? Because in every country now, I think in Germany, any developed country, you have to tell them where your money came from before you buy it.
Yep.
Or you don't need to, or you just move away from the concept of coveting land. Because
so I liked what you were saying.
All disruptions come down to this desire for land. We don't need land. We were originally nomadic in nature.
No, I liked what you were saying about van life. That's absolutely spot on. Yeah, I've been feeling that for a long time. No, that's totally true.
Remove your dependence on lands, because almost all government is based around the concept that people covet land. So if you
exactly
that away, then that helps a lot. It still doesn't deal with everything, but it helps a lot. Reduce your footprint on the physical world.
Yeah, because the government can take back your land. I mean, they can confiscate it. So I think that's absolutely right. If you reduce your footprint, I think government authorities have always been fearful of people who live in the woods and the hills, because they're difficult to track. And actually what's happening in a lot of African countries in the last 10 years have been following these updates. A lot of companies like Google and Microsoft have been going in and trying to document all the streets, trying to make sure every street has a name and make sure every person has a first name and a last name, so the message space is wider and each person can be individuated. And it's basically like, European colonialism all over again. Our ideas of documenting everything, writing everything down. You've got to be tracked, you've got to have a number. And it's just this obsession with formalization, because then the problem is that anyone who has that data has the control. There are certain governments I won't name because I don't want to fall for that rule of the internet in the 20th century who would have loved this technology. They would have thought this was fantastic, that you could track everybody and have all these different, graph theory and attach all these different data metrics. Which religion are they? Maybe you don't like this particular religion. How much money do they own? Where do they live? Perfect. But we've got to fight against that, guys. Like, we've got to support, kind of like coin joins. We've got to support projects like this. We want to resist that.
Well, and going back to the
because at the end of the day, governments only survive because they have the support of their population, and the only reason they're supported by their population right now is because they're brainwashed by the media. Exactly. A crisis like this is just the perfect storm to wake people up. I mean, the number of people who've been at home for 6 weeks, starting to get videos on the internet and books, and starting to be exposed to ideas and also the inconsistencies. I think a lot of people are going to start waking up pretty quickly. And as soon as you've got a critical mass that has completely lost faith in the government, things can literally change overnight.
But that's being impeded all the time by like YouTube banning, videos that contradict the WHO. And I think even someone said that the Cointelegraph, their show went offline for whatever reasons. So you've got all these, these places, social media sites where you can disseminate information quickly, but it's the wrong information that's disseminating, because again, it's a kind of a funnel through a specific set of people that are deciding what should be shown and what shouldn't.
You've got to get on the Fediverse, man. I mean, you've got to keep every now and again, somebody like Zuckerberg comes along, they try to control the information, and they can build a dam and they can definitely control that information for a while. But eventually that information breaks out and it wants to be free. For now, YouTube is the biggest thing on the internet right now. Their metrics are going through the roof. But you don't want to allow them that dominance position, because they're a private company. They don't owe you shit. They don't have to comply with the Constitution. So they don't owe you any free speech. You've got to be decentralized. You've got to look at something like the Fediverse, where things are uploaded to BitTorrent and they're streamed over web to torrent, torrent to web. And then you've got, you can cross-post all your videos. You can put stuff on YouTube if you still want those views and those recommendeds, but then you can also post onto other more decentralized platforms as well, and get other people to do it too.
And also, I think there are enough people now that people are telling their friends. So, and when you've got people that personally going, here, you need to look at this, You know, you're not just relying on YouTube search algorithms. You're actually recommending stuff personally. That's really powerful.
I think about three is the right number of recommendations. If 3 people tell you to watch a show or 3 people to tell you to watch a book, it's usually worth checking out. And if 3 people tell you about Bitcoin, well, you're lucky. I also wanted to go back and I wanted to tell you guys a story about the British Museum. We'll go to Ben next. But as you were saying, the government wants to know all the Bitcoins that you own. In the same way, I read this story about the British Museum, and let's say that you were really clever back in the day and you took all your valuables and you buried them on your land in England. And later on, maybe not even your descendants, maybe somebody else owns the house and they dig up all those valuables. Well, the king still owns those valuables. Those valuables, if buried in the land, they assume that you are trying to dodge taxes and they will claim them back. They have a better system now. You might get a little cut. You might get some money. But initially, they would just take them. So just an interesting side story there I learned from the British Museum book. But let's go on. Ben, you had more to say?
Well, if you're interested in tax, going back to our friend who wrote Bitcoin, whatever the name of the book is, Dominic Frisby.
Bitcoin, the Future of Money.
Fantastic, the original Bitcoin standard. If you read Tax, the Future of Tax by Dominic Frisby, that's really fascinating. It's all about the history of tax and how tax has evolved over time. As it's been harder and harder to claim tax from people, governments have had to come up with more and more innovative ways to try and get tax from people, which I think is important. You know, tax should be hard to claim, and because if tax is harder to get out of your citizens, then you usually end up with fairer tax systems where, you know, wealthier people pay more money, which is fairer. But it's interesting what you're saying about infecting people with the Bitcoin bug. It's almost like the COVID rate of infection. So I can't remember exactly what the number was, but I think that the reason in which that corona is dangerous is because it has a high rate of infection compared to something like influenza. And I think it's each person with COVID infects potentially in a normal scenario, without social distancing and quarantining, you would infect 3 people. I think it's 3 people. And then with a cold, I think you infect like 1.5. And then over time, like 10 series is in, that someone with COVID would have infected something like 59,000 people or something, whereas someone with a cold would infect something like 13 or 15 people. So that's why corona is so very dangerous. And that's why, in fact, as Bitcoiners, everyone should go out and preach the good word. But this all goes back to this Hegelian concept that people move towards liberty. And Bitcoin is something which has arrived because we need more liberty in the way in which we transact. And we can't get that liberty from fiat currency. We can't get that liberty from, you know, other forms of money. We need a decentralized money which is controlled through consensus and user consensus, and that can only be done through liberty. We were talking about YouTube before. Chris Ellis mentioned YouTube, and what was the name of the alternative to YouTube, Chris?
Oh, Fediverse, yeah. This is a distributed group of like websites that support a more distributed model. And like there's Nvidius.us. I'll get the spelling in just a moment. And that actually allows you to stream YouTube videos without giving YouTube the traffic. You can just put any YouTube / after the / put watch and then the actual string, and you can watch it on Nvidius.us. So I've been doing that a lot recently. When I share YouTube videos now with friends, I don't send them the YouTube link anymore because I don't want the whole metadata going along with it and all the ads and everything. I just give them the Nvidius link, and it's the same as watching a YouTube video.
Yeah, man, fantastic. Like, why would you trust a private entity, private company to be careful with your data?
Yeah, especially when they get big. I don't mind startups. I don't mind, like, you know, go-getters, like people that want to disrupt the system. But once you become entrenched like YouTube, you effectively do become a public commons, right? But even though they're a private company,
the public commons controlled by people, by the public, is, you know, is far different to something like YouTube. The reason in which YouTube is acting in the way in which it's acting is because it's financially better for them to act in that way because of crony capitalism. Because if they upset the governments for which they, you know, in which they operate in, like the US, for example, then they'll have to suffer for it, you know, financially. That's the way in which they act. That's
Yeah.
the driver to all of their decision making. But it's not a public common. If it were a public common, then it would be more of a decentralized system, I think, which is what
So
things
so
should
the
lean towards.
spelling. Yeah, so just say, so I promise the spelling is INVIDIO.US. So yeah, check it out, and like check out the Fediverse, like anyone who's watching. I think that it's high time
This
now.
is Captain
YouTube is kind of peaking out now. Like YouTube, I've kind of had enough of it now. I think, yeah, it's at its height. It's at the top peak of the market, but I think we need to start questioning, because I've had a lot of channels that I was following. There were decent channels that got blocked or banned or have videos taken off. There are just so many stories now of people, of creators that have been burned because they've got advertisers. It's not just governments. You can remember that corporations are powerful too. And so YouTube now are trying to pander to the advertisers. They're putting more and more rules in. Some of those rules were obscure before. Now they've become a little bit clearer. But the fact that, people have to dance to the tune of whatever, whoever's paying them, I think it's time to start resisting that. And if you keep giving YouTube your traffic and you don't give it anywhere else, I think, Crypto Network should be cross-posted. And I think every episode should be on we were doing that 4 years ago, putting Crypto Network on BitTorrent, because then you give people a choice, and then you give people this option of like, you don't have to give YouTube and thereby Google and Alphabet your ad revenue, all of this stream.
Well,
Yeah,
right,
I mean,
right now
this
we're
is
on
the
Twitter
thing which
and
pushes-
Facebook and YouTube, but those are all owned.
Oh my God, you got the
systems.
fangs? Wait, you're just streaming only through the top 5, 10?
I wish
No,
I wish we
that's
were
not
on
what
I
was
wish we
talking
were on
about.
Netflix.
That's not the kind of
Gosh,
distribution I
man.
was talking about.
Now we're on all the controlled platforms. But again,
Oh
it's
my
you want viewers, and you're not PewDiePie. Remember the PewDiePie
wait,
story?
I'm not saying-
PewDiePie moved to D Live, and he lost 99% of his audience. 99%. So he had no choice to make an exclusive deal with YouTube and to go back right back home.
This conversation with Tom and I has been going on for 5 years, and I don't actually think that we ever really disagree. I think that the concept is there's nothing wrong with like transmitting on these platforms, the FANG platforms, but you want to move people away from that. Like the idea is that you can only really get that migration by promoting, by the way, we're also on this other thing, and then trying to get that traffic to move away. Nothing wrong with posting on one of the FANG networks. I'm just saying, don't allow them to get the monopoly and be the only place that people can go.
I think more and more like people will lean as we become more internet native because of the current crisis, where we will understand why privacy is important. We will lean towards privacy enhancing technology, like using Jitsi, for example, as opposed to Zoom. But then on the opposite side to that argument, you could say, well, because you have like a free and open source alternative like Jitsi, that will make Zoom become more accountable and better with people's privacy. Just like if you have something like Bitcoin, which is available for people to opt out to, then maybe the currency is controlled by governments. If people have this easy onboard opt out, will become a better money, and will be less of the sort of privacy stealing currency in which we've kind of grown used to. So, and that kind of goes along with the idea of the John Nash, you have the ideal money, and then that encourages the less ideal money to be better. So I think having another option is a good idea, like you suggest.
Yeah, like the more distributed, like Victoria was saying about it earlier, I think that the problem is that people are too willing to give up control. Like when you vote, and we talk about democracy, you're just outsourcing your decision making to a central policy tank, right? Like if you're in the UK, then you're outsourcing your decision making to Parliament, unless you have devolved power, like Scotland is trying to get independence. I support that. I think that power should be local, and people should be able to make decisions on their own local site, because they're the ones that are actually there up against the coalface, and they actually have the ability to see what's really going on. So I have to deal with some cats right now, but I'll devolve to anybody else who wants to rant, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, vote with your feet, man. Like, if people out there, they want to encourage and foster privacy enhancing technologies, then use Bitcoin, use Jitsi, use free and open source software if you can, run Linux. Just by running those pieces of software and then maybe giving feedback and maybe even contributing occasionally to their projects, like you can make a big difference.
Is there a concern though that to Chris's point, are a large percentage of people not willing to take control themselves?
People move humanity over
That's a fear of mine.
I mean, like, so, you had slavery, you had feudalism, then you have democracy and capitalism and free markets. People over time move towards liberty. Humanity over time moves towards liberty. And I think it's the same with like technological solutions. You'll just move towards the solution which gives you the most liberty.
See, now I hate to disagree with BTC Socialist in the middle of a Keynesian economic disaster. But it does seem to me like what we're leaning towards more of is responsibility, where you need to be responsible not only for your viral safety now, which used to be the province of germaphobes, but you need to be responsible for your health, your food, your money, your basic things. And I think that we're going to see a clamoring for more things like basic income, universal health care. Certainly the rest of the world has it, but the backwards United States does not. And I mean, the government, the corporations, they have the money. It's a horrible thing to say. Again, it's redistribution. All the libertarians are up in arms, but we do it already to pay for the F-35. We do it already for the military. We spend all this money. Why don't we spend some of it on the people, make them secure so that they can make more money for the GDP? We all make money.
If you look at libertarian theory, some of the most right-wing people are also big advocates for guaranteed basic income. Because true liberty is being able to be free to work on what you really want to do, not just doing it just to survive. You want to work on something because that's what you were designed to be on this earth to do, and you're going to be best at it. And if you have to figure out how I'm going to have a roof over my head and how I'm going to have food on the table, you cannot be working on the thing that you're best designed to do. So you then don't have true liberty. So actually, a lot of libertarians are big advocates for UBI as well.
The question of how do we, libertarianism up until Ayn Rand was a leftist tradition, but each their own ability, each their own need. Ideally, you work on the things in which you want to work on and you're good at and you can contribute best at. And then, each their own need, you get the full use of the system, which is what you have in free and open source. You have, contribute where you can and then, make use of the full system. But how you structure a society which can produce enough for everyone to be able to live and survive and thrive, and have that, luxury of work on the shit you want to work on, like that's dead complicated. And who knows if we'll get there, but hopefully we'll get there, man.
Yeah, I think as someone who grew up as a libertarian, the attractive thing about Bitcoin for me was obviously it gives you a choice, an option out of this system that is, pretty parasitic. And the fact that it exists means that for a lot of libertarians out there, if you're concerned about various socialistic type policies like UBI and various things becoming more the norm, you have a choice. You don't have to participate nearly as much in those things because of Bitcoin existing. And I think that's also a good thing. We need to realize that these policies to bail out governments, the precedent's been set now more than once, and the moral hazard exists. So in this world, the reality is this moral hazard exists, and this is a tool that the central planners and managers of society are willing to use and will use again. And that means if we're going to fight for anything, it's not, conservatism versus liberalism or capitalism versus socialism. It's really this moral hazard should be utilized for the people first before anything else. And because it's already upside down, it's being, the Cantillon effect, right? Is the people closest to the printing press have access first to all of this quantitative easing. So if we're going to fight for anything as a whole group, around, a lot of communities, a lot of countries are going to suffer under printing power from their central planners. What we should be fighting for is that this money that's getting printed be given to the people first. So UBI is a way to do that. And we should not talk about the implementation about it, not fight over capitalism versus socialism and things like that. We know this is happening in this world, and it's actually not. I would be very concerned if Bitcoin did not exist with this present reality, but Bitcoin is here. Thanks, Satoshi.
Yeah, neoliberalism is the true enemy, which is just enriching the people who control the printing press, who control the tap of money, and then being able to just divert that money into their own interests. And that's the thing which we are, in fact, fighting against, like just by opting out, by storing our wealth or value in Bitcoin, and then encouraging other people to go into Bitcoin as well, is we're fighting against this neoliberalist idea of being able to just control the flow of money and where it goes. Yeah.
Talking of freedom, I'm going to have to say thank you very, very, very much for having me on the show. But I must free myself to go and help calm a baby, which I may keep waking up accidentally. So take care, everyone. And happy
Thanks so
Halvening.
much. Thanks, Dan, for joining us.
Cheers.
Bye, Dan.
Cheers, Dan.
Take care.
It is starting to get later in the European time zone. It's only around 2:43 here on the West Coast. The price of Bitcoin is about the same, $8,590 a coin. That's $1 for 11,646 Satoshis. You guys want to keep on going with the conversation?
Vegeta.
I don't think I ever spent less than an hour on World Crypto Network when I was here before, so I'm not going to buck that trend now. If you're in it, you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound.
Always be the last to leave a party.
Exactly.
It depends if you're the one taking the cash.
Yeah, this reminds me of Room 77, because York's always he's always encouraging us to carry on until the wee hours.
Yeah, of course. Like you're not doing this for the money, you're doing it for the movement. That's what I always loved about World Crypto Network. It was always about the movement. It was never about like who owned it or how many hits you were getting. It was like the people that came were the right people. The people that turned up to the live stream were always the right people that needed to be there. And it always was like a beacon. It always attracted those like-minded individuals, and it always had a really good vibe. It was never a channel about growing big or getting 10,000 views or any of that shit. That was all just noise and distraction. That's how Tone Base went off and did. Like, he became really popular and famous, and that's great. Good for him. But that was never what this channel was about, and that's because of Tom. Because of what Tom did. He got people together. He was like rallying people. He got the chat groups. Invited everyone, was always like the fire starter. And so, yeah, my philosophy is when you come onto our crypto network, is a competition to see who can stay on the longest.
So I've just done some blockchain monitoring, and I could see the transaction going from Tom's account to yours, Chris, just now as you were talking. So
no, I'm not. No, he's not. He's doing the opposite of paying me.
No.
It fell out. Like,
true.
No, he's not paying me for saying this.
I completely agree. It's events like this. It's events like Baltic Honey Badger. It's events like Advancing Bitcoin, CoinFest in UK, grassroots. That's the whole point. This is about economic theory at the grassroots level, monetary re-education, and then expanding it around, and everybody being part of this revolution, not just a few people telling everybody else how money should work. And I think networks and like the World Crypto Network are a big part of that.
I mean, it's always something you can fall back on, because it's not corrupt, it's not chasing money, it's just true and honest. And anyone who's on there, they're on there because they want to just help grow the Bitcoin infrastructure. It's been my staple. I think it's the only media outlet I've paid for. I still pay my Patreon towards World Crypto Network. Anyone out there, join the Patreon for World Crypto Network. But no, it's great. It's great. It's been a refuge all these years. So who've we got left here? So we've got Ugly Old Goat there. How's he doing? How's the tequila going, Ugly Old Goat?
Looks like he's chatting away with Juan. Neither of them have headphones on. They might not be able to hear us.
So guys, I'm gonna have to duck out now. After 30 minutes of sleep prepping for the halving, I'm getting a bit tired. But thank you very much for inviting me on. I've watched many of your shows, and I know a lot of you guys. But I'm gonna let you go. Happy halvening. Happy next epoch.
All right. Thanks so much, Obi, for joining us. Thank you, man.
See you guys. Bye.
Yeah,
See ya.
I've got to take a quick break to prepare for happy hour with 2-Bit Idiot. I've been live streaming for about 6 hours now, hopping all over the internet.
Well, great job, Jameson, and thanks for joining us, and thanks for doing what you do for Bitcoin. We all appreciate it.
See you on the
Jameson.
Twitters. Happy having.
All right, we're starting to get quiet in here. What do you guys think? Do you want to invite the audience? You want to see what's going to happen?
Check the questions as well. There were some questions before.
I saw some, but a lot of them are just like, I have a favorite altcoin. What do you think of it? I think it's your favorite. It's not my favorite. you need to defend it. It's not for me. It's your favorite altcoin. So, all right. So I put the link in the live chat. If you guys want to follow it, it's a Zoom link. Zoom did give us kind of a waiting room. So you'll go into a waiting room first so we can admit people one at a time. If you just want to say hello to Bitcoin, add something to our little history here, maybe say something nice about the halving or tell a very brief story about how you first found Bitcoin. We'd love to have you here on the World Crypto Network. There's still around 118 people joining us live in the chat, so great time to give us a thumbs up and a share and subscribe down below. Hit the bell for notifications. We do these shows almost every day. And keeping an eye on the price of Bitcoin. Still 8,500, though it went down when I started looking at it there. Must be Schrodinger's cat or something.
He's moving.
Why don't we do a quick skip around all the audience the panel members now and just ask them what they're looking forward to in this. I liked what Obi was saying, calling it an epoch in the next Bitcoin epoch. So, Thomas, what are you looking forward to in the next Bitcoin epoch?
Oh, put me on the spot. Well, let's try to recap the last Bitcoin epoch or whatever you're calling it. So, we got a lot more people in Bitcoin this time, right? Like they talked about earlier, CNBC's mentioning it, at least when the price is down, they took the little ticker off during all the time you should have been buying. And then when it popped back up, they instantly put the ticker back on and started covering it. It's almost like they don't actually give you information. They're just reporting on what's already happened. So in the last 4 years, we went from having 2 or 3 podcasts or YouTubes about this to having hundreds, maybe thousands. The same thing in coins. We went from maybe 1 Bitcoin, 10 or so altcoins to hundreds, if not thousands of altcoins. So if we continue this growth trajectory, you're going to see halvening shows on real TV networks, if real TV networks even exist. So we might see somebody like PewDiePie doing a Bitcoin halvening show. We might see some other new kind of YouTube network doing these shows, these kind of things. I think Bitcoin's going to get bigger and bigger, which probably will cause the price to go up, which will cause the complexity to go up, and it'll be harder to mine and all of those things. So mainly I'm just seeing growth, and I'm not sure if we're going to be in a citadel next time or a bar on top of a roof or Amsterdam or wherever the next Bitcoin halvening party will be. I just hope that we got rid of the virus and everyone can have a good time again. So,
hell yeah, man! Fucking booze, cigarettes, and people. Like, bring it on. Nind, are you still there? Are you still with us?
Yes.
You are. So what
sorry,
you
my
forward to?
camera's up.
For those who don't know, who Nind is, I won't introduce him, but he's basically all of our bosses. And Bitcoin wouldn't run if Nind didn't exist. So, so Nind, what's for the next Bitcoin epoch? What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to central banks and banks going down like the Titanic did and being replaced by Bitcoin.
All right, major structural changes, big happenings. Let's go to Will Pangman. Will, what do you think is going to happen in the next Bitcoin epoch?
Oh man, I don't know if I was ready to answer yet, but I think it's
it's definitely along the lines of what Nim said. You know, starting to see nation states more than just Bulgaria holding Bitcoin and hodling and mining, nation states mining, like more than just Iran, you know, more than North Korea, quote unquote legitimate nation states. And more of that, and banks adopting cryptocurrencies on their balance sheet, probably stable coins first, but also Bitcoin. So I think that'll be an interesting development.
Yeah, man, I think you're 100% right there. Like, there will be differentiation between Bitcoin and then this sort of murkier world of crypto bollocks. But you will see more and more central banks just actually buying Bitcoin. Particularly like when you think of somewhere like Germany, where they're literally running out of vault space. Like they can't store the amount of gold they want to buy. As time wears on, I'm sure they'll start buying Bitcoin. So no, that'll be fascinating thing to see.
I love the term crypto bollocks.
It's for the new epoch.
All right, let's go. David, what do you think of the new crypto epoch?
Where to start? For me, I had a lot of love for Bitcoin. I still have, but I think that it's over manipulated. So I'm wishing to simply have more people, more adoption, more people getting interest, doing their own research, and getting trained and having interest for a mean of freedom that is that technology. Because if we're not careful, this tech that is really good could simply, well, I don't think it could, but sometimes I think about it. I'm thinking, could it get shut down? Very difficult, but there is so much manipulation in the media that technically speaking, they could just say it's not for me. It's too dangerous. It's too complicated, and it is when you think that every one of you spend time, teaching people, explaining how Bitcoin works, why it is different, why it's a challenger to finance in general, or at least it's an add-on that is really interesting, and people seem to just not really go for it, and I'm wondering why. So I would wish for that. I would wish for more education, more interest as well. I think people don't see it for what it can do. They see it as a quick buck and essentially a way to get richer faster, but they think they missed the boat. And I think it's not just about that. You see, I think they're missing the point. So we need to emphasize on that more, I think.
I think so, definitely.
By the way, David is a very good and accomplished singer. So maybe he wants to grab his guitar in a bit.
Oh my God, you! No, not live in front of so many people.
All right.
Oh, by the way, I've seen some questions there, and some questions were saying, "Is everybody here running their own nodes?"
Hell yeah, multiple.
Oh yes.
So that's a good question, right? So how do you do it? What's the best way? For I don't know, with our audience, if they are all OGs, semi-OGs, generation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Bitcoiners, more on art. But it'd be good to understand how you guys run it.
Yeah, I think the best way is to use an old computer, or not too old, but an old computer with a terabyte or more on the hard drive, and just let that be a dedicated Bitcoin machine for you. That's not the most private way. That's not the most secure way, but it's the easiest way for a lot of people. If they have another machine lying around, and maybe they recently upgraded, they can just take an old laptop that needs, these days, probably needs about 1 terabyte, but yeah, I think that's the quickest and easiest way. I think there's lots of services that are really great to support as well. I don't need to endorse any here, but they're out there, and there's several. So there's kind of one-stop shop or little packages you can order and follow the steps, and they have great customer service. So.
And certainly, Chris Ellis, you used to build nodes out of Raspberry Pis and hard drives.
Yeah.
Do you still suggest that, or do you have a different way these days? What are you up to?
Yeah, well, the Raspberry Pi 4 obviously is a lot more powerful. You've got, well, dude, the SBCs, the single board computers now are so much more powerful than when I was really doing it. But yeah, I do have old laptops. I definitely recommend if you've got an old machine, it'll be a lot easier because you won't have to deal with the Linux. But if you are interested in getting into the command line, of course, I'm always going to encourage you to do that. I think that the idea that people like look at text and like the terminal and they just freak out like, no, I'm a civilian, I can't deal with this. Like, no. You definitely want to educate yourself. Oh, it's a little kitty making a cameo there. You definitely want to educate yourself in all of that, because that's not going away anytime soon. That's where the power is.
Yeah, just one.
Don't be a slave to the GUI. Don't be a slave to the bubblegum UI and the app stores and all of that kind of lock-in and the walled gardens.
Beautiful.
I just have one.
But I did.
Yeah, one specific caveat on that is I remember running a full node on an iMac. I don't know if you have ever dismounted one of those 21.5 inches iMacs, but I would not recommend to run a full node on an iMac.
Did it burst into flames?
No, you just have to completely remove, the glass and everything. So.
Oh wow! Shit.
Yeah. So I would think stick to the simple stuff you can, and because your hard drive will die on you eventually. But yeah.
I did have something to say about the next epoch in Bitcoin, though. Don't know whose turn it is.
All right, go ahead, Chris, and then I think Victoria is after you. Go ahead.
Oh yes, okay. So I'm really interested in the repatriation of supply chains. I think that this sort of global trade but the dependency on China is going to be a really big meme in the next few months, probably this year actually. So I think a lot of manufacturing is going to, at least Western governments in Europe and Northern America, are going to want to bring back a lot of the supply chains that were outsourced to places like India. If you just look at the pharmaceuticals industry, for example, a lot of generic drugs are manufactured in India and China, puts a great dependency. And what COVID-19 has really done is exposed a lot of those weaknesses. And so now when the West is like highly dependent on China, of course, China has the opportunity to weaponize their manufacturing base by holding back on a lot of that supply. Now, so I actually am quite worried for my children's future. I don't have any children, but for the next generation, I'm kind of worried that there could be a global standoff between the United States and China as two competing empires. I mean, essentially you have the United States, Russia, and China. Those are your three choices right now in terms of global hegemonies. And I think that really there's been a lot of exploitation by the West. A lot of Western corporations have exploited the low wages in China, which has, therefore been an exploitation of their civil liberties. On the one hand, these American companies have enjoyed the land of freedom in the United States, but on the other hand, they have put all their manufacturing in a country that is very oppressive and that has taken all freedoms away from a lot of those people. And that's how they got those cheaper wages, which is how they sold those iPhones so cheaply. If you repatriate the supply chains into Northern America and Europe, you're going to be looking at $5,000 iPhones, and consumers may not be willing to pay those prices. I think that this will create political tension on the global stage. I think that the future doctors watching this, the future, the people that actually, because, a lot of us, I mean, certainly me, I'm nobody, but if you actually have some talent, you're going to want to make sure that you have some resources, you have some financial independence. If you're caught up in like a massive geopolitical, currency war, and maybe even a hot war, which is what could come of this, if this standoff can't be solved with diplomacy, then you are going to need some independence. You're going to need a currency that is free from these nation state currencies. And that's why I actually think that Voltero, I think what Josh is doing with the Voltero, where you have the balance of gold and Bitcoin, is a lovely balance of like, and again, I'm not being paid, but like what Josh was saying earlier, anything that you own in your possession, anything you can touch is what's valuable. It's what really can't be replaced is what's valuable to you. Anything that is virtual, any like numbers in a bank balance, all of these are just hypothecations. They're just illuminations. They're not actually real. They're just promises. And so I'm kind of concerned about that. I'm concerned about the geopolitical conflict between the United States and China, and this repatriation of supply chains.
Don't worry, they own all of our debt. They can't attack just yet. They might, what I think they'll do is they'll just come over and take the land, and they'll just be moving in. And you'll be like, where'd you come from?
That's the hot war.
We own
That's
the whole
the hot
thing.
war I'm worried about, yeah.
Well, no, but I think
But
it'll a lot be more
Taiwan?
casual. I think it'll be like immigration now, where like at first you have a lot of these new people, then you have a lot more of these new people, then you just say, well, let's live with these new people. Let's all get along. But I don't know if we're going to get to that stage or not. So definitely exciting stuff. Victoria, we want to go to you. What do you think of the new Bitcoin epoch, and of course anything else that we've been talking about too? So.
Well, I mean, my perspective, I mean, I came into Bitcoin as a business owner. So the thing that highlighted the value of Bitcoin to me was realizing how vulnerable my business was to the card machine not working. Because if the card machine stopped working, the only thing my clients could do in order to pay me was to go around the corner and get some cash from a cash machine. And of course, you know, with all these governments trying to make everything cashless, you know, that's really difficult. You know, it really highlighted to me how vulnerable my business was relying on the banks. And then when I realized how vulnerable the banks were, I was like, oh my God, what do I do? And so it was actually the process of seeking a new payment method for my business that it was one of the factors that led me to Bitcoin in the first place. And the thing about this, this pandemic we're going through, you know, a lot of businesses have been forced to shut down, particularly capital intensive businesses. I mean, my background is as a dentist. And so, you know, if you're running a dental practice, you've got some incredible costs that you're having to meet on a daily basis. That's one of the reasons why, you know, dentistry and other, you know, capital intensive healthcare systems are so expensive, because you've got to pay those bills on a regular basis, even if you haven't got, those are your fixed costs, even if you haven't got any income. And so, you know, for the whole country to shut down, even for 6 weeks, there are not many businesses that have that kind of float lying in the background for that to happen. And then, of course, with, you know, central banks and everything now printing money faster than the eyes can see, I think the vulnerability for businesses are when societies start to kick into hyperinflation. And it was that realization that got me into Bitcoin. So, you know, for the next, I mean, 2 months ago, I wrote my book. I don't know if anyone's seen it. Can't even see it on the screen there. There you go. Truth-to-K, how Bitcoin fixes this. You know, I'm now on a mission to get all the businesses, because I think, you know, if we start to go into hyperinflation, the middle class and individual businesses are incredibly vulnerable. And in that kind of situation, you know, Bitcoin would be a lifesaver. So, you know, and I think given what's happened recently, you know, for the next 4 years, you know, that's going to be the transition. You know, it's not just about hodlers and savers. I think if we can persuade the businesses that they really, you know, this is what's going to save them, they'll be the ones starting to educate their customers. You know, if they're now saying we accept payment in Bitcoin, and in fact we'll give you a discount if you pay in Bitcoin, you know, because Gresham's law drives the sound money out of the system, but once you go into hyperinflation, that flips. You know, and so I think the next 4 years is going to be about educating the businesses and how having some kind of digital sound money is what will keep them alive. I mean, obviously, you know, I think for the first few years we've had a lot of volatility as it breaks ground. I think also for the next 4 years there'll probably still be some volatility, but probably less. I mean, we've all seen the graphs as the halvings continue. The graph flattens off, and so as time goes by, the price will become less volatile. But if you can coach the businesses how to handle that volatility by, you know, varying the discounts that they offer to their clients, I think that could be very powerful. And I think they're going to be strongly incentivized to do so. So I think that's where adoption is going to come from, because you know, the business owners are going to be feeling a lot of pain in the near future, and most of them are so busy trying to keep a handle on their businesses and keep it going, they don't have time to study the financial system. So if someone comes along and kind of says, this is, I can see you're in trouble, this is what you need, and this is the background that you need to understand in order to do it. And, you know, before you know it, the population has taken the problem out of the government's hand, you know, and the government are on the back foot trying to catch up. That could be very, very interesting thing to watch.
Very cool. And you can check out Victoria's book on Amazon. It's called Truth Decay, How Bitcoin Fixes This. And we've got a link right there in the chat. So we're taking care.
Thomas.
We got it set. So
I like that title. That's clever.
For a dentist.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, that's good. I like what you did there.
Very cool. And I think everyone's said about the new epoch. Maybe Ugly Old Goat and Juan, are you guys with us? Maybe. Do you guys want to describe the new epoch in Bitcoin? We just got through 4 years. Tell us, what do you expect to see in the next 4 years? Maybe you're with us. I'm not sure.
They're just kicking back.
They're just kicking back. All right.
They don't seem like. Yeah.
Well, we still have 116 people watching us live. We've been going for 5.5 hours now. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Victoria. I had no idea that you'd written a book, Truth Decay. Fantastic. Congrats to you. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to read it.
Oh, thank you.
I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question about this book. So, yeah, so do you actually explain to business owners in the book about the transition? Because obviously, there's a reason why governments in recent years, in the last decade or so, have been putting such an emphasis on VAT or sales tax. It's because they can easily leverage their power against business owners more than they can against citizens who could easily change address and disappear and go off the grid. But if you're a business, of course, you have an incentive to advertise. That gives you a fixed location. You have to register with Companies House in the UK, etc. So they've always found it easier to leverage, the tax authorities, HMRC and IRS, have always found it easier to really leverage business owners. And so how would it work in your view for businesses to adopt Bitcoin without them succumbing to the tax authorities, etc.?
Well, I mean, starting with the book, it's kind of set up in 3 sections. So the first section is my story of how I became interested in Bitcoin and what motivated me to look into it in the first place. And the middle section is, you know, because I actually spent a year in my business offering people the ability to pay in Bitcoin. So that, so again, you know, it's that experience that I'm sharing with people so that they can see what happened with my story. And the interesting thing about that whole year when I was accepting Bitcoin as a payment method is that even though I was offering people that opportunity, and I knew that there were people who were starting to get interested in it because I'd offered them that opportunity, absolutely no one actually paid in Bitcoin at that time because they didn't really have an incentive to do so. So the middle section of the book is all about, you know, how to manage the price cycles and the reality of the fact that even if you're, as a business, even if you're advertising the fact that you accept Bitcoin as a payment method to your business, you're not necessarily going to be inundated with lots of people wanting to spend their funny money with you, because actually the people who are motivated to buy it and hold it, once they understand what it is, especially if you've got a pretty intelligent clientele, they realize that actually they want to hold on to that. But again, you know, it's just a great way of starting to encourage people to look into it. Because the thing I say to people now, you know, if as a supermarket you're saying, okay, your basket of groceries this week is £100, but if you pay in Bitcoin, we'll only charge you £80. So the person in that situation, they kind of go, okay, well, I don't know what this Bitcoin thing is, but you're giving me a powerful incentive to actually go and get some for next time I come shopping. So they go away, they buy their £80 worth of Bitcoin, and then next week they go to pay for their groceries. It's still £100 in the shop, and they say, we'll give you a discount if you pay in Bitcoin. We'll give you a discount, so you only have to pay £80 in Bitcoin. But in that time, your Bitcoin's actually gone up in value. So the £80 worth of Bitcoin they bought last week is now only cost them £60 for their groceries. You know, as soon as you've given someone the opportunity to experience that, they're going to get it very quickly. But until you give the average person on the street a strong motivation to experience that, they're not going to get it. And even then, not everybody will, because there'll be some who go, I just give you the £100 because I haven't got the time to, you know, get interested.
You already, I feel like you skipped a few steps though. So you already mentioned earlier Gresham's law, which we should explain is the theory that bad money chases out the good.
Yep.
And so the idea is, of course, that your customers, as you just described, would want to get rid of their funny money first, if they're intelligent, he says. And actually, I don't even think they have to be that smart about it. If I come to you and I've either got Bitcoin or I've got fiat or I've got pounds in a post-Brexit economy, what am I going to spend? I'm not going to spend you the currency where they've just had a halvening and the miners are suffering, you know, this huge deficit and they've got to recover. I'm going to spend my pounds with you because I anticipate that those will go down in value. But you skipped a few steps. Why? How? Oh, wait, no, you did say something. You said that you're basically trying to encourage people to learn more about it. Do I take it to mean then you're not really expecting a large number of customers to actually pay with Bitcoin?
Not in the early days. So, you know, in the early days, it's about education and, you know, and it stimulates conversation. So as a dentist, I'm actually meeting each of my clients as an individual. So in my particular business, that it's easier to do that than it is in a shop, for example, you know, because I'm educating my patients about their healthcare, and at the same time I'm saying, you know, I can give you this as an option. So it will vary with different sorts of businesses, but just the fact that you're putting the information out there, just the fact that you're a legitimate business and you're saying that I will accept this in this situation, I think is very powerful. And so my experience, you know, and a lot of businesses worry about accepting Bitcoin because they worry about the fluctuations in the price. So in the early days, you had companies like BitPay who promised to redeem the Bitcoin straight away in order to eliminate that, because if you're a big business, that's a big problem. But of course, what happened in the fullness of time is a lot of these businesses actually dropped accepting Bitcoin because they found no one was actually using it. So because of that, they thought that it had no value. But actually it wasn't that. It's because actually what they were doing was educating their clients to say, we will accept this as a form of payment. But once they were actually buying it, they were going, hang on a minute, I don't want to spend this. But if you give them a strong enough discount, then they've got a motivation to buy it, specifically to buy your product.
Right. So just want to pull you up there then. So I was one of those people that got a lot of businesses in 2013, 14, kind of embarrassed to say, big a lot of businesses who only then to come back to me and say, but nobody actually spends it. What is the incentive for the business to give consumers a discount? I know, I understand in theory, deflationary currency, they should want to do that, but that requires them to be cash flow positive. You talked about the float that they need in order to be able to do that. What is the short-term incentive for them to offer 20% discounts like you described to customers?
So it depends on the nature of the business. So for my particular business, I was operating a business with a very small number of clientele. And so what I realized was that if the country kicks into hyperinflation, the danger is that suddenly and because I was offering a high value service, if the country kicks to hyperinflation and my clients find that their assets are wiped out overnight, my business will die because all of my clients are poor. So my motivation was to actually help educate them so that if we did kick into hyperinflation, my clients would still have some money. Because, you know, at the end of the day, everybody will always need a dentist for something. But if you haven't got any money, you'd be inclined to look for that service elsewhere. Whereas if you can still afford it, and actually you appreciate that person because they're the ones who helped you still have some money in the first place, you know, because with that kind of business, it's very, very interpersonal. And so there can be a lot of personal loyalty with people like hairdressers, you know, people who are doing that kind of service. And so if they feel, if there's a Goldilocks effect from the fact that you're the one that educated them, and as a result, they actually have some money, even if they can't afford to buy as much, they'll still want to preserve that relationship with you. So it's a very subtle psychology. And obviously you need a number of levels of knowledge in order to actually address it from that perspective. But if you can see far enough in the future, and you understand the dynamics that are going to play out, you know, the danger is hyperinflation. And in that situation, the middle class gets wiped out and the independent businesses get wiped out. And that's where the vulnerability lies. Whereas if you want to keep society going, you want to preserve the middle class, you want to preserve the independent businesses, because ultimately that is what will support our liberty. And so that's the perspective I come at it from. I can see that my colleagues and my friends are vulnerable. And so, you know, that's my motivation to want to help protect them.
That's a really good answer. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for asking.
All right. I think we made it through all the future epochs of Bitcoin. We might be heading towards the end of the show. I don't know. Chris says he wants to go on till the end of time.
my future epoch of Bitcoin. Just
all right. Ben, you got a future epoch of Bitcoin for us?
Well, I mean, we should all read Victoria's book. Congratulations. Like that's ace. I didn't realize you were writing a book.
Thank you.
But no, that concept of Gresham's law, that eventually good money will drive out bad money. Like short term, that may not be true, but long term, that will happen. Like over time, people become more liberated, and liberty can be found best in money. And I want to go back to a few points, and one of the points is Chris Ellis's point that if you want to become a true citizen of the future society of the fourth post-halving epoch, then you need to have autonomy. And one of those ways to have autonomy is to learn how to control those machines in which you engage with, which is learn to engage with them through the command line. So, you know, don't be afraid of terminal. Do some tutorials, go on YouTube and learn some tutorials. Just Google how to, you know, use the terminal to download a GitHub and run some software and whatever else. You know, you could try and run LM Bits, for example. But no, I think a lot of my stuff goes back to that was an Andreas quote, and it was perfect that if we wander into a future where like the Internet of Things is controlled by Amazon and Google, and that's dystopian. But if it's controlled and regulated by the users, then it could be a very powerful and very liberating and important thing. So on that note, you know, it's with Bitcoin and with everything else, like I think autonomy and taking control over the tools of production is very important. So learning how to develop, learning how to use terminal and command line is very important. So for the epoch we're wandering into now, I mean, I think it's all really is all going to happen very quickly. The economic crisis off the back of the 2008 didn't end with some, you know, quantitative easing. It was a can kick down the road, which we're now dealing with. And because of that, the crisis is so much more prevalent. Like currently, you know, we're kind of winging it, and our governments are winging it, and we haven't really suffered too partially. But the economic fallout of the crisis which we're going through is going to be big. And I think Bitcoin is going to be extremely relevant. And I think, like a lot of our panelists have said, is the shift from a proprietary, managed, centralized solution to a non-proprietary, decentralized solution will happen quite quickly. And I think it will be user-led. So I'm not worried about whether governments can fit in with Bitcoin or not fit in with Bitcoin. I think the point is that it's not their choice. It's the choice of the users. If users want to shift the way in which they exchange value onto Bitcoin, then, you know, then they should. All power to them. So I'm very hopeful for Bitcoin. I'm less hopeful for society in the short term, but then in the long term, I think that, you know, or the medium to long term, we will have a more liberated society from it. So looking forward to it. And that's my little rant on Bitcoin Epoch 4.
I just want to give a quick shout out to the chat right here. SKP had everything gone in a horrible accident on Loch Ness, and already everyone knew exactly where to send him. You send him to get the Treasures Don't Float t-shirt because, you know, you deserve it. Your treasure didn't float. Also, shout out to the chat. They said they bought Victoria's book, so very cool. If you bought Victoria's,
I'm going to go
book in
buy
the
that
chat.
right now, and everyone else who hasn't bought it needs to go buy it right now.
Wait, I have another question for Victoria. How do you make the most money from your book? Is it Kindle or physical sales? Physical hardback?
It's actually really hard to make money from books these days. I didn't do it. I didn't do it to make money. I did it to spread the word. And actually, the biggest value comes from it is establishing credibility. So for me, I've kind of left dentistry altogether because I just think this is so important. And so the easiest way for me to establish that I know something about this stuff was to write a book. And I've already had an ex-business coach send someone to me because he didn't know anything about Bitcoin, but he knew I was the only person that he knew who did. So, you know, it works out in other ways.
See, you're speaking Chris Ellis's language right there. In the future, all we're gonna need is our reputation, right, Chris? And the cute kitty behind Chris. Go ahead.
Well, I think I'm quoted as saying that trust is what you should be stacking. I think reputation systems are kind of flaky, and nobody has a reputation they care about once they're approaching death, right? If you're exiting an industry or retiring or you're dying, you don't care about your industry. So I think reputation systems do have limits, but I do think that you should be stacking trust with people as well as hard currency, because I think as an old African proverb which says that, you know, your reputation is worth an ounce of gold or something like this, you know. So that just means, you know, being kind to people, you know, in your network, just doing things for others. And then, of course, you have that bond. Just wanted to clarify.
And I wanted to clarify as well, because we didn't actually mention, because obviously Chris, I mean, well done, man. You're the innovator. You got the node, the Bitcoin node on a Raspberry Pi, back when Raspberry Pis were a piece of shit and they couldn't run anything. So that's quite spectacular. But now we have the Raspberry Blitz, we've got the Raspberry Bolt. But if you want to run a full Bitcoin node and you want to engage with the Lightning Network, I can fully, you know, endorse the Raspberry Blitz. It's fantastic. You just download an image onto your SD card, plug it into your Raspberry Pi, and you're away. You know, as long as you've got the right hard drive plugged in. Yeah, if anyone out there wants to sort of join the battle of non-proprietary against proprietary, then please do download and run the Raspberry Blitz. It's a great project. And just by running software, just by engaging with Terminal, just by using decentralized systems, you're, you know, advocating and fighting against the centralized, corrupt, privacy stealing systems. So.
Exactly. You have to withdraw your consent, and that starts with consenting to another system. And like just like Victoria was saying, if you opt out of those systems by opting into something else, it's way more powerful than just moaning or complaining. Just participating. If you even open up the terminal for the first time, you're already leagues above everyone else. Most people just reject it out of hand. So I definitely endorse the project that Ben just mentioned. I was never trying to be a pioneer of it. I don't even think I'm the first person to actually get it working on a Raspberry Pi. I think there were other instructions on the internet at the time, but I popularized it, and I'm glad that I did that. And so you should definitely follow the real entrepreneurs, the real business people that actually managed to make that sustainable now. And I'm in Berlin, and so I'm friends now with Christian and everyone at Room 77. So I would encourage you to go off and buy that device, the Raspberry Blitz, and to try it out.
And there was a question in the chat. They said, what do we think of Adam back? And Adam obviously had to take off, as well as Katie and some of the other people didn't get a chance to say goodbye. But just such a class act, such a nice guy, sharing his time with us today.
Anyone, it's like Jorg from Room 77 in Berlin. Anyone who's been in Bitcoin, particularly Adam back, because he's been, anyone who's been a cypherpunk pre-Bitcoin, anyone who's sort of had these ideals before there was a monetary value attached to these ideals, you have to give infinite respect to, because I don't know, for all my fucking commie speak, I don't know whether I would be here if there weren't some monetary value attached to me being here. If there wasn't if I didn't realize that Bitcoin was going to, in fact, make me some money at some point in the future. I don't know. So hopefully I would be, and I hope that I would be, but I don't know. Whereas when you meet someone like Adam back, and his time preference is so long and vast, and he's like he talks about simplicity, and he's like, yeah, you know, it's only got 9 operators, and eventually we'll build this. It may be a year or 2 or 3 years, and a lot of us were very eager, and we want it to all happen now. And like, even if Bitcoin failed and we all walked away, bros like Adam Back, dudes like that, they're going to be there, and they're going to be working at it, and they're going to eventually they will break through, and they'll make all of these utopian dreams work. So an infinite respect to Adam Back and the likes of, you know, all of those who were engaged in this space before Bitcoin and before there was, you know, monetary value attached to it. So no, absolutely. I mean, what a guest to have on the Halvening, for the Halvening party.
Yeah,
Absolutely
yeah, and
incredible. Like,
we all know that
breathtaking.
he was quoted in the white paper. We all know he invented Hashcash. We're trying to be cool.
I mean,
that's it. We're all trying to be
I don't want to
cool,
speculate,
you know?
but
Like,
I was like, dude, you know, when you put that thing in the first block about,
I
you know,
was going to say, oh, dude, I nearly said it. I nearly opened up my mic and actually said that. I'm glad I didn't. I don't want to make it awkward or anything.
myself.
Yeah.
Adam Back, complete living legend.
He's amazing. It was great of him to join us. And other times too. I mean, I was in Malta once with Dan, and, you know, Dan and I are just normal Bitcoin people. I mean, Dan makes songs and I make the goofy videos. But Adam had dinner with us for like 4 hours, and it was unbelievable. And he just, I think he just wanted to talk about Bitcoin with some Bitcoin people, and it was just great, man. So we're not some big fancy deal, man. I'm the one not invited to anything. So the fact that anyone wants to invite me anywhere is great. So,
and like always, you know, like I mean, it's fairly obvious if you go to a Bitcoin conference, or if you're in Bitcoin for any decent period of time, that there's some people who are here because they really do love the concept, and like clearly you're one of those people. Like, I mean, he would go. Someone like Adam, he's going to all these conferences, and he's seeing these people who sort of flare up, you know, during the boom period, and they disappear then when there's, you know, in the bear years, which are long draw now. But then, like Thomas, you're like a work. I mean, it's, you know, it's on a par with what he does. It's consistent.
Agree, yeah, agree.
Oh, thanks, Ben. It's nice of you to say. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We're talking about bars that we went to. A guy was there when we were in Riga. We had a great time in Riga. We posted it on Twitter. We said to everyone, hey, come to this bar. And then everyone came to the bar. It was amazing. They're also asking if we'll be back in London anytime soon. And you know how it is with the travel conditions. We just got to go with the best information we have. And Facebook and Google are keeping their employees in till 2021. Taylor Swift isn't having concerts till 2021. So I don't think I'm going to be traveling anytime soon. But hopefully we can keep hanging out in these fun video hangouts. And we'll always have YouTube, right? At least until we don't.
You do realize that means the price isn't going to go up, Thomas, if you're not touring.
It's a sacrifice we're all going to have to make. Without the mad tour bump, will be difficult for Bitcoin to maintain its price levels. But we'll have to see how that goes. Anything else you guys want to say? Is everybody tired out?
I mean, just like, I mean, you know, we've weathered the storm. We've been here for a few halvenings, whatever. I mean, most people on this panel, they've been, you know, you've been here for a while. But I mean, Christ, man, we're still so early. Like, it's all still so early, and it's so relevant now. Like in the current crisis we're in, where people are just looking for some stability. You know, and we can stably say that, you know, in 200 and so many blocks, you know, we'll have another halvening. Like, it's such an important quality to have in a very unstable, what looks like a very unstable future. So, you know, cheers to that, man. And I just like, fuck, you know.
Yeah, well done, everyone.
Yes, cheers, cheers, cheers. Bitcoin.
I think most of the really important platform and projects have to be built. We are not even at the beginning, I think, of what this technology is going to bring.
Absolutely,
people that know me personally know that I'm not just into Bitcoin. I'm into that tech. and I know that what that tech can do. I just don't think the people are ready for it, and the government not at all.
Well, I mean, it's like as far as Bitcoin's concerned, like it's a commodity. I mean, it's I view it as a commodity. Like monetary value transfer is just the first goofy use of that commodity money. But there's a whole bunch of other uses. You know, we're leveraging all that security by all that hash rate. Like there's so many other things you can provide using that service in this sort of digital age. But no, we shouldn't just limit it to value transfer. This is what I'm most looking forward to in the next epoch. I really am looking forward to like why die, Nick Szabo, smart contract, social scalability stuff, which I think we are going to have more of because it's the next obvious evolutionary step. Like, okay, we've got this like decentralized value transfer system, and why can't we get it to transfer digital assets, or why can't we take shares of a company, for example, and then have them transferred in a censorship resistant way? Like all that stuff's very plausible, very possible, and in the current or the very soon economic crisis, that will all seem very viable to have that social scalability where you don't have to rely on people and institutions like state institutions to lock down your your assets, your shares, or whatever else. So yeah, man, totally looking forward to it. It's gonna be great.
I think it's the first time we have a tech that can allow the people of Earth to actually free themselves for a lot of things. Now the problem is you have to be careful what you wish for. We live in a system. We all had to take the red pill, go into the rabbit hole and dig and learn and do a lot of work to try to understand how our world today of finance, the economy function. And we were, I don't know, I was pretty much aware of how manipulated, without conspiracy theory and bullshit like that, although some of them are funny, but at the end of the day, there is a planet, there is resources on it, and our governments are fighting to steal everything they can, so we as a population can, put in simply, function. And so the problem is when you start saying, okay, there is a tech to be transparent, immutable, and on top of that, where you can share things. Are you going to share? And some guys are going to say, well, no, I want it all. Well, you can't have it all. We said we were going to share now and be nice and share the resources of this planet together and look after it. Well, fuck that. I've got guns. So this is why I'm exciting about blockchain, not just Bitcoin, but blockchain as well, because it's a liberating tool. And from my accent, you already know where I'm from. You can see it in my background. So freedom is really important. My country of origin is not the best for entrepreneurial, but we have really good engineers. It's not the best for entrepreneurial purposes for many reasons, but I'm not here to debate that. But at the same time, we are very big on freedom. And a lot of people where I'm from are doing everything they can to change things. The yellow jackets you see over there, by the way, that's a really cool piece of art from a guy called P-Boy in Paris. He had Bitcoin and he had €1,000 stuck, hidden in inside the painting on the fresque on the wall in Paris. It was awesome. Thousands of people went to visit, and all of them tried to get the money. Anyway, that's the kind of stuff you can do as well with Bitcoin nowadays. But to finish off, I'm super excited because I think this tech can really free the people. What scares me a bit is imagine if it was true. What are we going to build? Imagine tomorrow, like Obi was saying, everybody gets educated, everybody understands that the game is game, basically, is rigged. We change it, or we try to change it, we need to design it. Where do you start?
Well, I mean, we just need to replicate what's currently there. So,
do you think so?
Now, yeah, I mean, like we can replicate what's currently there. I mean, we can surpass it, like with some of the microtransaction stuff you're doing on Lightning Network. But no, I mean, we just need to replicate the current financials, just in case people need it as like a, oh no, my currency is just completely depleted to nothing. Like, what else can we switch to? Like, we need to have Bitcoin there as like a viable alternative. And like it is now, we're almost getting to the point where we can simulate all the things which a legacy financial instrument like a fiat currency can do. And a Visa network can do. So with some of the second layer stuff. So like, as long as we can replicate what currently exists, everything from there is a win. It's like, okay, now we can do like crazy microtransactions and have like streaming content and all this other bollocks. Great. But for now, like, we just need to concentrate on replicating what currently is there. And like, as you say, like, obviously from your accent, the tricolor, the fraternity, equality, and liberty. They're the three points we should have in our foremost mind. Like, how do we most liberate people? How do we have most fraternity? And how do we have most equality for the majority of people? And the best way of doing that is through consensus. And like, how do you achieve consensus? Well, all the innovation, just like all the innovation in something like a field of cryptography is now being done in Bitcoin. All the innovation in consensus building is now being done in something like Bitcoin. Because how do we decide how this crazy money protocol is going to work? Well, it's done through this mechanism called consensus. And consensus tackles those three ideas like fraternity, equality, and liberty. How do you get there? Well, okay, we need to all come together and make decisions on how this thing will work collectively to benefit all of us. So no, it's those French revolutionary ideals are very relevant to Bitcoin, and I hope to.
But you see, this is the point. This is where it gets interesting. But I don't know. I don't want to bore the other people on the panel there and online as well. But we could debate it forever. The French Revolution was geared up and was pushed by the bourgeois. So there is always, you see, different agendas. The people think the people of France went in the street and they wanted to fight the aristocracy and the cut heads, and they said, no, we want freedom. And the reality is really interesting. Elite thinkers and bourgeois people said,
there's the dentists.
Maybe, exactly.
Exactly.
It was those guys that were being taxed to the max that said, you know what, let's organize something,
chop off all their heads,
and remove those guys, because you had the royalties people that were parading in this beautiful Versailles.
But it was one step closer to fraternity, liberty, and equality.
No, of course, it was beautiful. But again, there is a difference between what you read in the history books and what they try to inject into your brain, and the reality of what really happened. This is why historians are really important, and history always repeats, and history also repeats if you forget. So we better remember what happened before. By the way, what happened just after halving? In general, what happened?
Went down a little, went back up. I don't know.
Yeah. I'd just like to say it's worth remembering that the French Revolution was immediately preceded by hyperinflation.
And Napoleon taking over afterwards. But
Exactly.
I also wanted to share a story. I was also reminded by David's accent. It seems like a long time ago now, but way back in 2012, I went to Burning Man, and this artist had set up this incredible display here. As you can see, the Bank of America neon sign is still on. You can see the Goldman Sachs. But this is Wall Street. And as you can see, something's starting to happen to Wall Street. We might skip ahead a little with our incredible technologies of the now. But Wall Street's on fire, and Wall Street's burning. And I remember watching this, but not filming it, because I'd run out of batteries on my camera. So I announced to everyone there, I said, well, I'm not going to be able to film this. Someone else will have to be in charge. And later on, after Wall Street had burnt, I met another man with a French accent, and he was very moved by this, maybe even to tears, sitting on the ground. And we asked him why he was so moved. And he said, now that I've seen it, I believe it can happen, that Wall Street can burn down, and that we could have new financial overlords. Maybe not banks this time, maybe people. But this is just an image from 2012 of Wall Street burning.
Man, I mean, go to Wall Street and like, I mean, who was it? What's the name of the artist who was on before? What's his name?
Vesa?
Yeah, and he said that no good art comes from the legacy financial system. The Fearless Girl is like one of my favorite pieces of art. It's incredible. Like this tiny little frail girl, like facing off this huge Wall Street bull, which is like looming towards her. But I mean, I think it's such an iconic piece of art because it shows that you can have large economic force which gets beaten back by something which seems so like, frail, so yeah, I wanted to like chime that in when he said that there was no decent art which came out of the sort of legacy financial system. I was like, well, it's the Fearless Girl. That's the only thing I can think of.
This is a meme.
What's that?
This is a meme I made. Let me see it.
Some of it showing looks pretty bright though.
Tom, I've sent it to you on WhatsApp.
All right.
You might be able to show it.
Yeah, get it up. I mean, we obviously we put a Lightning Network hat on the when we did the Lightning Network hack day in New York on Wall Street. We put one of those hats on the girl as well, so we've got some pretty nice snaps of that.
All right, Nindy, go ahead. Tell us about the meme.
Yeah, it's just a meme that I made a few months ago when Lagarde said something, and it's on the meme.
And it says,
that's interesting.
Your favorite French lady.
Says, let them eat cake, and it has Marie Antoinette, and below it, it has LaGuardia, and she says, we should be happier to have a job than to have our savings protected.
Whoa! So,
I like that.
So you see, there is a theory like that. You see, when they started banning cigarettes everywhere, they selected countries that were potentially easier to manage and to handle the test bed. And I believe they did the same with Greece. They started that thing with Greece originally, and I actually believe that they're going to do it everywhere. In fact, my friend that is from Lebanon told me about a month and a half ago, maybe a little bit more, but it was definitely this year. He was really worried because his mom's savings, were in the bank, and she couldn't touch it. And they gradually every week they were telling them they could withdraw less and less, and ultimately they ended up being frozen. So I don't know how the situation has developed now, but you're right. Going back to Victoria's point earlier and the stories you were saying, it's when the shit happened that I actually realized, my God, this is possible. They can actually do that. Definitely, it's scary, right? Because you live in some sort of reality that can be wiped out just like that. And I think that's one of the big power of Bitcoin. But we know that. But it's important to always remember the power,
I think it's absolutely right realizing that. And, this kind of situation has happened several times throughout history. And of course, in the past, when things like hyperinflations happened, the public didn't have access to things like gold because it was already held by the governments and there was none in circulation. But this time around, because Bitcoin has been adopted by the general public and there are pockets of that kind of information, it's going to be much easier to get it into circulation this time. I think Bitcoin gives us a great degree of hope for the future that we wouldn't have had if it hadn't existed.
Cool.
Yeah.
You just need an opt-out. Like we just need a non-proprietary opt-out I mean, we have, if you don't want to run Windows, then, you can run Linux and you just download it for free, use it for free, whatever. Comment on it, if you think there should be something which improved, or maybe, contribute some code. But we don't have that for money, and that's crackers. Like, we need that for money. And and then just sort of see where the chips fall, you know, see which people eventually opt for. I mean, I think just like monopolies. So say if you have like, you know, look at web servers, for example. If we had a monopoly of web servers which were Microsoft based, then we would all have a problem with that. But if they're all Linux based, then we don't really have a problem with that because Linux is free and open source software. And I think that's similar to money. Like if we have a monopoly of money, which is free and open source, I don't think we have a problem with that. I think if we have like a monopoly of money, which is proprietary and leans towards certain, you know, political ideas and, you know, something like the US dollar, then people have a problem with that. And eventually, you know, they'll move towards money with more liberty attached to it.
Yep. I'm tired.
Oh yeah.
I don't have anything left. I've still got 97 people watching us in the chat though. I don't know if we want to keep going forever. We could always replay
going.
last
Stop being a
time's
pussy.
happening show. Well, I'll let you drive the show, Ben. Watch out.
I'm in it for the long run.
I'll go lay
And so
down.
is my
I'm
cat.
at 6 hours here.
Yeah.
So
I've got my fucking
You know,
Richard Hart nappy on. I'm ready.
Just go and have a nap. Leave us on. Leave us on. Go and have a nap.
I've got a question for Chris.
Go
I
ahead.
used to watch this show years ago, and you were on it all the time. And you've took quite a break from it. Are you going to come back to the show?
I could be persuaded.
Question.
I think I could be persuaded.
That'd be brilliant. That'd be really cool.
You know, we got piles and piles of money.
Chris, come back. Damn it.
Yeah, but Tom, you understand by now, you must be sick of me saying it. It's never about the money or the views or any of that. Like, I was always inspired by the community and the people that showed up. Like, this was never a channel. Sorry to repeat myself, but this was never a fucking channel that was going to go viral, that was going to grow 10,000, 20,000, you know, 40,000, like all these.
It did.
Like, it was never going to be that. You've got to be the person you were best going to be. And if you want to manufacture a YouTube account and you want to play that game and you want to get on the metrics, that's fine. But I think YouTube was never going to be encouraging of like alternative political views. You're like promoting it, unless you do what Tone Bays does, which is do the conference circuit, you know, you make yourself into a personality. That's all great. Yeah, 59.9K subscribers is fine. But usually when a YouTube account is like this old, you know, if you're trying to do the growth thing, if you're trying to do the growth hacking thing, that's a totally different mindset to where I think you originally started it off, where you just got people that were like wanting to get involved because they grokked something, they felt something. And actually now I come back and I tune in now and again, I like check in on things. Like, it's still that. You saw like people like Victoria, people like Ben, like the guy that was speaking, I need to be introduced properly to. Like, these people feel it. They feel it in their bones. And this was, you know, this is always about just people relating to one another and not about going viral, hashtag. You know, that was never what this was.
Yeah, but it's nice to have some viewers. When you make a show, it's nice to have some people watch it. And
But
I
you
know
got
I've seen it
you
happen
got
and I've
that.
seen it go down. And then also, if you compare yourself, I agree, the really popular videos are buy Bitcoin now, become a millionaire, all capital letters. Like, we never did that. I mean, we've tried and all these things, the clickbait or whatever. We try whatever will work. But no, I think, I mean, the long run here, we're a lot more like PBS or NPR, public broadcasting, where it has an educational value. Ours kind of has a DIY feeling because you can do this on the internet. You don't need a giant corporation or any kind of backing. I mean, my computer's overheating here, but that's all we have is a computer and a camera and stuff. So we're working on that, but it's just about having shows and people that want to do shows. And then I think if you have audience and people comment on your shows, it motivates people to do more shows. And then, yeah, people have their own motivations of why they do things. So
I think the important thing to remember, Tom, is when the historians look back to these videos in 100 years' time, 200 years' time, they'll be looking at your show and digging that for information, not the other price monkeys.
Well, I hope so. And I think we made a really good and creative show today. We talked about a lot of different subjects, and we had Adam back and Jameson and Ugly Old Goat, and we just had a lot of different discussions. So I think we did really well today.
Hey, I've got to say, I'm super happy with everyone, how they come together. I've just been on multiple channels all over the web, and it's incredible to see the energy around Bitcoin. It's really such a beautiful time to be alive, and then ending up here in the World Crypto Network. Bloody great.
How's that gin going, Josh?
Oh, mate, it's going wonderful. Jesus Christ, Satoshi, you've done it for me, mate. You've done it for me. It's a Tuesday.
Somewhere I got to find my picture of that gin. I had some of that gin in Barcelona or something, and I think it's all gone.
No, you had it at Blockchain Hotel.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
And Romania. Oh man, Romania. I miss Romania.
Oh, I miss flying. I miss you guys.
Yeah, it'd be nice to go anywhere.
Do you remember when we used to fucking fly together and hug each other? And
Yeah. You know what? Screw the fucking corona. I'll still hug you, man.
Oh, I know.
Oh, brilliant.
That's what I'm gonna do too until I get the damn thing, and then it's all everything's off. I'll never touch anyone again.
You just need it once. It's like hey, touch a candle. And it's yeah.
Yeah. That's all you need. It'll teach you up.
You'll get some antibodies. You'll be all right.
Take vitamin C.
Yeah.
Vitamin D too.
Just go to Marseille. This is where the most aware scientist on communicable disease is based.
In where?
Marseille, in south of France.
Didn't they help the Chinese actually build the lab in Wuhan?
Yes.
The one that is suspected. Yeah, that's right.
Yes, they did.
Because they were originally, the French actually helped the lab in Wuhan develop so that they could protect against SARS viruses. Oh, like how ironic! What a coincidence that there just happens to be this lab in Wuhan where the outbreak happened, and it just happened to be there, post SARS, and yet here we have another SARS virus. So
it's so funny to see reports saying, "Oh, I wonder where it came from. I wonder." Well, hang on a minute. You've got a lab like a stone's throw away from Wuhan, and you're like, "Oh, I wonder if maybe it could have come from there."
Wait, guys, we might get kicked off of YouTube if I don't want Tom to get World Crypto Network banned. We support everything that comes out of the WHO. For clarity.
It's the size of the lab as well. When you see the size of the lab, and it's not a small lab. Like
it's not from the lab. It's not from the lab. I think Chris is right.
Yeah,
and more importantly,
whatever they're saying, I agree with. And
we all know that YouTube is being managed by algorithms now. So if you got deleted on YouTube, it's because of an algorithm. And on all this health stuff, I know it's not popular or whatever, but I kind of see YouTube's side in this. If you're out there and you're a doctor, but you're saying the opposite of what all the other doctors are saying, it's a little liable for YouTube to be hosting your content. So I can kind of see their side.
Why? It's important.
But it's a health issue, though. You can't be.
How does Thomas Hunt always end up taking the side of the big fan companies?
Because it's a health issue, man. I mean, I see it from their perspective.
Using their service, like so it makes sense to not expect anything less from them. Like, why would you expect anything less than
they have to cover their butt? I mean, this is Google. Like, and that's the thing. Everyone has this false idea. Oh, it's YouTube. That means it's us. Oh, we own it. It's YouTube. Oh, it's from the internet. I mean, it means we own it. No. The last thing we owned was like Unix and Linux, even Linux, and the ability to chat on Linux and the ability to have, all these things. We had protocols for that. Then everyone got tired and lazy of using that. And they're just like, just let Facebook run the messaging. We don't need AIM or any of those protocols. We don't need anything that shares. Just let one company run it all. Let YouTube run all the videos. We don't need a standard for
And then we
videos.
got the Cambridge Analytica and 100.
What could possibly go wrong?
That's right. That's what we get.
But really, it was only maybe 2 weeks ago where I really dropped Google. I finally dropped Google because I was looking for natural health solutions. And I'm used to the internet where you like type in something and you get a bunch of different sources from all over the place. And some of it's total crap. And some of it's really good. And some of it's not quite good, but total crap. And you start to gain sources and you pull in evidence and you start to research. This is not available anymore. When you search on Google, you get CDC, who, cdc.gov.gov.gov. You only get that stuff. It's extremely hard. I've had to go to the great lengths to find different sources to even do some research, some basic research. You know, even libraries were not controlled like this. You could go into a library and research from total crazies, and you know you're living in a dictatorship if you're not being offended, if you're not seeing fake news, this whole notion of, oh, we've got to get rid of fake news, that's a dictatorship.
I mean, like, but for search engine optimization, just take the other side of the argument, like the WHO do have some of the best, you know, information out there, and they have at any one time during this whole crisis.
What? That you're okay to fly a plane? That it's not human to human control? You know, you
They
don't
also
contract
said
it
the
human to
opposite
human?
too. They did.
That's what they
announce
also
it's
said.
human
This
to
is all
human.
like in retrospect stuff. Like,
yeah, but
at
it was pretty
time,
obvious to
at that
me.
time. At that time,
even to me,
evidence,
I was like,
the evidence which they had as scientists, they said, okay, with the evidence we've got, we cannot say that wearing homemade masks is a good idea.
I mean,
or
I
not
agree.
flying
Like
on
maybe
planes is a
the
good
evidence.
idea.
Maybe the evidence.
Guys, let's get back to Bitcoin. Come on.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, I was just enjoying the troll right there. Sorry.
I love the troll, man. It's great. No, but it's important. It's important to have a discussion because really the WHO for me is too centralized in terms of communications authority. The WHO.
They've got like the whole world is looking at this tiny little organization who've got.
It's a political organization, by the way.
$2 billion a year, which is fuck all.
Yeah.
And they're supposed to be giving advice to the rest of the world. And their advice, by the way, go on Wayback Machine and look at the advice they were giving in January. And the advice was social distancing, self-quarantining, and there was good advice. So
yeah, that is
good
advice.
The WHO isn't the enemy. The enemy, is the crazy fucking president dictator who's advising people it's just a cold and you shouldn't be worried and blah blah blah. Like the WHO's the least of our worries. Like, why are we all fucking going nuts over the World Health?
We need to blame someone, Ben. We need to blame someone. Come on.
Trump. He's a fucking idiot. Blame Boris and his like Cheltenham and shake hands policy.
Yeah, I shook hands with everybody. It was great.
Like, Jesus.
And come on, the WHO have made so many good songs. My Generation, Pinball Wizard.
I knew you were going to make that joke.
The New Boss. Meet the New Boss. He's the same as the old boss. That's a WHO lyric. Come on.
Yeah, there was a news article, and it was like, who is going to be the new leader of North Korea? And I read it, and I was like, what the fuck? The World Health Organization is going to be the
moving up in the world.
The word who? Yeah.
Yeah, Teenage Wasteland. People are listing more WHO songs in the chat. They're giving me material now.
The point is that centralized organizations really have some sort of perspective, and that's fine. But the main perspective that we're getting on a search engine now is one perspective. And to be able to just say, hey, there are other search engines, and really search engines are what are showcasing info and truth.
Yeah. Oh, what was I going to say? No idea. Oh, I remember. Yeah, you have to switch to DuckDuckGo or whatever instead of using Google. It reminds me of during the Iraq War. I wanted more information about what was going on, and as an American, I actually had to go over and read The Guardian, and you had to read UK newspapers if you wanted any actual information. So there have been historic examples of this in the past. Shout out to DJ Booth, who just joined us in the chat. Good morning, Australia. We've been checking out
I really don't know how to do that.
We've been checking out Bitcoinal all day, all night long. Bitcoinal was great. But yeah, there was a bit of a question mark there when it came up and it said happy having, not happy havening. So I don't know about that. I think DJ Booth has some work to do. You've got 4 years to do it, though. So we got a lot of time for you to fix that little
DJ
typo
Booth.
there. So happy having to Australia, too.
Go the Aussies, hey?
Josh from Australia right here.
All
Pretty
right.
pretty amazing
Chris Ellis. So
worldwide chat we've had
finding
here.
reputable news sources in all of this craziness. I've taken to DW News on YouTube. DW News, they seem to be a German news outlet.
Deutsche Welle, represent.
Are they
Developed it, yeah,
good?
Well, they're the state TV in Germany. I mean, I also have watched them, but largely because they have the biggest English distribution of German news. So
That's right,
my
yeah.
German, meine Deutsch is Kacke, so I can't understand the native Deutsch. But yeah, they actually seem really good. They've got their own version of Hard Talk, and Hard Talk, for those of you who don't know, is a BBC format where you have someone like Stephen Sacco, like a hard-hitting journalist who asks tough questions of global leaders and corporate CEOs, executives, etc. So they have their own version of that, which I really enjoyed, and they have their own version. They have a show called Shift, which looks at technological innovations, like a weekly or so show. Yeah, I enjoy it, but it is state-funded media, and I think that you do need a heterodox approach to news. In order for the news to be honest, you need an accountability, you need people to be tested, and you can't really get that if you just have one source of information. DuckDuckGo, remember, I love DuckDuckGo. It's actually my most popular search engine at the moment, but I also try to supplement it with Start Page, etc. Because essentially you're basically getting Bing when you use DuckDuckGo. So I wouldn't rely on any one search engine, but definitely I do look. I think I agree with Josh that that this whole hysteria around fake news means that someone feels threatened. Right, that's why they don't like it, and ultimately you have to trust in individuals to use their own judgment. And if people are stupid enough to fall for fake news, then one has to ask what the individual responsibility is there. But I'm always going to look for different sources of information, use my own judgment to decide what kind of, what the quality of that information is.
Well, I want to give a plug for my favorite news guy right now, and I want to put the link in the chat, and I'll put it in the chat for you guys too. This is called Some More News by this guy, Cody. And he's just fantastic. It's kind of a comedy news, I'll tell you in advance. But, oh, he's just so great. I would play some clips, but we'd lose our YouTube rights if we haven't already. But check out Some More News. I guess it's a little left-wing, but it's funny. So there you go. That's my news pick. What else you guys got?
Man, it's... go on.
I was gonna talk about like information hygiene. But it's a whole meta narrative. Like information hygiene is the concept of like being careful about where you get your information from. So you just said like, oh, here's a YouTube channel, it's a bit lefty. But like if you're right wing, you should be reading left wing news. If you're left wing, you should be reading right. You should all be like exposing yourself to opinions that trigger you, that make you feel threatened. Exactly. Because that's kind of how you know what I mean?
Spot on.
So,
they call that the dialectic where I'm from.
But yeah, I didn't know you Hegelian, Ben. Like you should have said, like when we first met. Like I love that you're like quoting Hegel. So we should talk about the phenomenology of spirit sometime. I should go back to that. I've even got the text on the bookshelf. And when I eventually do learn German, I will be able to read Hegel and Heidegger properly. But that's a future project. So I think that the dialectic, you always fight the thesis and the antithesis, and you want to try to find the middle ground. And every person is responsible for finding that within themselves. But if you only ever occupy a filter bubble, like an echo chamber on social media, which Twitter and Facebook are so good at developing, right? They've developed this sticky content because they want you to stick around, because they get ad revenue from that, and they get clicks and views, and that's good to their VC partners and their investors. But actually, what's good for you is information hygiene, which means testing the information that you're getting against independent sources. It might mean that you have to take in some bullshit sometimes, but hopefully you're refined enough that you can filter that out.
Yeah, I agree. And this is the interesting thing about conspiracy theorists, is that they're so hardcore. You pick a few little things. There's always a little bit of truth in there. And that's why I love conspiracy theories, because they delve deeper than, a lot of it's crap, but there's some nuggets of gold.
But that's a good point actually, because the most people I think that follow like those conspiracy theories, they're mostly in it for the entertainment. Like we have in Britain, we have David Icke, he used to be a goalkeeper, but now he's like a full-time, that's a long time, been like a professional conspiracy theorist. But
the lizards, man, the lizards,
all
people.
the fucking pedo
But
lizards.
you know,
he speaks for like 8-hour shows. I mean, who does that? 6-hour, 8-hour shows.
Yeah, I mean that length of show though. I mean,
yeah, you do, Thomas.
Yeah, you do, Thomas.
But this is more true than a David Icke show. But you're right, actually, what Josh is saying about like there's a kernel of truth. But that's actually how the lies propagate. You know, there are big lies wrapped up in little truths. And that's really how the infection happens. That's how it gets into your head, because it resonates with you. There's a little bit of truth, it permeates. And then once it's permeated and it's got into you, then all the lies spill out. And because it's more entertaining and more interesting to opt for the lies, I guess then people start spouting it. And you also have to look out for, what's the other theory in cognitive psychology? I forget the name of it now, but it's to do with, because you've looked for something on the internet, you naturally want to think that because you were so clever and you searched for it and you found it, you therefore adopt the views of the influencer that you found. So if you go on YouTube and you type in a search term and then you discover something, that person teaches it. Maybe it was even me on World Crypto Network some years ago, and you search for World Crypto Network, you search for Bitcoin, you could be easily influenced because you want to believe that you were clever enough to find the views from that influencer. You see what I mean? And so then you end up adopting that view so quickly and so easily, just because you don't want to believe that you're bad at looking for information. And I forget, if anyone's a psychologist in the chat, pop a message, I forget the title of it. But yeah, be careful of that. Don't just assume that the information that you find on the internet is correct just because you want to feel clever about your searching abilities.
That's
confirmation bias.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, confirmation bias. Yeah.
Victoria, I think you hit the nail on the head.
So sorry to step in. I was just looking at our feed online, and I couldn't help myself but see the Steve Wozniak global scam happening right now.
Man, everywhere. I'm seeing it too, man. I reported it like 4 times already.
What do you mean, Steve Wozniak scam? I don't understand.
It's all over the feed everywhere. If we have any noobs, any newcomers watching here, just do not buy anything from those, I mean,
is it an ad or something they're playing? Like I don't know what it is.
I mean, it looks normal on top of that.
Oh, Steve.
Oh no, they got Woz. Oh, this is not good.
My favorite.
Well, that's not hard, is it? Right?
No, they've just grabbed some conference they already use that and put this QR code and then.
Oh, well, that's a scam, right? So let's not.
Nicely played.
And it's like, look at the views here.
Josh, I wondered where you'd been.
But the problem is, it's not just one feed; it's many as well on the right.
It's many. Yeah.
Wow.
There's a lot of them. I've reported about 3 of them already.
It's terrible, and there's 80,000.
Maybe this is the real new thing that we're going to see in the new epoch is tons more Bitcoin scams. Yeah,
nothing wrong with the Bitcoin scam, man. Like the WannaCry, like that preceded the 2017 pump. Like the reason there was like 25 countries which were hit hard by the WannaCry virus, and it was reported in all those countries. It wasn't Bitcoin's fault; it was the fault of the hackers. But Bitcoin was used because it's just like good money, and then people inevitably ask the question, well, what is this thing called Bitcoin? And they Google Bitcoin, and then you had the Bitcoin search ratings go up. So there's nothing wrong in like scammers using Bitcoin, because it teaches people that why are they using Bitcoin? Like why out of all the choices you've got there, why are you using Bitcoin right now? It's because as we all know, it's censorship resistant, and it's if you're pulling a scam, then it's the best form of money you've got. But no, I mean, like, I wanted to hark back to something Chris Ellis said. It was about and I think that we we kind of like get carried away with the conversation which happens around, you know, the internet and what the internet is and information and access to information. But we should hark back to those utopian like talks on the internet when it first started. Like, this is the information revolution, and it's taken a while, but now people have access to it and they're native to it, and they feel comfortable like plugging themselves into it. And then if they want to get access to information, then they will through YouTube, or they'll just Google it or DuckDuckGo it, obviously, of course. But the information revolution, all those hopes and dreams we had for the information revolution of the internet is now coming to pass. Like, yes, people are confronted with like flat earthers and all this other bollocks, but in that process, they are learning to differentiate between good and bad data. Just as, you know, when
that's going to get much harder.
Just pre-French Revolution, we had the printing press, and then suddenly people had to like differentiate between what's good and the bad data. Like, now we've got this new thing, the internet, and we have to differentiate between what's good and what's bad data. So, sorry, Josh, what were you saying?
No, I was just going to say that's going to get a lot harder. I mean, the deep fakes. I come from a special effects background. I worked for 15 years in special effects. I did some of the shots in the Matrix. Effects are becoming so commoditized now that it's super easy to create something, and that's the scary part. I could create photorealistic effects already 15 years ago, but what's happening now is that anybody can create an effect. Anybody can copy someone's voice. Anyone can copy someone's face.
This is good.
And then tie them together. Whoa! How do you trace information? Blockchain.
Well, no, but this is mistrust information. Like, you shouldn't trust information, even if it looks trustworthy. Don't trust it. Be skeptical of it. Like, it may not be, you know, a legit photo.
Yeah.
And then how do you have like honest sources of information where you have immutable ledgers? And cryptography. So
I think the thing is, you can't just rely on one source of information. I think, you know, anyone who's relatively intelligent will often go to lots of different sources, and it's when they match up that it makes sense. You know, I think anyone who just looks at, you know, one side of a story and because, you know, everything's got an element of truth and lies in it these days, and actually the aspect of it that you're most attracted to is very much dependent on who you are as a person and what you're trying to understand about the world at this point in time. And so even if something's a slight untruth, if it piques your curiosity and encourages you to look further, I think there's a lot of benefit to be had from that. But I think, you know, the trouble is it then becomes really time consuming, because you're then obsessed. It's just like, it's like one piece of information leads to another piece of information, and, you know, it becomes never ending, especially in this day and age when there's so much to unravel. But yeah, I think you have to link the pieces of information, and then you come up with a story that makes sense to you as an individual.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But how do you verify if Putin says something that's very inflammatory to the American president? Everyone riles up against it, and I guess the only verification is multiple camera angles.
And also, you know, understanding. I mean, the problem with anything that's said on TV is that it can be taken out of context. So, you know, you get a snippet of information, and then, you know, you stand back and you get, you know, you see the broader documentary, and that starts to educate people as to how you can't just take a snippet of information at face value. So I think anyone who's got any sense will never be swayed by just a snippet of information on the news, and they'll always try and look at the bigger picture. And I think the more that people are exposed to things like that, the more it educates them, and so they're less likely to be fooled. I mean, it'll take a while, and people need to realize that they're being fooled on that extent, but I think it's happening more and more these days.
Yeah,
nothing.
Interesting.
I wanted to say, like, nothing. There is like a strand of philosophy called verificationalism. Nothing exists outside of representation. So everything that comes into the senses by some representation as such. the idea that truth exists only through verification, like I make a claim and the only way you can ascertain its truth value is through verifying it, is just like one theory. But another sort of theme that you can take is that if you want to know if Putin really made that statement, well, first of all, you have to be willing to seek the truth. If you're willing to be deceived, or if you're hoping for a particular value to be true, you might go into that knowledge, that search for knowledge, with a preconceived notion, like confirmation bias we were just talking about. That could actually leave you susceptible. A lot of the time when frauds or hucksters get you, they usually find a window of vulnerability to climb through, right? They find some weakness in your armor. They tell you a story that you wish were true. But I think that actually, if you are willing to seek the truth, aside from all the which I agree with, like the idea of trying to be empirical, looking for research, looking for evidence-based, I think that's all very valid. But in a world where evidence can easily be cheated, as Josh was saying, I used to work in post-production in the film industry. I know how easy and how cheap it became eventually to reproduce these effects, especially now with like the GAD model, like in AI, to be able to produce deepfakes and so on. I think that you have to be willing to look for the truth. You have to be willing to seek things that are uncomfortable for you. And I think that's what a lot of people have a difficulty with when trying to find information on the internet. They're looking to have that biases confirmed rather than actually looking for information that might contradict.
Descartes.
Yeah, the birth of modern philosophy, doesn't it say it everything? Like the birth of modern philosophy was René Descartes.
Which is I think.
Yeah, I think therefore I am is the translation.
Start there.
Start there, but actually what he's saying is that everything that you see, you subject to a continuum of doubt. Now, obviously, he said, well, ultimately, we can believe in God, right? Maybe if Descartes were alive today, he wouldn't be theistic. He wouldn't be religious,
he said the idea was that all senses and all information which you receive can be all senses and all information which you receive could be, corrupt. So can I trust what I see? Can I trust what I hear? Because crazy people like hear voices and not crazy people see stuff. The only thing which I can trust is about the very fact that I'm questioning the fact that I can trust those things.
That
I
think
think therefore
but everything else, but everything else has to be
so,
subject to a continuum of doubts, no?
Yeah. But I mean, ultimately that stems from, Socrates and, the only thing worth knowing is that I know nothing.
Dude, that's us.
Well, going from the Bill and Ted school of thought here, Socrates, and the only thing worth knowing which I know nothing. The point being that everything which you presume you should question, and then you should intake a lot of information and data to try and figure out, whether what you think is true or not true. And,
yeah, at this point, you might as well get into simulation theory.
Yeah, exactly. It's true. Simulacra simulation. Yes, Baudrillard. So, like, what would the?
But it doesn't matter because I think, therefore I am. So what the fuck,
Yeah, but it does matter because, as somebody already pointed out, if Putin makes a statement and it causes World War IV, let's assume that the Cold War was World War III for a moment, and it actually caused the hot war. That does have ramifications. Even if you're in a simulation, presumably you have an investment to stay in the simulation. So, recently, Joe Rogan did his second interview, I think, with Elon Musk, right? And in this interview, Elon Musk blew Rogan's mind by saying, in 5 to 10 years, we won't be talking. This is like blase. We won't be talking anymore. We'll just have like synaptic connections, and we'll just be able to communicate. If you think about it, a concept in the mind is very intricate and sophisticated. I'm paraphrasing. And Joe's like, wow, Joe does this thing. He's like, wow, what, in 5 years? That's no time at all. Wow. But I don't know where I was really going with this, but like the thing is, what are the ethics of this? Like, if in the future you were put into a simulation which was not discernible from reality, could the company that puts you in the simulation, even at your request or not at your request, not even tell you when you were in there that you were in there? Like, you go in and then you're like, oh, this is real now. Or they could give you 20 years of perceived time elapsed, right? And it feels like 20 years, but maybe your body in this reality, in this simulation, is only in there for a few minutes. But it feels like you've been in there for 20 years, so long that perhaps you start to forget your old life, and now you completely adopt this new life. Mind blown, man. I don't know. It opens up questions.
Look, when I put on just a simple VR goggle, and it's very basic, I think I'm in a different world straight away, and the the graphics aren't even that good. So
do you know what? Like, you're totally. I've got the Oculus Quest, and I put that on, and I do like boxing training every day, and man, like, I'm there. I'm there. Like, no question, no doubt. I'm there. Like, I'm not even in the room I'm in now. And then I take the goggles off, and suddenly I'm like, oh my God, Christ, I'm here. The brain is incredibly plastic and very versatile, and it can handle like switching from realities. Like, well, look at us right now. We're talking to these crazy little screens, and this is our form of communication. And we have, we understand that these little pictures are actual beings which can communicate information, which we can converse with. So no, the brain's very versatile, but the real worry is that the all of that control and all of that power and all of that information will be controlled by private interests, as opposed to free and open source interests, which would suck. Like, we don't want Amazon and Google. We don't want to step into this virtual simulated world which is controlled by Amazon and Google. We want it to be controlled by users, or at least verified by people, people who can look through the code and understand that nothing corrupt is happening. Because inevitably more of ourself is being poured into a digital world. We need to have control over that. Just becoming more and more obvious. But yeah, I mean, the virtual reality goggles is a perfect example of that.
I want to just quickly shift gears, because I was on the other channel, and one thing that I find really annoying with Jimmy Song is that he obsessively doesn't understand that you can represent physical goods with digital goods. What do you guys think of representing or tokens that are outside of Bitcoin?
Why is he in Bitcoin if he can't like represent a physical good as a digital good? Like, that's what Bitcoin is. Like, it's just a bunch of fucking data. Like, why, if you don't have trust in the data to be able to secure value, then why are you even in Bitcoin?
I think the trouble with physical goods is that you need someone to actually link it on the blockchain. And so that's the point of weakness. So, Bitcoin works as a form of money because the whole thing has kind of been set up as its own ecosystem in order to replicate a form of value. But when it comes to actually having a house or even a bar of gold on a blockchain, the trouble is you're relying on that third party to verify that that particular block of gold goes with that particular block. And so that's always going to be the weak point. And in many respects, that's the problem with banks, because, they've become corrupt, and those checks and measures have been lost. And so it's possible for the similar kind of thing to happen with a blockchain if someone's corrupting the actual entry on the blockchain in the first place. That's how I see it.
Don't look at me. I don't have anything left. It's 7 hours in here. 6 hours and 51 minutes according to the recorder. So
brilliant.
Clicking along.
This is where it all fails now. And
nice job.
We did. I think it turned out really good. I didn't know if it was going to work at all this morning. I didn't really invite people in advance. That's not something I'm good at. I don't know what time this was going to be. So we didn't know how to schedule when it would be. So we were just like, well, we'll kind of start a couple hours before it starts, and we'll kind of invite everybody. So I was just on Twitter and Telegram and even WhatsApp, and I was just copying and pasting the invitation, just see if people will show up. And let's see. Jeremy says in the chat that the last Halvening show was 8 hours long. Let's confirm that. Let's look at that. See, the Halvening show I've got here says that it was.
Yes, so did.
It says it was only an hour and 18 minutes.
Let's bring more people. Let's go.
I invited the audience a while ago. I put this link in the chat, and I agree it looks just like any other link, but it says you are invited to the WCN 2020 Bitcoin Halving Party live show, and it's got the link. You just have to go download Zoom software or whatever it is. Welcome to everyone else's world. I remember years and years ago, someone would send you a random link, and they would say, "Hey, come join my video chat," and it would be Zoom, and you would install Zoom for a couple of days. You would do the video chat with whoever the annoying person was, and then you would delete Zoom. Those were the good old days, right? Before Zoom was your number one thing you needed for all the hangouts and all the social distancing and the drinking at home and whatever everyone else is doing on Zoom now. See, Chris, we were ahead of our time, drinking at home on video streams. Revolutionary.
We were.
Jeremy has fessed up in the chat. He says it was the Bcash split that was an 8-hour show. The Halvening, it actually looks like a small show now in comparison. We're looking at it here on YouTube. It says that it was an hour and 18 minutes. We were bang in and out of there last time. So I could even play that after this show. I could just throw it on. The Halvening show from last time.
Wow.
July 9th,
there I am.
2016.
I still had hair. No, I didn't have a hair there.
Oh. But yeah, we got Josh was there. There he is. Yumi and BTC was here. MZ was here. Look, Mad Bitcoins even. Whoa. Mad Bitcoins. What? And it won't even load the YouTube video because my computer says there's too much stuff going on. I cannot load this. There we go. Kind of. If you like low resolution videos. Thanks, YouTube, I guess.
We did MT Gox videos that were 8 hours, I feel like, when MT Gox was
it was empty.
Yeah.
Definitely some long empty Gox 8-hour things. I think the SegWit launch party was very long as well. And like Jeremy's saying, yeah, the Bcash launch party, that was a long one. That was a really long one. Look, here's Gabriel D. Vine. We sent several invites to Gabriel. First, he said that it was the wrong time. Then he said he had to go to his father's birthday party. So I couldn't get Gabriel on here. Told him that we had Chris Ellis. He was still not moved. Shout out to MZ. We had a good time hanging with MZ last time, but he recently quit the World Crypto Network because Ben interviewed Richard Hart. So, oh well, can't please everybody. Where'd Josh go?
To be fair, that was. I mean, again, I want to expose. So a lot of our viewers, I found this a lot when I went to meetups. They would start talking about Hex and they would talk about Richard Hart and blah blah. And I was just interested. I just want to talk to the guy. And a lot of those concepts have been able to kind of bake in market manipulation from a very early on in a currency or an altcoin or whatever. I mean, we've seen market manipulation and we've seen ICOs, but have we seen people baking in market manipulation from the design of the actual asset or the thing which they're designing from the beginning? I don't think we have, and it's something new which we've seen in his thing. So I really wanted to just sort of talk to him about that. And I found him ultimately a fascinating person just because he's been around in Bitcoin for a while. And some of his calls on Bitcoin stuff I've always found them relatively insightful. So I didn't want to just completely dismiss the guy. And I found that these Bitcoin quote unquote maximalist types, they did the Bitcoin a disservice by just dismissing him, because it's I mean, I found in my conversation, I explained some of the good work which was happening in Lightning Network, for example, and about throughput, and hopefully he'll go and look at that. And some of the worries he had around some of the Bitcoin issues. I don't know, man. I think dismissing people and just shouting scammer at them, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. Talk to them, figure out what they're about. Yes, this thing is built to, I mean, we spoke about that openly in that conversation. This thing was built to enrich him, and it was built to enrich, I mean, it's a Ponzi. Like it's built to enrich the people who get in earlier than as opposed to the people who get in later. But it's interesting, like what he calls pumponomics or whatever.
Pumpamental.
Pumpamentals, like
pump and pump.
Yeah, like you've baked in from the beginning market manipulation as opposed to applying market manipulation later on. And I think we'll see more and more of that when legacy, institutions who want to make money, they start using things like Bitcoin, and they're like, okay, we can actually restrict supply in a certain way where we will have, certain economic, we'll be able to get certain economic advantage from being able to manipulate the way in which this thing financially works. So I was just interested in talking to him about that. Anyway, so I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I wasn't like super negative and shouting scammer at the dude. And and fuck it, like bring them all back to Bitcoin, man. Roger Ver, Richard Hart, all of those guys, whatever you think of them, bring them back into the Bitcoin sphere because this is where they're supposed to be. Like this is the main event. This is what it's all about.
Well, that's interesting because I think they're arguing the opposite. They're arguing that they essentially are onto something different, and that all versions of an algorithm is valid. So
I mean, they are, but they're like him, for example. So, I mean, obviously he's arguing the thing which is going to enrich him, which is this thing which is designed to enrich him. But like, he's a Bitcoiner. Like he made it available as an airdrop to Bitcoiners. Why not anyone else? Like he could have made it available to some other chain. Like why Bitcoiners? Like he's vested in Bitcoin. Like he likes Bitcoin. He's a Bitcoiner.
Because he needs a pump. And the pump.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. You could say
what
he
is
needs
the
like
best
a
pump? No, but
a community bootstrap. Yeah.
I think it's super clever. And you're right.
It's very clever. And like it doesn't, but you shouldn't just shout scammer it. I mean, like
I
even
see
if it's
Chris
just a very
laughing. I mean,
well, look, I think I'm even quoted as saying everything's a scam until proven otherwise. I think that was one of the things that people used to pull me up for saying early on. And I think my gut feel from Richard is that he used to be a presenter on World Crypto Network, right? He used to be someone who could, I think, make videos or certainly be a part of those videos. I think he's a very clever guy. I think he's very sophisticated. He understands people. He knows how to talk. And I think one of the things that I've seen from the very get-go, like I got into crypto and one of the first things I did is what a lot of other people did, is they got into altcoins. Like Feathercoin was my thing. That was my sin. But it was a well-meaning project, a lot of good people in it. But what I realized was that what people were trying to do with Litecoin, Fairbricks, before it, Tenderbricks, Feathercoin, Barbecue Coin, all the rest of it, was they were trying to mimic the gains that Bitcoin had early on. And because everyone regretted that they weren't there at the time when Bitcoin had these huge percentage gains, they wanted to try and imitate that. Now, Ethereum eventually came along. And here's Vitalik's speculation, in my opinion, is that he saw the demand for altcoins circa 2014 or so when he was into Mastercoin. And he thought, well, what if I could capture that demand? What if instead of having to solicit the miners and get the miners to mine your coin and then everyone's competing for hash rate, what if I just create like a meta coin and everyone just gets on my ERC, or as it would like to turn out to be called, ERC20 tokens? Then I can sort of claim, well, the end of altcoins, now you can just have your ICOs, right? And you can all jump on here. And now you don't have to go to, we'll deal with the mining and we'll get all that hash rate, we'll do all the marketing to get that passed. Now all you've got to do is sell your wares. And I think the problem is every time someone comes up with another altcoin promotion, whether it's an airdrop, Aurora Coin, do you remember Aurora Coin? Do you remember all these other airdrop tokens that went to Bitcoiners? Clams was another example, right? Is that really, they're really just trying to get back to the fact that not everyone was there at the start.
Aurora, was that Iceland? Was that
Iceland?
Yeah, Iceland.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Aurora was Iceland. Maza Coin was Native American.
Richard is a smart. So
it's not,
Richard
but I
is
mean,
a smart guy. Like he's a smart guy.
What I would consider a scam to be would be someone saying, this thing is true and honest and sincere, whereas he's not. He's like, yeah, this thing, you know, is designed to
No,
enrich me and the
Ben,
people who get in
no.
early.
Don't fall for it. Ben, the best way to commit fraud is never lie, man. Like, the best way to do it is to say, oh, no, I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm talking. The best way to do it is just to be totally humble, right? This is the sophisticated con artist I'm talking about. I'm not doing like your regular huckster.
Years. Stop telling
No, if you go out like look, it's a total. Like, I'm into PR. I'm into public relations, right? So I do sometimes do self-effacing gestures. Normal, respectable public relations. Say, oh, I'm not an expert. As long as you mean it, that's fine. But I think there's a lot of sophisticated con artists, that there's a theory in con artistry that you can't say that really they're kind of wanting to be duped, they'll be duped. And you've just got to be very charming. Con artist means confidence. It's a confidence trick, that you're really projecting your confidence into that person and you're using your charisma. Now, if you come in and you say, hey, look, this is all just a scam, huh? Like, I'm just here to get rich. And you say that up front. Oh, I guess it's, but Ethereum has had these projects. They've got the transparent Ponzi schemes. That was the only use case of Ethereum that I can tell so far, was like, you have these, you know, it's a Ponzi scheme, but everybody knows it's a Ponzi scheme, ha ha. You know, the whole point of a Ponzi scheme is that it's unsustainable because you eventually run out of buyers, right? So you can't keep selling the thing and selling the thing. Eventually it runs out. So it's completely unsustainable. And I thought that's what Bitcoin was trying to be against, because like the financial system keeps printing money to produce more debt. So where am I going wrong here? Like, I'm trying to figure all this out, and all I can think is we're just reproducing the monster in its own image.
Some people will want to try and make, I mean, this is why, you know, modern investment banking works. Like, some people want to make a profit on their capital, so they put it into certain funds or certain businesses or whatever else to try and make to try and make a profit on their capital. So when I see something like what he's designed, and I think that in the future we're going to have more and more of that, but designed by legitimate players who are much more, I mean, you know, he's fairly fringe, you know, but we will have more and more people, legitimate players, who are designing similar financial instruments which guarantee X amount of increase in value until, you know, oops, there's someone holding the bags. I think that's interesting. Like, that's something we should be, particularly if they're fairly open in the pumpernomics or pumpermentals, whatever.
Pumpernomics. That's called
like
gambling,
like
dude.
Granddad.
But we already
Granddad,
have that.
It's pumpermentals. It's not
You go in,
pumpernomics, you fucking idiot.
if you go into a casino, there is a house edge. Like, there are games you can play online with Bitcoin right now. If you want to do that, you can do a martingale strategy on a gambling website with cryptocurrency.
So one of his
points,
like,
I'm not a gambler.
A large proportion of Bitcoin's value is speculation. It's people like trying to make money, and like he's saying, well, I'm saying to people, you can make money in this thing, which pumpernomics, blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, I'm not saying. I just think as a human being, it's very interesting to take like a concept, something, market manipulation, which is something which is an afterthought, and then pre-bake it into something is into a system is interesting. And I think we'll see more of it.
So because I'm not familiar with the project, is he?
I'm not.
Is he
I'm not
calling it a gambling?
No,
it's
secured deposits.
I mean, I'm not arguing for or against it. I'm just saying, on our point before about if you want to understand something, you need to not have cognitive distance. You need to be open to it. You need to discuss it openly. You know, your thesis and your antithesis, and then find synthesis. Well, that happens by not just shouting. I mean, this is
not just shouting scam. Yeah. Scam's a very overused word.
I mean, if you look at the other interviews he did with people, like, you know, like the thought leaders, quote unquote influencers in Bitcoin, were annihilated by him. because they had a very sort of narrow-minded interpretation of what Bitcoin is and what a scam is and whatever else. And he was able to intellectually just beat them on those points. And the only person who came out like fairly sort of successful in the conversations with Richard Hart, like, was probably Giacomo Zucco. And at that exact point, he decided to kind of lay down that maximalist mantra and just talk quite openly of, okay, what's this project? What are you trying to achieve? Well, really, what is the value proposition here? Can it not be achieved with this XXX, blah, blah, blah? And that was the best way to approach that kind of, scam, whatever you want to call it, but just shouting scam. I mean, it's ogreish, man. Like, and it was.
Well, that's why I said just call everything a scam and be done with it. Like, don't even
everything, man.
Assume,
Bitcoin,
because that points back to the deep. Yeah, but unless it proves otherwise, like don't trust, verify, or trust but verify, which is my preferred version of that statement.
But that takes time. It takes time.
Of course it takes time, but it takes time because it needs to take time. I don't know that he put pay. I don't know what the wording you used that Richard Hart, put pay to Bitcoiners or maximalists per se, but maybe I just need to research it. I would need to. Jeremy Sager saying Chris Ellis versus Richard Hart when? Well, look, I don't have any beef with the guy personally. I would have to research it. I have to look into it.
That's what I want to see.
But my gut reaction. I feel like it's a fucking UFC card fucking championship. I would want to look into it, but my gut reaction to all these projects, especially when someone as charismatic as Richard, I know that much about him. I've seen his videos with his, his outfits and his backdrops.
His peacocking. Hey, look, the thing is, I joined when our company went through Techstars, and one of the big things, the big takeaways was, what's the difference between a con artist and an entrepreneur? Both have nothing. Both are selling an idea. It's just that one of those people actually want to follow through with the idea. Now, if that's something that's generally a terrible economic idea, doesn't automatically make it a scam. You want to maybe try an economic theory, and this is far better than forcibly having gulags and forcing people into an economic theory, rather than, hey, you want to try out this crazy blockchain? And then there's the total scammers who are like, this isn't going to work, but I'm going to sell it and just walk off.
Bad faith. That's bad faith. They're selling something that isn't true. If they've got a different exit in mind and they don't want to sell it to you in the view that you come back later because they just want to sell it to you and then they want to fuck off because they've got another exit that they're concealing from you, then I agree. That is unquestionably a scam.
And someone might be more educated and think, this is never going to work. He's a scammer. And he might be right in a way, because he already knows that, well, this isn't going to work. But it doesn't inherently make this person a scammer. It makes the person maybe a naive entrepreneur.
I mean, you also like by being there, you hold them to account. So I mean, so since I did that interview with Richard Hart, I got like 200 subscribers on Twitter. Now they're going to see a whole bunch of Bitcoin and Lightning stuff on Twitter. And I think the reason in which they subscribed was, or the reason in which they, followed me on Twitter was because I wasn't like aggressive towards him and like actually heard him out. And I was like, okay, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I mean, like the people who, I don't know, they felt kind of some sort of intellectual superiority because they'd seen Richard Hart like defeat these Bitcoin maximalists. So, okay, now I'm just going to invest in X, his thing. Now they're saying, well, okay, well, there's this other guy who's like, okay, he's sort of, interested in you as a personality and he's interested in this thing you've made. And then he's actually arguing that, okay, some of the arguments you had against Bitcoin, like throughput, for example, could be solved through something like Lightning Network. And then see some of the stuff come through on their Twitter feed. I think that's a better way to kind of approach a foe as opposed to just trying to mute.
Yeah, I'm not advocating. I would prefer to live in a world where we have the presence of the scammers than, like Josh was saying, where you impose an economic theory on people and put them into a multi-time zone gulag so they can produce tanks to overthrow the Nazis, let's say. I agree with that. I think that I would prefer, like in philosophy, in my view, you should always, be careful about which philosophy you select based on whether or not you're willing to accept the worst possible instantiation of that, or the corollary of that philosophy, right? So, like the worst possible instantiation of like a neoliberal view or something like this, where you have top-down control, is that you end up with something like fascism, okay, where you end up with top-down control. If all the banks are subservient to the state and they always have to be regulated by the state, then eventually you're going to have this like maniacal operation which can see into everybody. The worst possible instantiation of something like a decentralized system is that everybody has control and therefore nobody has control, and therefore maybe you have some kind of stalemate or some gridlock, but we'll work it out eventually. Do you see what I mean? And so even though it's kind of the lesser of two evils as far as I'm concerned, I would rather live with a world where people are free to choose. And okay, some people are going to make mistakes, some people might draw into scams, and we should definitely be promoting non-violence and helping those people. What I'm not sure I agree with is that the state should somehow like tax people so that they can instantiate some kind of justice system so that they can protect people from themselves for buying into these scams, like the SEC, for example, like these types of administrative regulatory bodies that end up being quite inefficient, and most of them just want to sell out and go work in the private sector anyway. And then
burn your hand, folks. Burn your hand. Feel what it feels like, and then don't touch that shit again. Nind, I'd like to hear what Nind has to say about this, because he's a very more on the fundamental side of research and these projects. How would you define a scam? How do you research this stuff?
I'm pushing unmute. Is it working? No, it's not working. No. Nindy, unmute. Unmute yourself.
Sorry.
I guess. Sorry.
I saw a interview that Richard Hart did, and the guy asked him where the Ethereum was going, and Richard's answer was, "Oh, you're not meant to ask that question." So obviously, he was pocketing the Ethereum, but scam wise, I don't know. I just see Bitcoin as, I'm not maximalist, but I just see the purity in Bitcoin, and I think maybe we're a bit early for other technologies, like smart contracts, Ethereum types technologies. I think we're maybe too early, and that's why they get attacked. I think that all that stuff should be built on top of Bitcoin. Maybe like
words of wisdom, man. Like you're 100% right. Like Bitcoin's the answer. But all this peripheral bollocks exists, and then we have to kind of deal with it. The crypto bollocks, the peripheral crypto bollocks exists, and we have to deal with it. But Bitcoin's the answer. Like nail money, nail value transfer. Yeah. Then we'll talk about smart contracting and whatever else you can do with this technology stuff. Obviously all the Ethereum, it's just jumping the gun. But people get bought in, and they buy into some of these scams because of the lack of discussion. I think like we need discussion. We need to be able to talk about these things. But I mean, I think we will, just like we had in the .com era. We had a whole bunch of like hope. Like the internet's going to be all these things. We're going to have like online streaming, and we're going to have this, that, and blah, blah, blah. And all these companies dump loads of money into it. And there's all these scams, and people made, I personally got some friends who were millionaires from the .com era. And interesting, some of them advised me on some Bitcoin stuff because they'd already seen kind of how the environment plays out, that kind of environment plays out. But the reality is that some of that initial exuberance which they had in the .com era for, okay, we'll have online streaming and we'll have chatting and we'll have all these features, eventually they become like useful money making, high commodity features within the internet. And just as some of this bollocks we hear around the ICO world, eventually, after we get the value transfer proposition nailed, they will become useful, functional parts of, the decentralized value transfer network, which we all know and love, called Bitcoin. So, it's like the future is kind of echoing towards us. This is what the future will. We will have these things, and they will not be scammy, and they will not just be money making mechanisms. They will actually be functional things, systems, eventually. But for now, yeah, absolutely.
But the technology is, I think the technology is inert, man. Like, if someone creates a scam on Bitcoin and they create the same scam on Ethereum, it doesn't really matter. The point is that the person is a scammer. He doesn't want to finalize an idea and just wants to pull money out of people.
But when you say a scam on Bitcoin, what do you mean by that?
Well, let's say you come up with a smart contract that can sell investment properties on Bitcoin, and you're going to tokenize that, and you're going to allow that trading on other exchanges, and this and that and the other. Now, people on Ethereum would call it a scam. Now, if the same person did it on Bitcoin, even though you really can't at the moment, people would say, "Oh, that's all right. That's all right." The Bitcoin maximalists would say, "Oh, that's okay." And this is what concerns me, is that that generally people are very on all sides of the spectrum are very maximalist on their chain, and that's about it. And that's unfortunate. I do think there are good ideas on Ethereum. It's just that I think people are so hung up on their chain that they don't want to hear it. And this goes for Hex, this goes for all of them. The ideas might be good, but the chain might be wrong. Maybe as soon as Bitcoin becomes strong enough to be able to handle smart contracts and all the rest of it, not strong enough, but I guess wide enough. RGB is creating great stuff, including smart contracts on Lightning. So we'll see what happens there. But my point is, when people start to really take camps on the chain instead of the idea.
I think that it all boils down to security. These massive pots of money that have been built on these chains. If the chain is not secure enough, they're going to get hacked, and then the securest will win. And it's obvious Bitcoin is the securest.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, by far, Bitcoin is so secure, it's insane right now. It's insane. The amount of exahash, the amount of hashing power. I never, I mean, I've been watching this for a very long time, and I really didn't think it would get to this point. Somehow, I just when we're talking, 250 exahash, that's just a phenomenal amount of computing power. It's if you added all of Google's computing power, I know that we're talking ASICs here, but if you pointed all of Google's hashing power, it wouldn't even add 1%. It wouldn't even add near 1%. I don't know. Has everyone else frozen?
No, I'm still here.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I'm listening. What is this?
I don't know. There's a whole lot of
Bitcoin is playing the harp.
But guys, I do need to go. My wife will probably kill me in the morning because I need to look after the kid.
Another one bites the dust.
Yeah.
Another one bites the dust.
Yeah. Down for the count. But hey, thank you very, very much, everyone. It's just been a wonderful evening. I've really enjoyed it. And Nind, it's great to see you, by the way. And and everyone else, Matt and Dee over here. You know, I'm just really, Chris, really wonderful to see you around the house as well. You know, this is one thing that the coronavirus has allowed us to do is get in touch virtually. I'm really looking forward to physical touch again, and you know, hats off to everyone. Fuck. Cool.
Did you guys pass out? We're ready to
soon.
get to the end. Oh,
Soon. Sleep
no,
well.
you're not going to want to leave now because it looks like Ben's coming back, and I don't know. It looks like Richard Hart wants to join.
Join.
Oh man, it's really him. How's it going, Richard? Welcome to the show. We're still live,
Right.
FYI.
Before anyone else talks now, I just want to say, like, Hex, whatever else to one side, Richard Hart has been a voice of wisdom in Bitcoin and Bitcoin related topics for quite a while. And it's a pleasure to have him on WCN. So crack on, Richard. You're muted.
You do seem to be muted, Richard.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
I'm shocked. So I don't know how to take it. I'm used to only mean comments.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm sick of the mean comments. I really am. We should all be talking about technology and nothing else. And this is what I was mentioned. We are in a massive experiment, and there are scammers out there, but we've got to give people we've got to look at code. And we've got to look at code, and that's all there is to it.
I didn't get a chance to say this before, but I wanted to say we had a similar situation with Andy Hoffman here on the World Crypto Network, where he was promoting B-Rhodium, and I never believed in B-Rhodium, and we tried to understand maybe Andy was being paid, maybe something about Andy's gold bug mine, not to be negative, but just as a gold person, he was very attracted to that rhodium, and what I thought is that we could all learn a lesson from this. So I allowed Andy to keep talking about it, whether it was a promotion or something he believed. And I figured that later on, Andy would come back to Bitcoin. And just a week or so ago, Andy put out a tweet. He said he's sorry, he made the wrong choices. He went all over the place. And now he's coming back to Bitcoin. So I don't want to predict the future here. Maybe Richard's going to post a similar thing in a few years. But I just think we can allow people the freedom to explore other things. We don't have to call scam on everything. Certainly, you invest if you want to. It's your own personal choice. But I think it was an interesting project, and I think it was interesting to see how Andy goes. And now I'll let Richard talk, though. So
okay, well, you know me, I do like to talk. When people tell you they've already bought, that's bearish, because their ability to move the price upwards is now removed because they've blown their load. They don't have any dry powder left. When Paul Tudor Jones says that he's bought Bitcoin, maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he did buy it, and now he wants you to buy it after him because he's done pushing the price up. So he wants you to do it. So what you discover is every time someone posts that they're going full-time crypto, pushes the price of crypto down. Because when you go full-time crypto, what do you do to live? You sell crypto. Just like miners. Do miners buy Bitcoin? Nope. Miners sell Bitcoin. They buy electricity and hardware from companies that don't talk to you, don't want to have anything to do with you, or in foreign countries.
Same with exchanges.
We
sell Bitcoin all day long. Fees all day long.
Yeah, but you're a necessary on-ramp more than you are an off-ramp. I mean, basically the way to look at that is if something is bidirectionally neutral and it provides as much support as it does resistance, you still at least have the float that is required to operate that business. So for instance, in Hex, we have in liquidity about 30,000 Ethereum sitting in as bid support on Uniswap, a decentralized exchange. And that forces the project, as long as that is the dominant pair, to inflate the Ethereum price by those, I don't know, $6 or $8 million, or I think it's about 6.5 million of Ethereum. So even if Hex wanted to be neutral, or an exchange wanted to be neutral, it still does provide more bid support just due to the float, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
So So what are my points? I've got a fucking lot of points. One of them is when people told you they bought, it's bearish. When people tell you they're going full-time crypto, it's bearish. You need people to stay working, continue to generate fiat so they can keep buying their bags. Now, if you don't realize that you're part of something that acts like a Ponzi, I'm here to educate you that everything in the year 2020 acts like a Ponzi. Oil went below zero. Does that mean oil is a fucking scam and useless and garbage and the people that founded oil are fucking scammers? No, that's not what that means. Amazon dropped 95% in the early 2000s. Is it a scam? Nope. It's over 50% of all commerce in the United States on the internet right now. So, to be correct in this world, there's an infinite number of ways to be incorrect. And then there's one small little path of this is how shit actually is. And it's very hard to get at that path. And I feel that I have gotten there on a lot of different concepts. Not all of them, but a whole lot more than most people. So, by the way, Paul Tudor Jones said he bought Bitcoin, put 1% in. By the way, is 1% a lot? No. Does he believe in it a lot? No. Now, could he be restricted by limited partner agreements that don't allow him to allocate more than 1% to it? Maybe. But I wouldn't brag about putting 1% to something. 1%. I mean, don't you believe in it? And then what happened to the price? It dropped 20%. Okay, so we're going into the halvening, right? The supply that's going to hit the miners' hands to dump and turn into pollution, which is all they do. For security, we need, that's what proof of work is. It's waste. If it's not wasteful, it doesn't work.
Unless you're using the waste to hash, like in power plants up in North New York.
We could debate about that stuff. So what happened to the price? The price took a giant shit. Now, has hash rate continually gone up? Yes. Why? Because machines get more efficient, process nodes get smaller, you get, more hash rate for the same energy input. And has the price still taken a giant shit? Yeah. It used to be 20,000, then it went to 3,000. Then it pumped to 14,000 on a Chinese Ponzi called Plus Token that owns 1% of all Bitcoin, except for what they've been dumping. And then it took a shit down to 3,800 when it was supposed to be, the fucking hedge against the stock market. Stock market dropped 40%, so Bitcoin dropped 70%.
Yeah, but that's not exactly fair. It was meant to be a hedge against hyperinflation, and what we saw was a complete stock market crash because of the virus. It was a risk-off event. People had to sell to cover their shorts and things like that. I think it was a market-wide collapse, although agree, no one predicted it. No one said that this was an event.
Hex didn't go down. Hex went up.
Does anyone have any to sell? Can you really I thought it was all locked up.
No, I don't know why people are so ignorant. I just, when we do $7 or $8 million a day of volume, that means at least $4 million of that shit was sells. That's how volume happens. Buyers and sellers meet. So if you see an exchange or a market that does $7 or $8 million of volume, half of that is sells. So if you want, and I just told you this 30,000 Ethereum there is bid support, you can dump right into it instantly with no AML, no KYC, no counterparty risk, no taking selfies, no begging for your money. And it's got 100% uptime. Coinbase doesn't have 100% uptime. It's infinitely better. But people like old school Bitcoin guys, of which I used to be one, don't realize the game changed in the last 6 months. And it's not the same game anymore. It's not the same game. Ethereum solved a lot of problems that Bitcoin was never designed to solve and never will solve, and are huge, huge, huge problems. Mt. Gox is a huge problem. Cryptocurrency was invented to get rid of counterparty risk, to get rid of middlemen. And instead, it has created new ones. 2,000 Bitcoin addresses control 42% of all Bitcoin supply total.
How much does Hex control?
They hold the 2,000 addresses in Bitcoin, hold the private keys for 42% of all Bitcoin. And I'm rounding down. It's like 42.3%. You can just Google Bitcoin rich list and you can click the link. It's right there. Now, how has decentralization worked out over the last 10 years? It's gone horribly. Now, to tell you how bad 42% of fucking total supply is, they're probably not holding Satoshi's coins. And Satoshi's coins are split up into little blocks, right? So if you include the number of coins that are lost, which some people put at 4 million, and you include Satoshi's coins, which some people put at 1 million, and the total supply is about 18.5, let's call it 18. So you're down now you've got 13 left. And 42% of the 18 is, I mean, you're looking at like 60 or 70% of every fucking Bitcoin that any normal human has is in a goddamn 2,000 wallets. It's disgusting, but nobody knows because I'm the only guy that fucking.
Yeah, but some of them wallets will belong to exchanges.
So yeah, that's the opposite of why crypto was invented. That's why you have Quadriga CX stealing everyone's money, BTCE stealing everyone's money, Cryptopia stealing everyone's money, Mt. Gox stealing everyone's money. I could go down a fucking list. How many more times? And does Bitcoin do a single fucking thing to address that? No, because it wasn't designed to. So just like gold used to be hard money, then it got put in vaults and little paper receipts got created to represent it. And then we got rehypothecation and fractional reserve and the fiat system. They turned a hard money into la la land fantasy fucking money. And guess what people are doing with Bitcoin? The same exact thing. They're taking their fucking Bitcoin, they're putting it into a centralized silo where they don't have their own fucking keys. And then they're hoping that maybe they can get that money back one day with maybe a little bit of yield on top.
I'm not.
Well, most people are.
Yeah, neither am I actually. Yeah.
So I invented something that solves that.
How does Hex solve that then?
So that it solves tons of the shit, tons and tons and tons and tons. So if you want to get yield out of your Bitcoin, the only way you can do it is to lend it to someone else, hope that they pay you back your principal, and hope that they pay you back your interest. Some people do it on centralized counterparties like Celsius or BlockFi. Some people do it at Finex. Some people do it, opening up a 1x short on margin trading exchanges like BitMEX and other ones, where if the funding goes in the right direction, you can make yield. All of those solutions suck. They're all terrible. So why doesn't Bitcoin pay you interest to hold it? Just like the bank does. If you leave your money at the bank, they pay you interest. If you lock up your money for longer, they pay you more interest. It's called a time deposit or a certificate of deposit or a guaranteed investment certificate, depending on where you live. Why doesn't Bitcoin do that? Because the game theory was designed flawed. It was not perfect. So the only incentive in Bitcoin that exists, is you will receive inflation in the form of a block reward for burning electricity, period. That is the only game theory that's in there. You could say that there was in the past one other piece of game theory where you could get free coins as a normal person by double clicking an exe. And the hope was that if you got free coins, you'd like it and you'd FOMO and you'd buy more. And that's how they got me. That's how they got my money. So when I helped create the top at $30 in 2011 with many other guys that read the Wired article, we fell for the fucking FOMO. And that shit went down to $1.
$2.
Down to $2. Yeah. I mean, it went down to a penny on Mt. Gox, but they rolled the transactions back.
So kudos to you for being into Bitcoin so early. So are you saying that Hex is good because it's proof of stake? Is that right? So you actually earn money by holding.
Is it the new Bitcoin?
It's a hybrid. It still relies on proof of work for security because that's the only thing that we know really, really works. However, it makes it more efficient by piggybacking other people already eating the cost of the waste. So I'll give you a list of some of these things. So one, we want to stop people giving their private keys to centralized entities because that's the opposite of why crypto was invented. How do we do that? By letting them get yield by keeping their keys themselves. So just like if you want to replace finance, you have to replace all of the parts of finance. Currency is a very small part of finance. Time deposit at $7.2 trillion of value locked in it in the United States and China alone is a larger market, a 50% larger market than printed currency in the United States and China. So it already addresses a larger market, and just by accident happens to do the currency part better too, and is more secure, and is faster.
See now, this is where. Sorry, Richard. I'll have to harp in here. I mean,
Please
so I understand that you're trying to replicate, and you're replicating.
We're trying to
some of the promises which you would have in like a credit deposit, for example. But I know that you personally, I mean, just by the very fact that, you kind of, the way in which you designed Hex was to be an airdrop for Bitcoiners. And I don't believe that it was just for the community bootstrap. I do believe that there is part of you which understands that Bitcoin does solve some problems, and does have some value. So my real question to you is
the most value in all of crypto.
Like, absolutely, like
billion.
Hex, that's an interesting tool. If people want to play with it and they want to make money, that's cool.
We don't have to talk about Hex. We can just talk about Bitcoin.
But what I'm really interested in is we were talking about an epoch before. So now we've just gone through the halvening. Like, what do you want from Bitcoin for the next 4 years? Like, what do you just aside from all of your, from the stuff you're working on, like, what are you interested in? Like, what will Hex, what will Bitcoin do in the next 4 years?
Well, you need only look at the roadmap. So nobody on this call is developing Bitcoin that I'm aware of. So our best guess for what Bitcoin will look like 4 years from now is what the software developers have been working on. Now, I've been fighting to defend Bitcoin from attackers inside and out for years. And I remember when corporate interests wanted to take over the role of developers and decide how big the blocks would be and decide what software would get run. And we had to have a revolution and threaten the health of the network with the UASF, user activated soft fork, and the No2X movement in order to prevent that from happening. Now, let me tell you what I was promised when I was part of that shit. Well, we want SegWit to fix transaction malleability so people can actually develop on this shit, right? We can have a layer 2, and normal developers don't want to kill themselves having to figure out whether the name of their transaction changed and search through every possible transaction to say, actually, was that my transaction? That's all transaction malleability is. We were going to have a block size increase on the Blockstream roadmap. The Bitcoin core team roadmap was that we were going to have a block size increase. We didn't get it. Well, why? Is networking not faster?
Block weight increase.
Because it's a block.
No,
it's
but
a
in
hard
addition
fork.
to the block weight increase, I am aware that you have a 1.4 megabyte max
I mean,
block size.
that was it was adversarial thinking. So you would say, yes.
No, but I'm not talking about the 2 megabyte block.
If you can do X.
I'm not talking about the trick of the New York agreement where we said, okay, we'll give you SegWit, or you give us SegWit, and then we'll give you 2 megabyte blocks. Aha, JK, you don't get the 2 megabyte blocks. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about there was a normal, completely separate from that on the roadmap block size increase because it makes total and complete fucking sense. Bandwidth increases, storage increases. Why the fuck would you cripple your network with less throughput? Why? Why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. We're not talking about huge block size increases. We're talking about very fucking incremental. And this is
for initial block
because of the hard
internet
fork
at the moment, and it would take me about 4 or 5 days to download the blockchain, and that sucks. And it makes me want to edge towards the Luke Dash Jr. 200K. Maybe blocks, maybe transactions should be expensive, and we send everything onto the second layer.
You realize Luke Jr. wants the block size to be like 160 kilobytes, right? Like a 7x reduction.
I spent today
speeds I've got at the moment, like I can fully appreciate where he's coming from. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
So let's just list about. So the question was, what do I want from Bitcoin? Okay.
Yes.
I want anonymity. I'm unlikely to get it. The miners won't let it in. Barely got a fucking we barely got a 40% throughput increase with a
Lightning's pretty good for anonymity.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Wait, how does Hex
I could
solve
say
that?
mixing
So
is
Hex
kind of
gives you anonymity or what?
no.
I mean, I think you should.
No,
you should, you
Hex
should,
is
you
the-
So
should
Hex is
because you're
less
really
anonymous than
here,
Bitcoin.
you're really here, Richard, to like promote. You're here to promote.
I
Hex.
just
You're
said I
very
want
pro-
something Hex does worse. Are you not listening?
Yeah, you
Hex is
say that.
less
That's not the-
anonymous. Are you
you
listening?
came on here.
I'm telling you,
with
Hex is worse than Bitcoin in anonymity, but you're
Well,
telling
that's
me
very
that I'm
humble
saying
of
the
you.
opposite. I'm telling you that Hex
No, I'm
sucks
asking
for
you
anonymity.
a question. How is
what
it?
what I want to know is as a Bitcoiner, like, yes, Hex, that's here, and then as a Bitcoiner, because you are a Bitcoiner first and foremost.
I'm happy to not talk about Hex. Seriously, like I don't.
No,
feel
but I mean,
like,
Hex,
I'm not
I
wearing
think
my
Hex
Hex
is
fucking
important,
earring.
actually.
I'm not
Like,
wearing
that's
my
very
Hex
humble
jewelry.
of you.
I'm not
You
wearing my
shouldn't
Hex
exclude
shirt.
it. Like, it shouldn't.
Please
We
don't
shouldn't be an
talk about
elephant in
Hex.
the
Let's
room.
talk about Bitcoin.
Yes, let's talk about Bitcoin.
But talking about Bitcoin, like, where do you want Bitcoin to be in the next 4 years?
As I said before I started getting yelled at by somebody,
Sorry.
I want anonymity in Bitcoin so that you can, that's what everyone was promised. That is what everyone expected. And that is what no one fucking got. Okay. I want Taproot and fucking Schnorr Sig and maybe Mimblewimble and all this other bullshit to actually get fucking forked into the network so that you can have not only self-sovereign control of your money, is sovereign as having something that drops 85 and 75% once a fucking year can be. And then you can at least like spend it without worrying about having your Coinbase account shut down because they don't like where you spent your money because they watch it after you buy it. That sucks.
Yeah,
that
that
is not fucking good. That is the opposite of why crypto was invented. That sucks. I want throughput. Okay. If you're going to give me tier 2 throughput, fine, I'll fucking take it. I don't like, I'm totally cool with attack surface throughput trade-offs. Okay, here we have a more complex thing that's harder to reason about, that's more likely to fail because it's more complicated, but it fucking works and gives you these other features. Cool. Okay, well, I won't stick as much money in it, but I'll stick some fucking money in it and then I'll get
Richard,
the benefits from it.
it's phenomenal. Like I've been using the Lightning Network for the last, I don't know, like 2 years, and it's just getting better and better and better. I'm not saying that as some like brainwashed Bitcoiner. I really am super surprised, and we're sponsoring a lot of the Lightning Network hack days, and a lot of the hackers are working on this stuff.
I'm glad to hear that.
Really, really, really awesome. And you know, Ben's doing great work in that as well. And I feel that
if you guys weren't doing it, the core guys aren't doing it.
Yeah, the core guys are just allowing us to. Yeah, we have to do it.
Yeah, because the
and
core
there's
guys,
like
they're
6
working on private
implementation
shit now. The core guys are working on Liquid, which is not open source.
They
The
are,
core
but there's
guys are
6
working on-
implementations of Lightning, which is
Yeah, I'm
fantastic.
saying, I'm pointing out that you guys are very important because you're the ones trying to build something which I feel would make the world a better place. I think throughput makes the world a better place. I think anonymity makes the world a better place. You know, I think less pollution makes the world a better place. I think getting rid of those fucking middlemen, counterparty cocksuckers, that the reason that crypto was invented in the first place is better. So anything that introduces like non-custodial exchange, I fucking love. I mean, atomic cross swap should be so much more fucking popular than it is. It's just a UI problem, right? Like the math is not fucking hard. It's done. It just needs the UI fixed, and that would change everything. I mean, no more sending goddamn selfies to third world countries that they just fucking lose them all anyway. And then your selfies are being used to set up accounts and shit you have nothing to do with.
Your selfie's
disgusting
already
to me.
gone.
Yeah, it just fucking enrages me. So many people forgot why crypto was invented. I go and I do talks at different shows, and half the people standing up there are trying to get your private keys from you, from some fucking fancy goddamn excuse that they invented, and try and get in the middle and make their fucking like angle and make their percent or whatever. It's the opposite of why crypto was invented.
Well, that is definitely what everyone does when they come to Bitcoin. Look at Coinbase. They find a perfectly good digital currency all on its own, and they say, hey, we could make a centralized thing and we could attach to this. All the idea of sending around the currency, they do it in their
Coinbase
database.
made more money than Satoshi did.
Absolutely.
BitMEX made more money than Satoshi did. All these people that do the opposite of what crypto is invented for do better than the people that are doing the honest shit. It's tragic.
You also had a very good point on the exchanges going towards more gold tickets and the hypothecation and the potential of them to print or to be holding more imaginary Bitcoin than they actually have Bitcoin. I don't know if it's solved by Hex, but I do think you have a good point on that.
It is. It is. Because you no longer have, if you hold your, so what do, in Bitcoin, if you want to make money, you've got to part with your keys. If you want to earn Bitcoin, if you want to earn dollars, you can hope that your Bitcoin appreciates and then liquidate some. But if you want to earn more Bitcoin on your Bitcoin, you got to lose control of your private keys, and it sucks. It's terrible. And so if you just change the network rules, so for instance, if you could edit Bitcoin and agree and get the consensus participants to agree that now we're going to reward people for not dumping the fucking price, just like they do investing agreements and venture capital and companies, just like they do with treasuries and bonds and fucking time deposits, just like they do in the regular world where they actually value the time value of money. We're just going to, everybody that locks your Bitcoin, we're going to pay you a little bit of extra Bitcoin to remain locked. That would be fucking great, because then people wouldn't have to give their Bitcoin keys to somebody else to hope to make Bitcoin yield on their Bitcoin. So Hex just built that. We copied normal CD properties. So in a normal CD, every extra year you lock, you get paid 20% more interest. And if you have a jumbo CD, which is about $100,000, you get about 10% more interest. And
what
that's
do you think of masternode things like Dash and stuff
Totally.
like that? Because it's similar, right? You're locking away.
It looks
you're
similar, but it's
voting.
not. It's a red herring. What matters, and it's funny, it's like, you ever see those GIFs, those like 4-panel, it's actually a vertical 4-panel comic that shows like a brain lit up and then like a brain really lit up and then like a galaxy brain, you know, that shit. I feel like that's been my progression through crypto, right? So you get into crypto and you're like, yo, this is a new currency. People are actually using it on the dark net. It's going to fucking change the world. Buy in, help make the 30 top. Shit goes down to $2. You're like, oh, fuck, this thing called order book exists. And I just shove the price against myself. Ah, fuck, I didn't know that existed. I was smart as shit, millionaire, but didn't fucking know order books existed. Oops, right? And then you go on and you're like, oh, we're going to launch on fucking CME. It's going to be great. Now, I called the fucking 20K Christmas at 4K multiple months earlier. And I did actually call the short at 19.6 because the funding rate was like 0.0375% every fucking 8 hours. The long to short ratios all fucked, a whole bunch of reasons.
Yeah, the CME destroyed gold and silver as well.
It did. And if you look at the chart, man, gold went down for a long time after it
it's
launched.
Totally manipulated by the fucking CME. It is truly tail wagging the dog. It's horrible.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible, but it could also have just been a speculative bubble as well, because people thought there would be all this extra demand. So, and then you just learn. You're like, okay, so buy the news, sell the buy the news, sell the fucking buy the rumor, sell the news is a thing, and you just keep. I used to think that altcoins and Bitcoin competed with each other. They actually don't. They make their all highs together. They make their all-time lows together. Their prices are tied together.
No such thing as diversification in alts.
No, there's not. There's no such thing as diversification. Like basically the Ethereum price is 1.15x the move that it's basically a 1.15x leverage position on Bitcoin for the most part. Now it could decouple at some point. And I would like to see that, because I even figured out why they all move the same, which I'm very proud of. I thought that they used to move the same because index funds were too stupid to choose winners and losers. So they would just have a market cap weighted fund. But then I figured out why it actually is. You want to hear that? You want to hear why the prices all move together? Because no one else knows it.
Go ahead. Let us know.
Go on.
Okay.
Arbitrage.
Nope. I discovered this by looking at the hex chart and tried to figure out why the fuck is it making the shape. So if no one ever traded hex versus Ethereum again, if no one ever traded it again, because the Ethereum pair is the most liquid pair with hex, it's got $12 million liquidity on chain. If no one ever traded it again, the hex chart versus USD and the Ethereum chart versus USD would be identical, totally identical. Why? Because at any moment you can exchange one for the other. So what happens is when you have a mass of liquidity in a pair of one thing versus another thing, that liquidity mass bonds the two prices together. And then when people trade on that pair, they just shift where the bond is occurring. So if no one ever traded Bitcoin versus Hex versus Ethereum again, the USD charts of the two would be absolutely identical. And then if someone traded some Ethereum for Hex, the chart of USD for Hex would move up a little bit, but then it would maintain the exact same shape. And then if someone did that again, it would move up some more, but then it would maintain the exact same shape, and it will always have the exact same shape until people distort it by trading that pair. So the reason that Dogecoin is worth $250 million isn't because people bought the fuck out of Dogecoin. It's because there was liquidity in Bitcoin sitting on an exchange somewhere tied to Dogecoin. And then as Bitcoin became more valuable, Dogecoin became more valuable because you could exchange it for Bitcoin whenever you wanted because of the liquidity in the order book of that pair. So
it goes both ways, right? So
Sure.
Doja could sell down and it also correlates down. So
no,
it's like gold. Gold shouldn't be priced in USD. It should be priced in oil or corn or pork bellies, because it's also what is it relative to?
The larger market wins because the smaller market runs out of energy to try and move the price of the larger market. So if you tried to use Ethereum to shove the Bitcoin price around, you would run out of buying energy in fiat on the smaller pair to try and force your will on the larger pair.
Richard,
So go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? I've got a question from the audience.
Sure.
How can you make Hex as decentralized as BTC in your project?
In some degrees, it's more, and in some degrees, it's less. Depends on what kind of centralization you want. If you talk about economic centralization, there's less people participating in Hex because it's a new project, and therefore there's likely to be more large whales in that system. So if you care about socialism and the redistribution of wealth, then you might prefer another cryptocurrency. But I mean, we put in mechanisms to prevent that to some degree. If you're a Bitcoin whale and you have 1,000 BTC in your claim, your shit gets cut in half. If you have 10,000 in your claim, you get cut by 75%. So we have anti-Bitcoin whale features, but those in effect just create new hex whales. So we're not anti-whale and we're not socialist. We're pro-whale, but we're pro-hex whale, not pro-Bitcoin whale. Now, as far as what people don't understand about decentralization is they confuse economic decentralization with network censorship resistance. You need a diverse group of actors that make decisions at different times and with different values to be resistant to corruption and collusion in the mining network. You need that. And by the way, Bitcoin doesn't have it. 60% of mining's in China, and China is the worst possible place in the entire world for that to be happening. But that's how it is. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. So if you care about mining decentralization, now look, I don't have a specific quote for this, but I know that you can participate in the Ethereum mining network if you have a GPU. And I know that you cannot participate in the Bitcoin mining network if you have a GPU. So my gut feeling is, and I used to be a Bitcoin GPU miner, my gut feeling is that the mining distribution in Ethereum is much more honest and diverse than that inside Bitcoin. Furthermore, they hate ASIC miners so much that, you know, they're 50-50, maybe 40-60 now, going to change the proof of work just to get rid of Bitmain's ASIC mining shit that causes centralization. So you've got a soft, and since Hex runs on Ethereum, it inherits those properties of a better mining network with less miner collusion, with a software team that also hates miner collusion. And you see none of that in Bitcoin. There's no suggestion to change the proof of work. There's no attempt to get rid of the fucking mining horror that's in the present state. So we have superior mining, superior distribution of that. But, you know, when you've got 42% of the currency, maybe 60% of the currency in 2,000 wallets in Bitcoin, I can't even say that Hex is not more decentralized than that. I mean, that's really centralized. The only appeal that you could say is, oh, but these are really thousands of people and they just delegated their control to this other fucking company or whatever. You know, maybe. But so if you're socialist and
I think that's probably quite likely. I mean, when you think about the amount of people,
I think it is very likely.
Yeah, Bitcoin in an exchange or in a centralized wallet. So I'm still not sure. Like, so what are you looking forward to in the next 4 years? Is it It's more
Bro, I mean, if
decentralized.
you want to talk about Bitcoin, I don't think you're actually going to get anonymity in Bitcoin, because
I don't think.
No, I mean,
and you've got a crazy amount of mixing going on in the Lightning Network that it's totally free. Like you can send coins back and forth. You don't know what's
I mean,
what
I
anymore.
think on the base layer, like on the on-chain base layer, you need, in order to have fungibility, you need anonymity.
Yeah, I mean, they're the same. They're basically the same thing.
They're the
Like,
same. They're the
cannot
same.
have,
Like,
yeah,
the more anonymous something is, the more fungible it is.
yeah, for sure.
Like,
so I mean, there's to listen to me on topics is hard, because I will tell you both sides, and it's all nuanced. So I can tell you I care about anonymity, and while I'm telling you that, I'll also tell you most people do not give a single solitary fuck whatsoever at all.
Yeah.
Gmail reads all your email. I still have a fucking Gmail account, and I know everyone signing up to the mailing list has one too, because I see the fucking email. I can tell you that on the dark net, people be buying all types of shit you wouldn't want to tell anyone you was ever buying. And they don't use Monero. And Monero is infinitely more fucking anonymous than Bitcoin. So I guess they're all just fucking retarded. I guess they're all just literally retarded.
Yeah, they are.
Like, I mean,
but let's say you achieve mass adoption, you know, so whatever your business objectives with your project. What do you do from there? Because what most people are worried about, we understand that it's a project, you know, it's you have your vision, you're very eloquent, you have done your research, and you can shut up a lot of people with your knowledge. Now the real key here,
am I
for
shutting them
everybody,
up? Is that what I'm
But-
doing with my knowledge? I'm shutting them up?
because you can, right? Because this is, listen, it's you are very good at doing this, which is great, and you have history. You were respected in the place. Now people are worried about the project, that essentially there's going to be some exit, there's going to be some trouble, and they don't want to get involved, especially the OGs. Some do, some don't. So what do you have to say to the old school guys that had an incentive originally anyway, because all the Bitcoiners were very much welcome to back you up, and what are you going to do with the project itself? Basically, what at the end of the day are you going to do? Are you going to go retail? Are you going to try to push? Are you going to try to go on the top 5, top 2 of the project? And then when you're there, what do you do?
Sure, I've got all these answers for you. So first, if you want to know what people really think, you watch what they do with their money. And I can tell you that over $2 billion with a motherfucking B has cryptographically verified, claimed their free hex. $2 billion.
We weren't going to talk about hex.
I
thought we weren't going to talk about hex.
Well, he asked the questions.
Well,
I'm happy to not talk about it.
To be fair to Richard, he didn't say he wouldn't talk about it. He just said he
No, I'm
wasn't.
happy to not talk about it, but you guys keep asking. So he just asked, what is the project going to do, and why isn't
But
it
the
a scam and
subtext
shit?
is always that, of course, you know, he came on here because, you know, even if he's criticizing
I am
Bitcoin,
happy. No, but like you can. Here's another nuanced thing. You ask me what could be better and what I want, and I tell you, oh, and by the way, I actually had the balls to fund fixing it. So I'm sorry that sounds like shilling, but I solved a lot of these problems. So it's like, I mean, I would have to not tell you about the solutions. I'd have to just tell you, hey, this shit sucks, and then be quiet about the fact that I built a solution for it. It's fucking silly.
or you would just be out there working, right? Like you're criticizing Bitcoin for not having anonymity, but how does Hex actually solve that? And when I asked you that question, I said I was just shouting at you, but I'm just trying to figure out what exactly are you doing and why are you not working right now to like fix it rather than be on here and tell us about it.
Okay. 1, I have a unique position where I have to do no work for Hex, because we have this thing called the government. The government says that if people give money to a common pool with the expectation of profit solely from the work of others, it can be considered a security. So I have to make an effort to let you know that I am not doing a single fucking thing to help you or your bag whatsoever. The project is complete. Most people don't have that problem. Charlie Lee can go on fucking Twitter and talk about how he's going to do confidential transactions and ride that pump, dump on his followers. Samson Mao can fucking sell Bitcoin maximalist hats while buying ERC20 tokens for a fucking exchange and getting rewards as a consultant while wearing the fucking Bitcoin maximalist hat.
What you talking about, Willis?
I can't do that. I have to do it more honest and more straightforward than those motherfuckers, which is funny because everyone comes at me like I'm doing the shit the opposite. And it's like, no, I'm the one that tells you every crypto drops 95 to 85 fucking %. And a lot of them don't get back up. I'm the guy that tells you that. You hear a lot of fucking Bitcoin guys or altcoin guys telling you that no matter what bag you buy, it's likely to drop 85 or 95% at some point. Yeah, and that includes Hex. I wouldn't be surprised to see it drop 85 or 95% because that's what cryptos fucking do.
Let me ask you a question. Are you done with Bitcoin?
If my shitcoin's going to dump 95%, at least I've been honest with you from the start.
What crypto doesn't? What cryptocurrency does not? And what in this world? Amazon dropped 95%. Oil dropped more than 100%.
Richard, are you done with Bitcoin? Yeah.
Bro, I put it to this way. I actually use crypto day to day.
No, are you done with
Using
Bitcoin?
Bitcoin is horrible. It is straight fucking horrible. It is a literal nightmare.
You may be on the wrong show then.
Well, man, I mean, look, I got a bigger audience. You guys are going to get more viewers and followers out of this from me than I'm going to get
that's
from
what
you.
it all comes down to, doesn't it? It's like
no, I like talking about good ideas.
I would one moment, if you would, kind sirs. But I would argue that that Richard actually has a very important point as a Bitcoiner.
It's not though. It's not.
As someone who's
fuck your purity
Bitcoin,
test, dude.
But he's saying that some of the value propositions which people have wanted from Bitcoin are better served from the thing which he has created. And why? Why? No, but why? Why is that interesting? And like, actually, like, why are we interested in Bitcoin? Like, what is Bitcoin? Like, why does censorship resistance and decision making by consensus? Why does that pique our interest? And why isn't it just like all about fucking making money? Like, if we were all about making money, then
but they're not mutually exclusive.
Why can't we just put our economic,
But it sounds like a blog post, Ben. That's a blog post.
Into something.
It's not a whole new altcoin, is it? That's a blog post. Everything that Richard said was a truism. It was all true. It was all lovely. But like, write a blog post about it. But don't start a whole new cryptocurrency and say
why not? Like
why not?
Why not?
Why
don't
you?
Well,
do you hate Linux forks, bro?
The thing
what I struggle to.
I'm not saying the
understand.
government should stop you from doing it. No, I'm not saying.
No.
As I said already before you came on, I'm not saying that it should be regulated or you should not be allowed to do it. But I also don't think that we should promote it or give it undue attention. If it's Josh Coin is awesome.
So 2% of all Bitcoin holders have claimed it.
If you're talking about thesis, and
then so what? People at African
you're trying to work
Hex,
out synthesis.
Don't misrepresent it. It's not like Hex is any more distributed.
Coin solves privacy. It's like programmable. It's awesome. You can create other cryptos on it. Josh Coin.
Hex doesn't. As far as I can tell from this interview, Hex hasn't solved any of the problems that Richard identified, unless I'm missing something.
That does seem like a big problem here. You talked about decentralized exchanges, and you talked about anonymity. You guys didn't seem to solve decentralized exchanges or anonymity. So I'm not
sure. I
sure.
haven't changed the topic. I'm taking you back to a topic that I was asking you about 15, 20 minutes ago.
This is a
How
Bitcoin
does
show.
Hex solve the problems that you've identified? Because if it doesn't, then what's the point?
Yes.
Just write a blog about it.
Sure.
But you don't have to create a whole new
let's list the problems.
Theory.
Sure. I will list you the problems.
Let's finish on a good note about Bitcoin.
Before we do, Richard, have you seen the remix of your song? Hi, sorry, I'm back. Hi there, Richard. Well, first of all, very quickly, I liked your piece at Craig Wright in, I think, was it Malta in November? That was awesome.
Yeah, man, I got to give you the ups for that too.
Thank you.
That was
Yeah,
great.
I actually missed it. I was meant to be there. I was with I ended up visiting my family, but got distracted. But yeah, kudos.
If I see him again, I'll do it again. No worries.
And also, have you seen the remix of your soliloquy on Hex?
I didn't.
Oh, you've not seen it? It's a
sure
song.
it's
It's been turned into a song. It's actually really good.
Oh, is it the 10,000x one? Smart motherfucker.
Yeah.
That shit's pretty funny. That's pretty
amazing.
funny.
That's the best.
That's
the best thing about Hex. Great. Yeah.
I would also like to say, the thing is, we're all crypto people, and this is the same shit I get from gold. We run a Bitcoin gold exchange. We've done it forever, and it's always like, oh, gold, crypto is the new gold, and it's not. Gold is gold, crypto is crypto. They have different things about them. They're rare assets. They're great, but this whole battle against each other is shit house.
The only reason people
why don't we
do
all
this
just
battle
get
shit
along?
is because they're trying to pump their bags.
I think we should bring Fairbricks back and Peercoin. I thought Peercoin was amazing, and Sonny King. Props to that guy.
There's
Maybe
a lot
Richard
of
is
prime
Sonny
numbers,
King,
man. Prime numbers are the best.
Prime coin. Let's just all get along and stop shitting on it. All shit coins that we
I have a huge bag of prime coin.
Bitcoins and altcoin. Come on, people. Even Bitcoins and altcoin. Let's all just pump the altcoins together. All of them. Let's love each other. Keep it positive, guys.
Can I? I'm sorry, but can I
Can I
get back to
answer
that question?
Chris's question?
So, what are you looking forward to within the next 4 years, Richard?
I want to answer Chris's question is what I want to do.
Yeah,
because I want to actually wrap things up, because these are we're like 80% done to wrapping up a whole bunch of really cool shit. All right. You heard of Gavin Anderson? He used to be the core
Gavin,
leader
good old Gav.
of Bitcoin Core.
He used to work for SGI, motherfuckers.
So Gavin Anderson, guided Bitcoin for many years, and
VRML, that's the future.
If you go to Telegram and you go to the Tornado Cash chat group, you'll see Gavin Anderson working on Ethereum, because he can do ZK snarks in a private anonymous wallet in Ethereum that he cannot do in Bitcoin. So the leader of Bitcoin development for years is now working on Ethereum. Have you heard of Andreas Antonopoulos? Pretty smart guy. Used to listen to him on Bitcoin Talk all the fucking time. He wrote Mastering Bitcoin, the book. And then he wrote Mastering Ethereum, the book.
Yeah, but that don't really mean shit, because I like to eat curry all the time, but sometimes I like to eat chips as well. Do you know what I mean?
That's a common combo there, man. Curry and chips. In fairness.
Okay,
the reason that you'll see Gavin
jelly
Anderson,
stuff going on.
The reason that you'll see Gavin Anderson in an Ethereum chat room and not a Bitcoin chat room is because he can do things that benefit the world with a Turing complete system that he cannot do with a fucking retarded mongrel network that only does this number goes up and this number goes down, and we call that sending.
You must have missed Adam
it.
Back. You must have missed Adam Back on the show earlier tonight.
I did. I did.
Yeah.
Is there a point to that?
Yeah, he's developing a language that sits on Bitcoin.
We should have brought Hex up whilst he was on, so that Richard could have come and joined in.
That's already been done twice. One was called XCP, Counterparty. Chris Demody or Robert, whatever the fuck, I can't remember their names.
Yeah, Counterparty. We created a coin.
Yeah, there's Simplicity. One guy at Blockstream's working at Simplicity.
Okay, cool. So,
who's the new guy?
So I don't. You asked me a question.
Hey,
I'm answering a question, but you guys are throwing lots of giggle shit in there. Let's do the learning thing. I know the Halvening has got y'all high in life and shit, but let's do the learning thing.
Let's do the science.
Counterparty and Master Coins were both successful layer 2 implementations on
let's
top
not
of
forget
Bitcoin.
Colu. Let's not forget Colu. Or colored coins.
Come on, Josh. You gotta let him go for a little
Colored
bit.
coins turned into Omni, and Omni used to be all of the Tether transactions.
Tether, yeah.
And Tether is the most popular cryptocurrency in the world, in quotes. Does the most transactions. It's 2/3 of all of the volume on Ethereum on chain.
Totally fractionally reserved, but yeah.
It is the opposite of crypto, but it is the highest traded volume by dollar and the highest transactor on the Ethereum network. And it used to run on Omni. And then because Bitcoin's not good, they stopped running it on Omni and they moved it all to fucking ERC20 because a 10-second, rather 13-second average block is a lot more survivable and lovely to deal with than a 10-minute block.
Yeah, but you can say that about Dash. You could say, oh, the masternodes secure things like that, and you can say, you know,
So,
a group
hold
of
on.
masternodes say,
I'm
yeah.
going to tell you how shitty masternodes are in a minute, because it's just fake time locking. When people only created masternodes to try and pump the fucking price. But pumping the price with fake lockups that people can end whenever they want doesn't work, because they dump the fucking price by ending them whenever they want. So in DeFi, people brag about all the money they've got locked up, particularly the Ethereum guys. Oh, you know, we've got all this money locked up that you can get paid 0.14% a fucking year on. That's how much money you can make lending your Ethereum out on the Ethereum network. 0.14%. Because since there's nothing else to do with it, everyone's happy to lend it out for any fucking yield at all, because they're just going to sit on it anyway. So,
all right. So I hate to interrupt, but I think we kind of need to end the show.
But I didn't answer the
sorry,
question.
Sorry,
about how
Chris.
Hex is more
But
anonymous than Bitcoin.
we do. I know
it's not.
We're going to talk about this again
is,
at another time, but for right now, I'm not sure that the YouTube is still going. I think that we've passed the 8-hour limit for YouTube. So I don't want you guys to get all the best stuff on and then it's not on YouTube. So
look, I'm recording my end and I can put this shit up later. I'm happy to continue to have a conversation.
We're over 8 hours here. I think we're a little tired. I think we might have a better discussion.
Up on the Fediverse.
It's still live.
I respect Chris's intellect.
Wait,
I'd like to just talk to Chris then. That's fine.
I'd love to talk about that. I have something to say real quick. Is that all right?
Sure.
Oh, they're saying in the chat it is still going.
First of all, I want to say congratulations, Richard, on the freaking $800 million market cap of Hex. Just to get that right off the bat, that's pretty amazing. The second thing, what I'm actually excited about as a technology solution that I think addresses what everyone wants here is I've been looking at Cosmos IBC. They've got this IBC bridge where you can actually wrap an asset in this IBC thing, and then you can put a Bitcoin as a wrapped IBC asset, and then you have so much more flexibility to do what you want with it. You can do ZK snarks, you can do all this faster transaction, all this stuff. So I think that could be cool. That's exciting.
It's not could be cool. They've already done it. I mean, there's 4 or 5 different wrapped Bitcoins.
It's early, but
it's already on Ethereum. Like
there's the mainnet.
There's more Bitcoin wrapped in Ethereum than there is in the Lightning Network.
Yeah.
Or sometimes maybe it flips the other way, but usually I think Ethereum has more Bitcoin in it than the Lightning Network does, and it works.
Yeah.
Well, it's older. It's Lightning Network's still young.
Sure. And look, I hope Lightning turns out to be amazing, and I hope Bitcoin fixes throughput and fixes anonymity.
Yeah.
But that's stuff that you're going to have to fight for, because you got to go through the miners to get it, except for Lightning, because we already fought the miners once to get SegWit. So I want those things, but I mean, I fought that battle once before, and I can tell you that it doesn't pay well. You're much better off building something that solves your problems directly with permissionless innovation than you are sucking corporate and fucking political dicks hoping that it works out. That's not how technology is supposed to work. And I want you guys to be a little self-aware. When you come on live stream with a fucking mask on, you make the project look like shit, because no one wants to buy something where fucking weird criminal looking dudes are fucking advertising it. I was watching Tone Vay's stream earlier today, and they had a guy dressed up like a fucking goat with a fucking staff and a bunch of 1970s monitors in the fucking corner of his fucking room, singing a song about we like gains, we like whatever the fuck. I'm like, bro, I would rather invest in Beanie Babies than whatever the fuck that guy's selling. So, I mean, if you want to actually evangelize goddamn Bitcoin and hope that people fucking buy it, get a goddamn haircut, take the fucking mask off your face, buy a fucking chair, stop looking like shit. I mean, it costs like a $200 investment or $300 investment.
Hang on. You're telling people they look like shit. You've got a candelabra that's never been straightened ever.
I did straighten it, actually. You don't see this fucking zip tie right here, buddy? I got hot glue in here. I got a fucking zip tie. This shit's straight as fuck. That's why.
Well,
That's
you
why
know
the
why I'm
fucking cameras
happy?
work now.
Legendary.
You know why I'm happy? Because we're going back to the origin of why we all got in there, in the first place.
I just wanted to fucking make money.
Straight talk. No, man, I'm a technologist too.
And actually, I would also like to say that, I think that, I mean,
this is old school.
No, I mean, like when you have an argument, you need to have someone then arguing the points against you, and then something like Hex and what Richard is saying. He's saying Bitcoin sucks for these reasons. You need to fix them, and then we take those reasons and we're like, okay, Bitcoin sucks because we can't do things like smart contracting. We can't build these like interesting assets and digital solutions on top of Bitcoin. Okay, we need to look at solutions for that. Okay. And that's why we come up with ideas like RGB on things like Lightning, like Spectrum. But all those like ideas and experiments which are happening now within Bitcoin and within the larger crypto ecosystem are things which will inevitably come to Bitcoin. And why? Because they have momentum and they are things which people are interested in. So you can't dismiss
why did Omni and XCP
which is
fail?
happening. I mean, it may feel like goofy and like and disassociated to just the idea of just having a decentralized money, but in time you will see that like clearly these are things which people do value, because otherwise other people wouldn't be working on them. And I will say as well, like, there's what, like 10 Bitcoiners in here, and I mean I'm not even excluding Richard from that, because I would say that he is first and foremost a Bitcoiner.
I've earned my fucking stripes, dude. Whether I hold a bag or not,
and I would say that all you are doing is you're saying, I've made this thing, which I wouldn't say it's an ICO. I would say that it's a digital instrument.
Fuck Hex, like
a
none of
financial
the things I'm talking about requires Hex to be mentioned.
Baked in, whatever. Like, you can call it whatever you want, but you've built this thing. But first and foremost, you are a Bitcoiner, and you've been here in this space for quite a long time. And you're addressing the things which suck about Bitcoin, like
and can be fixed if you fight the fight. This is not like, this shit's not insurmountable. Maybe the miners aren't assholes anymore. Maybe they changed ethically, and maybe they'll actually let the network be fucking improved without putting a gun to its head. Maybe, like, I hope to fucking find out.
Well, I mean,
right?
maybe they know their place. The miners are accountable to the users.
All right. I think we're going to have this debate another time. I think it's a good topic. I mean, I'm not trying to cut off debate here, but we're over 8 hours.
Does anyone want to continue just on my channel? Like, after? Are you guys all tired?
It's up to you guys. I mean, I'm tired.
Well, unfortunately, it is 3 a.m. here, so I'm going to have to decline just for that reason. But,
I answer all chats if you guys ever want to chat. I'm free to chat.
I can chat now.
Okay.
I mean, I think what Richard is saying is, in summary, a lot of the points that Richard brought up were true. But then, please do write blog posts about it. Please do campaign about it. The subtext to all of this isn't just that Richard is bringing up valid criticism of Bitcoin. The subtext
it's free.
Here
Claim
is
it and fucking
sell
it.
That he has a cryptocurrency of his own, or at least a token of his own. So that's always in the background there. That's all I'm saying. And criticizing something is one thing, but having something to sell on the other, especially when he's saying that he's profiting from it, and
Pretty sure I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. I mean, that was something that the support.
A lot of people assume that, though. A lot of people do assume that.
But I think, but you wouldn't admit to that. You wouldn't say that you.
I told you about the Howey test, didn't I? I'm real careful about what I say, man.
Oh, right, sure. Yeah. Yes, I do remember you being very specific about.
So that. Please t.me/Richard Hart, and I'll continue to chat with whoever wants to message me, and I'll set up another Zoom, and we'll be good. I appreciate you guys having me on. And look, I hope Bitcoin does great things this next year. The monetary macro environment's great.
I'm looking forward to seeing what you can contribute to Bitcoin as well. Just to the conversation, if anything else.
I know what should matter, and I hope that influences what people build.
Yeah.
All right.
Fantastic.
Thanks
Well,
so much,
I just want
Richard,
to
for
say,
joining
I
you.
was here until the end, and I was sticking to my guns. And
It's not the
that's
end,
why I
man.
came
Not
back.
really the end.
Not the end. I'm going to let people
It's the
talk a
end.
little
Somebody
more.
needs to
The end
But,
of the World Crypto Network.
all right. So,
All right.
Richard, where can people check out your stuff? Just a webpage.
I mean, look, I'm on twitter.com/Richard Hartwin, youtube.com/Richard Hart, pumpamentals.com. If you want to claim free hex by using a Bitcoin signature, it's free. $2 billion of Bitcoin has done it. It's free money. That's it.
All right. Thanks so much, Richard, for joining us. We're just going to go down the line. Rhett, you got here a little late, so maybe say hello and say goodbye. How's it going, Rhett?
Hey guys, just wanted to say that we released this fun music video, an 800cc about the Bitcoin halving. You guys can check it out on YouTube. It's got an original song by Dan Byrne. He's a folk singer. I wanted to plug that. So it's fun. I've been playing a lot of Fortnite, and it's like a little Fortnite metaverse coronavirus approved party that we had. So whatever. Thanks for letting me plug that.
All right, very cool. Thanks, Rhett, for joining us. Sorry we didn't have that much time with you. You kind of came here
no
towards
problem.
the end.
Yep.
Let's see, Nind, anything you want to say towards the end here in closing?
Peace, love, and Bitcoin.
All right, nice and short. David from France, anything you want to say?
Just thanks for organizing, and yeah, look forward to having more of those. And remember that I am not just a Bitcoiner. I love Ethereum too for different reasons.
Shitcoiner.
Everyone has a right to an opinion. Everyone has a right to an opinion. So, let's go to Josh Skagala from Voltoro. Josh, anything in closing?
Get the fuck out of banks. Put your money in rare assets. It doesn't matter what you believe in. Just make sure it's rare, and it's actually got a good community behind it. And if it's gold, it's gold. If it's crypto, it's crypto. If it's housing, it's housing. If it's forestry, it's forestry. Just COVID's destroying a lot of stuff right now. I don't even know where to start. I need a full 5 hours to explain the repo markets and explain to you why the government's just buying up everything. It's just annoying.
All right. And Ben, anything in closing? Go ahead.
No, what Josh said is fine. Like, put your money somewhere where it's secure, for God's sake.
For God's sake, get out of it.
For God's sake, I mean, the your money just sat in the bank there, which you feel is safe. It's not safe. Put it in rare assets. Put it somewhere where diversify. Build your portfolio. But as well as that, build. If you're interested in Bitcoin, download some Bitcoin software. Download Wasabi Wallet. Download LM Bits. Play around with the software.
LM Bits is so epic.
If there's any bugs, tell people about the bugs and offer improvements. If you're a developer, then offer to some development. But you can contribute just by running software. But no, I mean, the new epoch, man, it's coming fast. And I think there's very quickly Bitcoin's going to be in the spotlight, and it can't be a case of, like the last time in 2017, when we had Goofy Roger Ver on fucking Alex Jones, we can't have that this time. We need to be a bit more on our game. So I'm probably not the best spokesperson, but pull out your best, because Bitcoin will be on the stage as a possible solution for the impending economic crisis.
Gay frogs, man. Gay frogs all the way.
Gay fucking frogs.
All right. And Chris Ellis, anything in closing? Go ahead.
Buy toilet paper. No, nothing to promote. I'm not here to sell anything.
Yeah, buy the Bitcoin
Make your own decisions. Be responsible and make your own decisions. Just take diverse sets of information and use your own discretion to make your own judgment. That's the only thing I'm telling you to do.
All right. And then Dan Eve, the Crypto Raptor. You're the last one with us. You came back. It's the middle of the night in England. Still incredibly bright, though. Anything in closing?
Yeah, I managed to get the baby. Did you like the apartment? It's great, isn't it? I managed to get the baby down. He's all good. In closing, I do have. Well, I don't have something to sell. I have something for you to get from me, which is we've just released rewardportal.com site revamp, so you can now get paid in Satoshis for completing surveys. And also for doing other tasks. There's also going to be like an arcade on there, which is all free to play, but there'll be like daily leaderboards where if you play, you get entered into like, to rankings or whatever, and then people get paid out in sats. So basically, I want to be like the good Uber of working, especially in these hard times. I just want to give out sats in whatever way possible. So yeah.
All right, very cool. And just want to recap everything we went through today. So this was the Bitcoin Halvening Party on the World Crypto Network 2020 edition. We checked out thehalvening.com. Used to have a rocket ship, but now it's gone. Thanks to Bitcoinal.com, our friend DJ Booth put this together. Was helping us do the charts and counting it down. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Thanks for giving us a thumbs up and a share. Be sure to subscribe down below if it's your first time here, and hit that bell for notifications. We do shows like this almost every day. Shout out to the World Crypto Network store. It's kind of brand new at worldcryptonetwork.store. We've got a couple of t-shirts. We got the World Crypto Network mug, if you want to check that out. Got the normal t-shirt. We got the brand new Treasures Don't Float t-shirt. I think that's funny. That's my idea of a good idea. And we've got a Bitcoin Not Bombs redesigned by Davi Barker 2020 Bitcoin Halvening edition, all on worldcryptonetwork.store. You could also donate to us in Bitcoin. Someone sent us 23,623 sats during the show. That's very cool. You can also donate with the Lightning Network right here. You just have to create an invoice. This is an invoice for $10. So if you scanned it now, it would send us $10. So thanks again. This is our second halvening party. Our last one was in 2016. So thanks to anybody who joined us for both parties. It's very cool. We hope to be back again for another halvening party in 2024. And I think that's going to be about it for this show. Check out Richard's channel. He's going to do another debate. Maybe Rhett's going to join. And we hope to have Richard back on for another debate later on. And to just keep talking about Bitcoin and altcoins. As everyone's been saying, we don't really shy against or away from the topics here. We're willing to talk about anything. We want to discuss these things, and we want to get the information out there. So thanks so much to everybody for joining us. We're going to finally end this show as soon as I find the right button to push. But thank you guys so much. Until next time.
Thanks, Tom.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Tom.
Yay.
Thank you, Tom.
Bye.
Oh, I can't even find the button. It's not there.
Oh,
Thanks, guys.
Oh, it's this